We still have some time, but I'm gonna start a poll to set the mood for today. Give me 1 second. Yeah, just started a poll for everyone who's here, and it'll go a little bit into the start of the stream, but just getting a temperature check on everyone in terms of the Dyne scene. There's a lot of different opinions. Just sat down with a sandwich, but thank you, Alex, for gifting a sub to Kairos. I don't know if Kairos is here, but thanks for the gift. Okay, sorry everyone for the extra long countdown. Just a busy morning getting everything together. I was pulling some research and some clips for this, and didn't have time to eat, and I really needed to eat, because you know how these streams go. We go for hours and hours, and if I did not eat, that would not be good. So now that I'm fully ready, hello. So obviously I had the chat, or I had the poll in chat, which I think ended. Shoot, I don't think I saw the final results yet. Let's see, at a dashboard, stream manager. Where do I see my, oh, here it is. So I think it ended already. And the results were, let me pull it up actually. I need to do this later anyway, so let me set this up. All right, drop that there. Let me pull up OBS. So had the poll set up. Let me just bring this in the browser. Okay. Let me bring chat over. I can actually test something. So I actually set up something where I can have chat hold up over my monitor, so I can look, because I have two monitors. I have my main monitor where I have the game and everything, and then I have the OBS sort of monitor, the side monitor, and I was trying something where there's this app called Restream Chat, where apparently it should bring in my chat messages. There it is. Perfect. Okay, so let me full screen this, and then take the browser, just size it. I created a whole PowerPoint about the Dyne scene, the original. I have the actual film, so we can watch the original scene together, as well as sort of like dig into this conversation about it. So first, let me switch back to these poll results. We will go live. Hey everyone. So just to say hi to people in chat, because I know it's a little bit of a hectic opening. So Eggs with Feelings, hi. Kafkaru, or Kafka, welcome in. Stefaroth, Serendipity, how's it going? Alex, thank you again for the tier 1 sub. YOLO Not Really, hey, what's up, Toolman? I think I pretty much, oh, the Spartan. So let me read some of these takes, by the way. I honestly didn't think about the scene more than, let me get some music actually in the background too. Do I have the just chatting in here? I do not. Let me add it. Add a little music. How did I do that before? It's a media file. Source. Just chatting music, yeah. Get a little bit of that going in the background here. So let me catch up some of these chats. So the poll results, so as you can see, the poll results were, it was at one point a lot closer. It was at one point when I screenshotted it and posted it on Twitter, it was 4-4, good, like the OG better, or like better than OG, good, but the OG is better, and there was one vote for OG is way better. So now, at the conclusion of the poll, came out with kind of what I expected. Good, but OG is better, with the 58%. Good, like better than OG at 33%, and then OG is way better at 8%. There's been a lot of opinions on this we were all trying to find the guy who made that vote. The OG is way better. I would assume that was you, Turquoise Hammer. Yami Laz saying I knew it was in the minority. I think the Rebirth version is way better from Yami Laz. Wow. If you want to like type out a thought on that, then I'm here for it. There's simply no way of knowing. A lot of it comes down to preference. A lot of it comes down to what do you remember and assign to that original scene. But let me read some of the earlier chats. Sephiroth said, I honestly didn't think about the scene more until I saw others' opinions, and then it was like, oh wait, they got a point, dang. Yeah, I somewhat had a similar opinion, so I played Rebirth later than a lot of my friends who are other like content creators who had early copies and did reviews and had reviews ready on like release day. So they experienced it before I did. So I played Rebirth kind of outside of the hearing, not really hearing any opinions on like any individual scenes. I had heard like differing takes on overall the game, how people liked it. But so I remember getting to the Dyne scene and playing it the first time through. And aside from like the obvious like strange things like the Palmer fight coming in, and for me, the Shinra troopers and how they show up was like pretty abrupt for me. Aside from that, like obviously they rewritten a lot of stuff. Like there wasn't the, Dyne doesn't throw himself into the ravine. But overall, I liked it for the most part. Rebirth did review copies. Yeah, there was some like obviously media outlets and whatnot and got review copies. I think like Baby Seal, and I think Night Sky Prince, and a couple other people, other creators like posted reviews day one. So yeah, I mean there were review copies. I didn't get a review copy though. So I played the Dyne scene sort of pretty pure, like, and I had everything turned off. I had every term possible muted on Twitter. I had names like Dyne and Barrett and everyone in the cast, every single character, every single location, everything was muted on Twitter. So I was pretty like kept safe from any kind of conversation really about FF7 at the time as I was playing. So there were like a couple odd moments, but overall I was like, that was pretty good, especially because the acting was very good. The emotions of it kind of hit on like, similar things as in the original. Obviously the original being a little bit darker. But overall I liked it. Like I think there were people who like really raged against it in some way. But for the most part I liked it. It basically came out like, I like some parts in Rebirth better. I like some parts in original better. But I was kind of inoculated from a lot of the conversation. Wearing a blindfold for a full month before part 3 release. Yeah. I wonder why they changed it the way they did. I wonder why they changed it the way it turned out in Rebirth. Also in Zero Dark. Yeah. So we'll talk about maybe why they chose some things they chose. Some of it could even been like rating related in a way, in terms of like depiction of suicide or like killing a child, like those kinds of things could have even affected why they made certain decisions that they made. Let me look at some of the other things. I did think him having the weird metal ability was very weird. So we'll talk about that in a second. I have something to explain his arm and the whole metal thing from the Ultimania. It was a bit too flashy for my tastes and expectations. That was Kafka. Toolman, I kind of liked Final Fantasy TV's point on this. The scene itself is pretty good, but the Palmer fight being jammed right onto the end of it was a bad call, and the car chase. I mean, my initial gut instinct was, yes, I could have done without the Palmer fight. I kind of liked the chase, personally. Just giving the party a reason to sort of like get out of there was like fine for me. It didn't really like mess with the emotions of it. I can understand Palmer and how that could affect the emotions of the entire sequence, but I actually really enjoyed the chase, and even the music during the chase is actually really good. I still think Palmer should have been fought before Dyne, Barrett could show up in response to hearing the fight. You could have just completely omitted the Palmer fight, in all honesty, right? Like, you didn't really need it. And I heard this on the Final Fantasy V, speaking of that, from Soulman. I know in their conversation, they talked about, like, well, if they didn't have that scene, first time live, hey, thank you, Virtual J. So the, what was I gonna say? So they talked about how with the Dyne fight, with the Palmer fight, or like, I forget exactly, I think it might have been Excalibro during that conversation who said something along the lines of, if they hadn't had that Palmer fight, maybe people forget Palmer was even like a character in a way, especially when he comes back around for part 3. I still think there are a few Palmer scenes anyway, in the boardroom and even at the Gold Saucer. You could have still had him chase the party in the mech to escape. So I don't think you really needed that as a reminder of like who Palmer was. So that was like one explanation in people's minds. But I don't know. I don't think you really needed Palmer that critically, Palmer as a character is he's like the Bone Village of characters. Like, he was in the original, he was there, he's a little bit involved, but not that important. Like, it's not that critical to have him, and in that case they chose not to have Bone Village, and so I think they could have done the similar thing with Palmer. I just think the car chase is one of the worst implemented sections in the whole game from Kafka. Is it because of like the timing of the car chase, or Kafka, or is it some other element? Is it the actual, experience of the car chase? I'm curious on that. Alex Troy, his music during the fight was pretty sick though. Yeah, his music during the Palmer fight, was really sick. My issue stem more with the Dust Bowl section and Solemn Gus. Got it. We go back to some of these old ones. I still think Palmer should have been. Oh yeah, I already read that. The Palmer fight could have been what the party was handling during the Dyne scene. Give Barrett the space to do his thing. I mean, they kind of do though. Like, I just don't think you literally. I don't know how they could have literally done that any other way. Like, if they wanted to keep both. Because what they do is they leave Barrett with Dyne's body and run out to sort of like deal with Palmer and this sort of invasion of Shinra troopers. So Dyne does have his moment. You just don't see it. It's off screen while you're fighting. So even if you inverted it, I don't know how you would do it where, I don't know if like the party fights off Palmer, and then you cut to Dyne and Barrett having their thing together. I don't know. I don't know if that would work, especially because there would be no opportunity for Barrett to tell the party, hey, stay back, kind of thing. I don't know how you really do them overlapping in an interactive medium like a video game, where you have to have the player do both physically at the same time. If it were a TV show, you can maybe cut between simultaneously, although that would be weird. So I don't know. The Palmer fight. I read that. I get realistically why you might be forced to fight soon after a tragedy, but they don't have to do it every time. Yeah, I think a lot of times the pacing of the game, from like more emotional moments to other moments, they sort of like push themselves toward this like concept of like, oh, in reality you wouldn't have time to really process. But then the game also embraces its fantasy side when it comes to things like the air of death, and really like doing a crazy sort of version of that in some ways isn't realistic. So I don't know. I think John Bentley is my favorite VA in the cast. I think I'm catching up to where I was. Sample size and it's 12. Yeah. Look, I'm not a big streamer, so it's not going to be the greatest or most scientific poll. Rebirth did review copies, although that makes me wonder if I could find a poll on like some forum that might have a lot more responses. I wonder why they changed it the way it turned out in Rebirth. Oh yeah, we talked about that. We talked about some of this. Oh, Shadow Hunter, so sorry, I missed your raid. I don't know if you're still here. I was catching up with chat earlier, and didn't come through. Hey, thanks for raiding in, Shadow Hunter, if you're still here or not. Let me do the shout out to you, Shadow Hunter. I don't know, it says what you were playing. I'm used to like those bots kind of like giving an update on what they were playing. Maybe I have to set that up. But let me know, Shadowhunt, what you're streaming. What Rebirth does better is that they have the voice acting and graphics. Virtual J. I really didn't like the scene. I love the OG. I also really didn't like Palmer's involvement. Serendipity, I'm at work and just listening. I don't know if it was said already, but I don't get the weird Resident Evil powers Dyne had. We'll talk about that. First time. Oh yeah, I already got that. Spots in. We need to fight, but I think it's a good fight in a vacuum. The scene is great, but I don't think the death hits as hard. Just doing the fight was pretty sick. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. I actually stemmed with the Dust Bowl. We talked about that. Turquoise Hammer. Trivia. Nomura, Katase, and Habagachu have all cited it as their favorite scene in the game, or at least one of them. Nomura and Katase both said they preferred it to the OG. Katase says he didn't feel like the OG felt emotional, which is interesting. We'll talk about that in a bit because we'll watch the original and we'll sort of like take another good look at it. Kafka, regarding my opinions about the car chase, I think it was mechanically just a bit too simple, repetitive, and long. I didn't mind having a car chase section there, but I'm not a fan of the execution. The weird thing about the execution is definitely like how you have to, the aiming of the, the actual aiming reticule, and then the control of the sort of like truck's position on screen. It was a little clunky for sure. And I'm sure it'll haunt me here in hard mode, because I remember hard mode, that chase being hard as shit in hard mode, because of that. I loved it in the OG, him being like, I want to destroy everything, even Marlene, and then jumping because he knows what mess made, because he knows that's mess, something in funky in the write up there. But yeah, it made you emotional. I prefer to G, but I like that Dyne saved Barrett again, but this time to unload his guilt on his guilt on Barrett, and escape his own reality. That was too much for him. I always thought him rambling about killing his daughter was stupid, so I'm glad they changed it. I've heard a couple people sort of like talk about that, and how it also sort of like rips them away from like having any kind of sympathy for him. Kevin 92, you think they will stick with Palmer being run over, or is that too graphic for them to include? They better include the truck hitting him in what's it called, Rocket Town. They better still do that in some way. To be fair, I don't think the point is to feel emotional that Dyne died, but more so feel for Barrett losing his friend, which I think is still felt with Rebirth. I don't think it needed a lot of times to process it as well, but still can understand reasons people didn't like being rushed into a fight. Yeah. The track during the chase is, in my opinion, the #1 underrated banger in the game. Okay, Turquoise Hammer with a bass take. Yes, that song is so damn good. Mostly because it's totally inaudible under the SFX of the chase. I can see they did it with mouse and keyboard. Oh, for the PC version? Yeah. BBC was my Final Fantasy content creator, but I always disagreed with him on this. I like this version better than the OG. Now, the fight with Palmer right after is very weird, of course, but there are two separate scenes to be judged. So speaking of that song, now that really wants me to like do something a little off, in terms of what I was planning. Let's see, bring it up, because that song is so good. Oh shoot, what is the name of the song? So Rebirth chase song. Shoot. How to find it? I used it for my my video at one point. Let's see if I can find my music list. Rebirth music. Oh, is this it? Carry the Guilt, I think. Let's find out. Let's turn off just chatting music. It's the scene. This is like during the chat with Dyne. So no, not that song. Shoot. I don't know what the name of that track is. Maybe I can't find it. Well, we'll hear it in the game, I guess. But if anybody finds the actual track that plays during the chase, let me see if I can Google it real quick. What is the song that plays during chase out of corral? So I don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll hear it during the game. Let me see if I can find a poll about whole FF7 Rebirth Dyne scene. No action. Usually there's like some kind of like poll on NeoGAF or Game FAQs or something. But I can't find it. So anyway, all that said, so let's talk a little bit about the scene, because I have it here as a topic. Where are my topics at? These updated? They are not. So we have a few topics, and I would jumped hot and heavy into oh, where are my topics at? Yes, I know I made it. Topics, here we go. So we had a few topics today. Sorry, this the start of this stream is all over the place, between sandwiches and going through the poll results and chat. These are this week's. So you'll see we have, earlier those were last week, yeah. So here we have, we're gonna compare the original Dyne scenes to Rebirths. You're going to talk about how stories stumble into brilliance sometimes, and you'll understand why I have 1970s Al Pacino next to Zach once we actually get to that. And then I want to talk about the powerful addition of degradation, which I meant to talk about last week, but didn't really talk about it too much. I meant to bring it up in the scene where like Cloud is sort of like stumbling as they reach Corel and the reactor, and Cloud almost throws himself over the edge, just like the other clones or the other rope guys. And how interesting it's been to sort of like give him this added real thing that is like part of the world lore, in terms of like how pretty much all soldiers are, you know, will inevitably have this future where they become like one of the rope guys. And so he sees that as his real, he's just constantly staring at it throughout the entire game. When you like stumble, when you come out of the Mithril mines, you see the clones, and the camera does so many times where they like kind of rack focus between Cloud and one of the road guys. They do it again in what's it called? We were just there. Costa del Sol, when they first arrive in Costa del Sol, it's again another like rack focus between Cloud and the rope guys staring at them. So he's constantly staring at these people who were former soldiers, that's been established, who now look like this, and he relates it to himself, thinking that he's going to have that same fate, basically. In reality, you know, I believe his SL, so he doesn't fall to degradation. He doesn't have that same fate, but he believes that. And then in this chapter, as we'll see, he meets Doc Sheeran, and Dr. Sheeran sort of gives him the same speech and sort of gives him that exposition of like, oh yeah, all these soldiers end up like this. In fact, would you mind donating some of your blood so that we can sort of like look into this even more? And Cloud doesn't want to. You know, you could say maybe that's because he's in fear of, you know, getting the answer. You could say in a way that maybe he even, not even consciously, but somewhat is afraid of being revealed as not being a soldier. I don't think he consciously knows that. That could be like an even further layer under the surface. So there's a lot of reasons why he wouldn't want to give his blood. I mean, the first thing I always related it to was him just not wanting to like face the reality of being a soldier, and being just like these other guys who sort of like degrade. And then obviously in the Gaga scene with Tifa, he talks about feeling like he's falling apart, you know, and he talks explicitly about degradation. So, you know, adding that element from Crisis Core, I think is so good. I'm not a big fan of a lot of things in Crisis Core. And just because like writing wise, I don't think it's particularly amazing, especially when it comes to like dialogue and the actual like execution of things. I think some of the story elements are pretty good, and Sleep Easy's video really kind of outlines a lot of those things. But the actual like execution of a lot of things in Crisis Core aren't amazing. But things like degradation show that there is a lot of value to some of the, you know, structural lore things that Crisis Core added to FF7, because now that they're able to use that in the remake series, it's really contributing to the fall of Cloud. And one of the things is the sense of like, one of the things the series is doing really well is basically the concept of like plausible deniability, right? Like, it's plausible that Cloud is falling to degradation because he believes he's a soldier. And then also like it's plausible that Aerith is alive or Aerith is dead, or it's like everything is sort of plausible to a certain degree, especially up to now. It's plausible that it's actually a sequel to the original FF7. It's plausible that it all just layers back into the original in a way because it's using a lot of the same concepts, a lot of the same plot points. So it's very plausible and very reasonable why there are people who think, oh no, it's just the original game, just slightly, you know, shuffled around a little bit and a little bit reimagined, but it's going to be exactly the same. We're going to lead directly into Advent Children. You know, it's each theory at this point is pretty plausible. And I think that's one thing they've done really well throughout this whole trilogy, is like having that plausible deniability on sort of like any kind of like concept or read on a lot of different things. Hollowed Out, Tifa, and Aerith seem quite sure that he will not degrade. It's the SLs. Our boy is good, for sure. But he doesn't realize that, yeah. Roche, unfortunately, not so much. That good chunk of Genova that Hojo used on him. Goddamn, I hate Hojo, yeah. Everything Crisis Core did with Zack and Zack alone is what I love mostly. Everything else is a big hit or miss. And, they've done it too well, damn. We just want to know what we're playing, yeah. So I have my cold brew as well. Might need to add a little more sugar to that. Well, let's talk about this Dyne scene, the original Dyne scene, especially having Turquoise Hammer here, who helped me with some of this. Because like I said, for a lot of the Hold on, I need to shift where windows sit real quick. Because for the most part, I wasn't super critical, and I still am not incredibly critical of the Dyne scene in Rebirth. So let's kind of like talk about the original Dyne scene a bit and some of the. Why isn't it? Something. I don't understand. There we go. Let's talk a little bit about the original Dyne scene. So again, Jesus. So we talked a bit about these poll results. But let's talk a little bit about specifics related to the original. And so again, some of this is definitely I gotta give a huge shout out to Turquoise Hammer, who presented some of these some of this analysis to me. He is working on the Last Elixir video all about this topic. I won't spoil or say too much. And I'm sure there'll be much more details than what I cover here. But so stay on the lookout for that, because those guys do incredible content, incredible videos. So they're doing one about this topic, and I'm looking forward to it for sure. So some background on some of the changes that happened from the original, that sort of like affect the impact of the Dyne sequence, for a lot of people, for 50 something percent of people in this chat, who like the original better. So on the left here on this screen, you can see the original sort of like Corel village, or the remains of it in a way, including like a house that may or may not be Barrett's. He never directly addresses it as far as I'm aware. I rewatched that scene of like him in the house, but there are people in the house, or they have, it's essentially not just a prison like it is in Rebirth, where essentially the gold saucer has been put up, and this town around the base of the gold saucer was really created for housing for employees, and then it became what it came in terms of like Corel prison, how it's defined in Rebirth. But in the original, you actually have the town itself, and it's sort of like these remains that Shinra has built the gold saucer on top of, and so it relates to sort of like themes. The house, it does specify the village mayor's house. Okay. And so on the right hand side, you can see the village. If you go to the pause screen. Oh, okay. And so on the right hand side, you see the village. What Corel Village was. And there are a few things to know. So one, it's a pretty big village that there's no real remnants of in Rebirth. It's just kind of like an empty desert, with the Corel prison they plopped in under the gold saucer that was originally for like housing for people who constructed the gold saucer and then became what it is. But in the game, in the original, you have like the full town, and you see it get burned down. And it's surrounded by this very like forested area. Hey, Radcliffe, what's up? And it's surrounded by this like forested area, which obviously now is all gone, not just because of the fire, but because of how the gold saucer has sucked up the sort of like life around it, which I think Dio talks about at one point in Rebirth, or somebody talks about how it just sucks up all these resources from the surrounding area. And I think Dio put something in place to sort of like help limit that a little bit. But I forget the exact lore. We'll hear about it in Rebirth. But either way, it eats up the environment around it. As you can see, this wooded area that was in the original. And then there's a beat also that happens here that, to be completely honest, I actually forgot about. I forgot that Barrett said these lines of dialogue in the original, because I know Barrett talks about him admitting his real motivations, but I remember it more in the Highwind moment later in the game, where to me that was the first time I really internalized him saying this notion, where it wasn't really about saving the planet all that much. It was actually about, wanting to get revenge on Shinra, but he does say it here in Junon. So he says, I act all passionate about saving the planet, but in the end, all I want is to get back at Shinra, and I only want to satisfy my own thirst for vengeance. So here starts to reveal some of his deeper motivations, beyond just wanting to protect the planet and save the planet, which again, I first clocked later in the Highwind, but he does talk about it here. And so this is some thinking on sort of the difference. That line is missing from the OG localizations. That's probably why you don't remember. Oh, okay. So this is from the Shinra Archaeology cut. Sorry, this is from the Shinra Archaeology cut. So you're saying that these lines of dialogue weren't in the OG localization? I can't, why this is cut then. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's actually interesting context, because it sort of like moves that arc for him later in the game. They're in the Japanese, but were left out in the English. Got it. Okay, so Japanese players of the original got this text, but for whatever reason, English players, all of us, didn't get this text in the original. So for us, for me at least, as a kid, Barrett finished his arc in that sort of like admission and confession of his motivations in the Highwind toward the end of the game. But here's some thinking on the difference. So in OG, the scene is bookended by Barrett finally admitting he never cared about saving the planet and that he's just in it for revenge on Shinra. He showed on with Dyne starts the next part of his arc, which is realizing his true reason for fighting other than revenge, being Marlene. This is emphasized by probably the darkest part of the scene, where Dyne says he's going to kill Marlene. Isn't until then that Barrett decides he has to fight his friend. In Rebirth, all of this is omitted. And then some more sort of like detail around the thematic importance of some of these elements. So to emphasize the placement of Gold Saucer over Corel Village and its relationship to FF7's themes is very important in a game that's all about facades. The Gold Saucer is a fabrication to hide Shinra's crimes. It rises from the ashes of Corel. Dyne also rises from the ashes, but he's lost something in the process, as he says. He's become a hollow husk of who he was. Barrett has also begun to recognize the facade he's put on, but the difference between him and Dyne is having Marlene and other loved ones to stay alive for. So I think this is really well said in terms of like the thematic importance of like how things were depicted in the original, especially because this is right. Like FF7 is a lot about facades. Obviously, Cloud, his journey and his arc is all about facades. But obviously here too, in terms of the context of the Gold Saucer, what it represents, and then Dyne and how he reflects that. I think is really interesting. It's something I never really thought about when I thought about the scene and the sequence in the original. So to some extent, I think like how you take the Rebirth version of the Dyne scene really depends on like how much meaning you soaked out of the original. Like if you got all of this, ironically, subtext out of like the environmental storytelling and whatnot of the original, including the things on this slide. So the first, which I did recognize, which I always clocked back in the original, of the graves for Marlene and Eleanor, which I do miss. I do kind of wish those were still in Rebirth. Hey, Pazzo, what's up? I saw you survived your 24-hour stream. I remember waking up. So Pazzo was doing a 24-hour stream recently. He's a streamer who's done 100% of all of basically the FF series minus FF16. So I followed him and I've watched a couple of his playthroughs of FF games. So he was doing a 24-hour stream on Friday. I know he didn't make it all the way through the 24 hours because I woke up the next morning and I was just curious. I flipped onto Switch and I was like, I wonder if he's still on. And he wasn't. He tapped out by the time I woke up. Still tired, but I'm here for the lore. So anyway, in the original playthrough, made it 21.5 hours. Yeah. So in the original, obviously you have this in terms of the graves, which I do wish were in Rebirth. But the other thing, which I honestly never really thought about until it was pointed out to me for this stream, but on the side, there's a stockpile of guns and blueprints spread out on the table, hinting Dyne's attack was planned over time and it's in a ruined house, which it's never outright said, but could even be the home that Dyne had back in the day, like back before everything was burned down and destroyed. So there's a lot of environmental storytelling going on in the original scene as well that isn't present in Rebirth. And so I can understand if you were attached to all of this context, including like even some of this subtext around, you know, the what the burning of Corel village and the putting up of the gold saucer above it, and then all of this sort of environmental storytelling, like I was saying, if you sort of like read into all of that, I can understand especially why you would then see the Rebirth scene and feel like, man, it's missing so much. It's missing all of this sort of like additional context that made it so powerful, which to me, truthfully, I didn't really pick up on a lot of those things aside from the graves, right? So for me, a lot of my focus always in the scene, in the sequence over time, was just like the interaction between Barrett and Dyne. And then probably the biggest change there is, as we'll see, because we'll rewatch the scene in a second, is Dyne sort of coming to this decision that, oh, Eleanor is all alone, and I need to take Marlene to her and basically kill Marlene. And then he decides, to then throw himself off into the ravine and kill himself and basically do what the Fall didn't do originally. In Rebirth, he kind of talks about it, right? He talks about, I know what I have to do to see Eleanor and Marlene again, but I just can't do it. He just can't kill himself, even though he does essentially do suicide by cop when he faces the Shinra troopers and they kill him. Even though he's also defending Barrett in that situation, who in that moment is defenseless because he's dropped his gun and everything. So they definitely changed the resolution of this scene. I feel kind of like crazy personally to not be as affected by the change in terms of like his suicide, because I understand the poetry of it, like in the original. I think it is good. But I wasn't as personally let down by, him not throwing himself off a ledge. And in some ways, I remember when I first played this game, the very first time I played the original, I remember being like, well, he survived one fall already, so who's to say he's actually dead after that? I know it's very much implied that he did die, but in some ways, it was like, well, he survived the fall before. So like, I don't know. I understand his sacrifice and why he decides to do it. But I think there's something potentially to the Rebirth version where essentially he still is dying. So I don't know. I personally, I'm a little torn on all of this in terms of, I think ultimately probably the OG has a lot more meaning baked into it, especially for Dyne as a character. Whereas I think Rebirth is maybe a little more oriented around like Barrett and what it's trying to do in terms of this concept of like carrying the guilt and all that. So I think it's constructed differently. And I think like there's some parts of it I like better in Rebirth and other parts I like better in OG. It's really hard for me to, it's not as clear cut as like other scenes, right? Where I think like Seto and Red 13 or Nanaki. I think that whole execution in the original for me was a lot better, a lot more impactful than the Rebirth version, especially because the lack of time to let that scene soak in weirdly affected me even more. Because, Nanaki runs up does his like little speech to his dad, and then immediately Ginatak shows up and just shifts the entire focus away from that. And then you go literally go follow him. The story goes on and on and on and on for like another hour or so before you return. And then the Naki one more time runs up to his dad and says, "I'll make you proud, Dad," or whatever he says. So it literally like interrupts, distracts, and takes you away even more than the Palmer fight. Like in the Palmer fight, you fight him, you kill him, and then you come back and you still have a nice long scene or longer-ish scene where Cloud and Barrett have their little interaction. Barrett talks about like, you know, what kind of dad are you as they're like driving away. So you have a little bit more resolution, a little bit more quicker, like a little more closer to this scene in Rebirth versus say the Seto scene where you have the whole Gi part interrupt sort of that moment between Red 13 and his dad. So in some ways I'm bothered more by that than I am by the Rebirth version of the Dyne scene. But we'll play it. But with that in mind, let's actually watch the Shinra Archaeology version of the original Dyne scene, which I cut for this. Let me just resize and fit the video, and let's watch the original scene in its entirety, basically. They really did have a hard time letting things just settled in. Sephiroth, if anything, I think I don't like Dio flexing over bodies and then making a less of a mystery if Barrett attacked people versus knowing it was Dyne. Yeah, I remember there being a lot of conversation about that in terms of like in the original, they have the fake out, right? Of like, you think that Barrett could have done the shooting. I think they wrote it in a way in Rebirth, and Cloud basically speaks to it where he's like, there's no way Barrett would do this. And then he even gives the explanation that like he would, you know, he wouldn't shoot out the cameras. So he could be very clear. Like Barrett wouldn't want to, you know, give a show and all that, which links back to Remake Part 1, where Barrett is like, you know, grabs the drone or like talks directly to the drone as they're escaping or as they're doing the Reactor 5 bombing. And he thinks he's on TV. So like there is some of that. I you know, I to some extent I also really like that in the original. I remember in the original thinking like, oh shit, did Barrett lose it? I wonder if after almost 2 games with Barrett, if it would have even been believable. So I think they just like cut that off at the head. They were like, maybe they assumed that players just wouldn't think Barrett would go on this like shooting rampage. Like in the original, he's still fairly new. Like, the entire game is like pretty new. You're like, I don't know, 10 hours or so into the game. And so you think maybe Barrett does lose it, but now you've been with Barrett for 50, 60 hours, you know, all together between the 2 games. I just don't know how believable it would be. So I don't know if that mystery would really hit the same. And I think it speaks to something that's really hard for a remake that I was thinking about in terms of this scene is I think we go into these scenes and we want the scenes to give us the same exact emotional feeling that we had the first time that we experienced it. And it's just really hard for anything to sort of like do that. You know, to have like those same genuine emotions a second time over. I don't know how possible that is in a way. And actually, a lot of times in Rebirth, the scenes that kind of pull me in the most and I have some genuine emotional response to are actually the ones I feel a little bit new, right? Like the Rufus scene at the march in Junon, where we talk to him directly in front of everyone. It's like, oh shit, this is, oh, what's happening? Oh, like there was an instinctive emotional reaction that you have because it's this new stimuli and you're like, oh shit, what's going on? Similar thing with Tifa in Gungaga when she falls in and uses the live stream sequence with her. It's like, oh my god, whoa, 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 whoa. Like you're kind of like consciously matching emotions in scenes that were similar to the original, but in those newer scenes, you're almost having like new emotions. Um, so similarly in the church in chapter 14 with Aerith, when you're doing your little goodbye to her and she like gives you the white materia and throws you off, like you're having like a real genuine first time emotional response to sort of that scene. But then when he gets to the death, you are immediately, comparing to the emotions that you felt when you played it in the original for the first time. Um, and I know the devs have basically talked about that's part of their motivation for all the new stuff, where it's like, I think it was there was a Katase quote or a Nomura quote. I think it was Katase, where he's like, they were fearful of getting to the Nibelheim flashback in the remake trilogy, and you being like, oh yeah, I know all this. Yeah, I know all this. Um, and not having like a real true emotional response to it. Ironically enough, the Nibelheim flashback is pretty faithfully done in Rebirth. And I did kind of have that reaction to the Nibelheim flashback where it was like, it was good. But like I was like, in my head, I was a little bit like, yeah, I know all this. And I got more excited when Sephiroth was gaslighting Cloud around like, is Tifa real or not? And then Tifa and Cloud have their argument on the roof. Like those scenes I was really sucked into. But yeah, I don't know. There's this balancing that they're trying to do, I think, in the process of making a remake that's really difficult. Puppy Chew, yeah, I feel like new players wouldn't fall for it, so may as well not try to force it. Yeah. Circus Hammer, I think it would have reflected poorly on the party if they suspected their friend of indiscriminately shooting civilians after all they've been through. Yeah. I get a weird feeling Rufus might be like a playable character for a temporary part or a temporary party member in the next game. I've thought about that also, actually. I have thought about that. The other thing about the original depiction of everything, I do wish that it was a little more, it didn't have to be like gory, but I do wish it was a little more violent, because I think the other thing in the Rebirth version of this scene is that there's like a couple of tarped bodies. There's like two small, it looks like 6 people have maybe been killed in this attack. And Dio says like there was a rampage and a lot of people, like civilians and staff, were injured or killed, but it doesn't feel like a large mass of people were killed, unlike in the original, where as soon as you get to the battle arena, there's like a body drops in front of you and there's like bodies everywhere as you walk in. So in terms of like how it seems like to the point in the PowerPoint of like, it seems like Dyne has been planning this for like years. It feels like, yeah, he executed a plan where he really took out a whole bunch of people, right? And in Rebirth, it feels like it's implied that it's the first time it's happened and he's only took a few bodies. It's like, if he spent all this time planning this and this is his revenge on Shinra, is like taking out a handful of people, it's like, okay, well, that was kind of pointless. So the attack feels more substantial in the original compared to in Rebirth. I think that may be a rating issue. Exactly, yeah. I think the rating thing probably got in the way there, which is why they couldn't use blood. I'm sure like they had to mask the blood and like use tarps over the bodies and stuff, but there just could have been more, outlines or tarps over like bodies or whatnot that's implied. I don't know. I feel like I've played some teen rated games that like have more to them. I know like Japan's ratings are a bit different. And they're a lot more, I think, censored on some of that stuff. Yeah, this show was a little more like, carnage there. So let's catch up. I really wish I've rated mature to do more of that. Yeah, but the funny part is the bullet holes are in the wall before the shooting. Oh, really? Like if you look at the map, that's funny. Same, but I get why they would not want to do that for the better sales. Although we talked about this on stream before. I don't know if we talked about it on stream before. I talked about it in Finney's chat when we read it into Very Finney a while back, and we are talking about Rebirth. This is just such a big myth in my mind. This whole like T-rated games sell better. And it's like a similar thing with like PG-13 movies. There's this like, you know, kind of like old adage in the movie business that like PG-13 is like you sell way more than like R-rated. But I feel like that's changed dramatically. Like there are R-rated movies. Some of the best-selling movies in terms of like sales, even these days, are like actually R-rated. There's like a lot of like R-rated movies that do incredibly well. Like I think Deadpool Wolverine did incredibly well at the box office. But it's even better. Gaming is even a better example of that dynamic, where some of the top selling games ever and every year are M-rated games. Call of Duty games are all M-rated. Resident Evil games are M-rated. Grand Theft Auto is the #1 selling game of all time by a massive fucking margin. And that is the most M-rated you can get. The most inappropriate a game could be in some ways is Grand Theft Auto, and it has made more money than God. So like I just don't really think it's true that teen-rated games sell well. And then we look at the sales of like the FF7 games, teen-rated, it hasn't really helped. Plus, who are playing Final Fantasy games? If we did a poll of the age of the chat in this stream, it's up there. Like, Final Fantasy, you know, I'm sure they hate the fact, but it's a bit of a boomer franchise right now. So I mean, let's just be real. Who's buying these games? It's a much older demographic, and I don't think being teen rated really limits you that much, given the examples of Resident Evil, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto. It's easier to buy an M-rated game nowadays. Just gotta say you're 18 and an account. Yeah. I don't get all that it's level up. So let's watch this version of the original. I'm at the pause in some places because the dialogue kind of goes quickly. Dyne, is that you? Right? I don't know if it's just Japanese mindset or what, but they seem to be scared to go mature games unless they're horror. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's a Japanese thing either, but I've heard it generally speaking that there's this belief that like, because even that stretches into the movie business too, where there's also a belief that PG-13 movies do better than R-rated movies. I feel like it sort of goes against the core audience to make FF7 Remake Trilogy kid friendly, since you stated the core audience and fan base are older people. Oh, that's a voice I ain't heard in years. Voice I can never forget, even if I wanted to. I always knew we'd meet up. I always knew we'd meet again someday. That you were still out there somewhere, living life with the same gun arm I got. Listen, Dyne, her voice, I can hear it now. Questions it. Eleanor's voice. She's begging me not to hate your rotten guts. So what was interesting is that when I played Rebirth for the first time, I thought this was new. And I just played the original before playing Rebirth. Like I played like December, January of 2023 into 24, as like prep for Rebirth. But I completely forgot that Dyne says this, unless this is like added for Shinra Archaeology Cut. I don't know. But I always thought that was like new in the Rebirth version, where as like a relationship to the worlds sort of thing. It's the only reason I never hunted you down. I know I was a fool. I ain't asking for forgiveness. What the hell are you doing in this place? Killing folks who got nothing to do with what happened. Why, Dyne? And Dyne's little monologue here, I think is so good, and I do miss it from the Rebirth version. Why? The hell does it matter why? You think the dead care why they were killed? You think the people of Corel feel better hearing Shinra's excuses? I was like, oh god, that's such good dialogue of like Barrett wants to know why, and Dyna's like, does why matter, right? Like, you think the dead care why they were killed? Of course not. You think the people of Corel would feel better hearing Shinra's excuses? Of course not. Like, fuck Shinra. I don't care what their excuses are. Like, you know, the why doesn't matter. Fuck your why. Ain't no reason to it. Bullets and bullshit. That's all you get. And if you're lucky, the world that's left behind, a world of despair, a world of emptiness. So again, it's like speaking to then Dyne's mentality and how he views things, which is all very valid, especially given that he's been left with nothing, right? He doesn't have Marlene. He thinks she's dead. He thinks his wife is dead. He thinks Corel is gone. His best friend is gone. Um, there's dialogue. That dialogue stood for a while. What, not satisfied? Not satisfied? Fine. I'll tell you why. Because I want to tear it all down. The people of this city. The city itself. Dyne and Sephiroth to be friends. Yeah. The whole damn world. There ain't nothing or nobody left for me here. Corel, Eleanor, Marlene, all gone. So then obviously then Barrett says, you know, oh, Marlene's still alive. So you see how much shorter this interaction is compared to the original, or compared to Rebirth. So like it very quickly gets to the Marlene thing and then it flips there. So I understand like if they're trying to reorient things, find space for the Dyne fight or the motivation for the Dyne fight. I guess it all really depends on what they did with Dyne, right? Like if they were gonna go that far to have him talk about killing Marlene, which you could. I understand why he goes that dark in the original, and I remember there was a big shock value to it of like, oh my god, this guy's really lost it. But there was a conversation on Final Fantasy TV that I thought was pretty good that was about how like, you know, would you have any more sympathy left for Dyne, which I think is the point, right? Like you don't have any more sympathy left. You feel, you go, okay, I need to fight this guy. They're both valid, two different versions, right? Because like in the original, the instigation for the fight is, okay, this guy is really far gone. He wants to even take Marlene and kill her. We can't let that happen, obviously. So we'll fight him and do that. In Rebirth, it's a little more anchored in Dyne's anger in a way, the reason for the fight, where it's like this guy from my past who's still buddy with like Shinra people, like he's hanging out with a soldier. He's come back. It's like fuck him. I'm not even gonna listen to him. I no interest in anything Barrett has to say. Instead, I'm just gonna take him out too. I'm gonna kill him. So that instigates the fight, basically, where only after they kind of like fight it out does Dyne give him any time of day, which also seems valid from like a character motivation perspective, right? That like Dyne wouldn't hear out anything Barrett would have to say. He would just decide, oh, this is another remnant from my past I have to get rid of. So I sort of get that take on things too. Marlene's still alive, Dyne. After you fell, I went back to town. I figured there was no way to escape. If nothing else, I wanted to die by Myrna's side. That was when I found her, your baby girl, Marlene. She's in Midgar. We can go see her right now. What do you say? Still alive. How about that? Well then, I guess there's no other way. You and me gotta fight. The hell are you saying? Eleanor's all alone, Barrett. I gotta take Marlene to her. Dyne, have you lost your mind? Marlene must want to see her mama, right? So, I mean, here, if you really want to be, like, if you don't want to be super attached to the original, you could poke at this a little bit, right? Like, in terms of, you know, obviously Dyne decides to die later on so that he would join Eleanor. But, like, in some ways, I question his mindset of, like, not having killed himself already, right? Like, if his primary thing is like, well, we just all gotta be reunited, I do question maybe why he didn't kill himself earlier. Seems like he was trying to do his like attack on Shinra first, and maybe this is his first opportunity to really do it. So he finally did it. But yeah, I don't know. There's ways to poke at this too. Stop it, Dyne. I can't afford to die here. What's dying matter? He gave him one life that day 4 years ago. So again, you have a little bit of conflicting, character perspective, right? Like he's like, I gave up on living, 4 years ago. But here he is still living on, despite believing in his mind that both Marlene and Eleanor are gone. So by that logic, could have taken yourself out. Again, maybe he was waiting to do the Shinra attack or the attack on Gold Saucer, and he finally did do it. Dyne did attack Palmer Group, so maybe he was waiting for a higher up of Shinra. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, yeah. Stop, damn it. I don't want to fight you, Dyne. And then they get into like the stay back between us, and then they fight. Dyne, don't come any closer. It wasn't just an arm I lost back then. Something else went with it. Something I couldn't replace. Where did it all go wrong? I don't know, Dyne. I don't know. This can't be the only way of solving things, can it? Didn't you hear what I said? I want to destroy everything. Every last thing, this crazy, senseless world, and me along with it. What about Marlene? What's gonna happen to her? Barrett, use your damn head. How old is Marlene back then? Even if I did go see her, she wouldn't recognize me. I do sort of like miss this part of the rationale though in Rebirth. Like he obviously goes straight to like the here he actually used the blood on his hands as sort of an afterthought. You'll see it here in a second. But his first thought is Marlene doesn't even know me, which is true. Marlene was a baby. He was like, even if I saw her, she wouldn't recognize me. What's the point? Like I'm not really her dad in her mind. You're her dad in her mind. And then his second point, like I said, it even feels a little tacked on. Besides, I can never carry her. These hands of mine, they've got too much blood on them. So it's like the secondary reason on top of everything. But in Rebirth, it becomes like the very first thing of like, you think I want her, you think I want Marlene to see her father like this? It's emotional. And it is sort of like the thing I remember most from the original scene is him saying that. But in a way, there was that added logic of like, dude, she doesn't know me at all. She was a baby, It's been 4 years. She's 4 years old now. Like I'm really nobody to her. And the first version of me that she's gonna meet is this broken version. I can't do that. Barrett. That pendant. Give it to Marlene. It was Eleanor's, a memento for my old lady. Got it. So Marlene's already 4. Barrett, don't you ever make her cry. Dyne? Dyne! I don't know, my emotes command refuses to work, but if I do it, it works. hand just got. Oh wait, so he says a little thing here. I forgot, I missed it. Dyne ain't no different from you. My hands got just as much blood on them as yours. And so like it cuts to another thing that was pointed out to me about this original scene is, you know, it's silent for the entirety of it. There's no music at all. And in the reasoning that I heard, it was like, oh, there's more time to sort of like soak it in because you get like even this like pulled out view of the broader map and this very long, you know, fade to black, which is true. But then, as a slight counterpoint, you do end up like going to Gus and doing chocobo racing. There's a little bit more dialogue here in terms of like Gus saying like, oh, you took out Dyne. Like, it's like, oh, you must have taken out Dyne. And it's like, that'll be even better because he really messed things up. He made things hard for people. It's like, hey, did you do him in Dyne? I mean, and then Barrett has a moment. You must have. We wouldn't be holding that otherwise. So Dyne's dead, and maybe now this place will calm down. That guy was always making trouble for everyone. And then Barrett defends him. Hell, do you know? And so there's like a little bit of a back and forth. But I mean, if we talk pacing, pretty quickly we're into fucking chocobo racing, right? So it's like there is. I mean, if you really wanted to poke at it, you could point to that aspect too. I think there is like, I think this defense of Dyne is a really nice moment and like adds to the resolution for Barrett in a way. So you do still have like a little bit of a secondary moment before you get to the chocobo racing. But yeah. Sephiroth, I do appreciate at the very least that they didn't make Barrett fight in the Palmer fight. Yeah. They do give him time to sit. Yeah. Which I feel like I heard someone bring that up on some stream at one point. Where it was like, I forgot what they said, but they were like, oh, Barrett doesn't have any time to process. And it's like, well, thank you for subscribing, Serendipity. Where he does have time. You just don't get to experience it as the player because you're busy fighting Palmer's ass shaking self. Theozilla. Even if the Rebirth version has dying due to suicide by cop instead of direct suicide, I wouldn't say that it's the same as making it kid friendly. It's still rated teen in North America. Teen isn't the same as E10 plus. I mean, yeah, E10 plus is like a whole different thing. Like, I don't know if like any real RPGs or, well, maybe like very kidly RPGs are, like Persona or something like that. You know, is not. What is Persona 5? I assume it's like teen rated. Persona 5 Royal rating. ESRB. Oh wow. Persona 5 Royal is M? Holy shit. Again, Square just needs to give up on this. Look at this. Fucking Persona 5. Persona 5 Royal. M rated. They just gotta give up on this teen rating thing. Like, what are we doing? Like, Persona 5 can go M rated and sell way more, by the way. Persona 5 has sold like, I don't know, 10 million copies or something. All Personas 5. There's a Persona that's literal penis. Oh, sure, the enemy that looks like a penis. Yeah. It's like, what are we doing, Square Enix? Like, what is this myth we're clinging to and keeping things teen rated for no fucking reason? Let's be real. Yeah, I think all of Abelis's RPGs. Yeah, like I expected Metaphor is M rated. Like I figured that. I mean, I played Persona 5. I mean, there is like adult topics or strong topics for sure. I just didn't realize it would also be. And like I don't remember like it being a very bloody game, or things like that. There's like disturbing things, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, this teen rating shit. It's just ridiculous. Suicides in them. Yeah. So, you know, those are like, we'll play the scene obviously here in this playthrough. But I think it'd be good. I think it was good to like chat out a lot of different aspects of the original. And then we'll, now that we've like done a proper deep dive on the original, we can play it when we get to it in the playthrough. But there's still another topic I want to talk about today. Before we get into the game, that is inspired by this video that I saw that was just really interesting. And given that so much of my content like relates to other forms of storytelling, like what's it called, like movies especially, I thought this video was really good, and it's kind of interesting and relates to some things that we know from FF7's development. So it was like all things that happened last minute
without free,
like the creation of Zack, which we watched that video before. So we're gonna watch this video. Let me bring it up. Move this. What if I just full screen it? Browser. Browser. There we go. Then we'll watch this. It's not very long. It's 9 minutes. But it's very interesting in terms of like the creation of like really famous movies and scenes and stories, or things in storytelling that we know are famous now, but their actual origins are very interesting. But that said, I need to run to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna send you to Yuffie. So hello. One more thing about the Dyne scene, as I was thinking about it, just now, was, oh, let me see what Yami Laz said. I mean, with Aerith dies, the player has to fight a boss right after, but people don't mind it because the emotion is augmented with the music. I guess the Dyne scene is different for some reason. Well, it's almost like an unrelated fight. The Palmer fight is like this unrelated, almost unrelated thing. That brings me to two things about the Rebirth version. So yeah, it's kind of like unrelated. Like we have to suddenly leave this emotional moment with Dyne to go fight Palmer that nobody wants to do. Even though the fight the mechanics of the fight, the music of the fight is actually really good. Like as a boss fight, it's actually really good. Like I remember when I first played it, I was like, be like, do I need to do this right now? Like, game, can you give me a minute? And I did the fight, and I was like, I was not wanting to do it. And then halfway through the fight, I was like, this fight's kind of fun though. Fight's kind of fun. Music is kind of bopping. It's kind of good. I was still like emotionally struggling with its like location though in a way. Um, but and like it is sort of like set up because Shinra has been like searching the desert. Elena has been like wandering in the desert, scouting. Which is also why the Shinra soldiers show up in the middle of the Dyne scene and start attacking. Which, in terms of like a direction thing, just I don't know how to do it better, but it really threw me off when the soldiers randomly showed up as like Dyne was in the middle of his speech, and he's like, who's gonna pay? He's like, oh, I know, it's Shinra, always Shinra, and then suddenly Shinra's there out of nowhere, and like their inclusion in the scene, even though it's been set up by Elena scouting, feels very, very, very sudden and out of nowhere, and there's just something about it that bugged the shit out of me. Even the first playthrough of it, like their inclusion in the scene bothered me, just because like I felt like it was a better way. Like I don't know if it's like camera, like how it's set up, like a shot maybe to like bring it in a little bit more cleaner. I don't know. He just starts shooting, and then suddenly we see he's shooting at Shinra troops. So it was always very weird. And then the I'm not like, yeah, it's very messy. It's very messy. So that obviously leads to then Palmer showing up because it's part of like this whole invasion of Shinra troops that are coming in. But yeah, that always bothered me. The other thing I'll say about the Dyne scene, I kind of want to wait until ads end because I realized the ad break started. So I kind of want people back for that.
Well,
So I will wait for the ads to come back to say the last thing I'll say. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to set up something where we had a couple subs today, which is great. And as you can see, I have a subscriber goal over underneath the chat. It's a pretty light goal. It's only 10 total. I think we're at 6 now. But I also want to set up because I could do a rebate or like a discount on subs, on gift subs at least. I gotta remember how to do that. How do I do? Yeah, here we go. Discount promo. So for the rest of stream, I'll set it for, let's say, 5 hours. Store my promo. So as a gift, 35% off of gift subs. I think it's only good for gift subs though. But yeah, it's 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. So so if you just want to subscribe for yourself, it's still regular price. But if you want to do a gift sub or like a group of a 5-pack of gift subs, you can get a 30%. You can get 30% off of doing that. But getting back to the other thing I wanted to say about the original scene. All right, good thing. Thanks, Turk, for stopping by. So the one thing about the original scene that I also want to talk about is I do think, like, despite the fact they took the line of like Dyne wanting to kill Marlene out, I do feel like I was a bit more sympathetic toward Dyne overall in the original. Like the story is just like a little more tragic overall. But the overall feeling of it feels a bit more tragic than it does in Rebirth. And the Rebirth version feels maybe a little bit more, like I said earlier, like a little more censored around like Barrett in a way. And I don't know, like I felt Dyne felt like a really memorable character in the original, and I don't feel he doesn't feel quite as memorable um in Rebirth in the remake trilogy. And that might be because of how they changed the scene. Um it could be because I just know the scene so well, I know the characters so well that maybe it just doesn't linger with me the same way. Like I'm not a new player, so I don't know if like somebody who doesn't know Final Fantasy VII, if they walk away and they remember, oh man, that Dyne scene, you know, there's no way for me to really know that, you know, like to know if it lingered with new players the same way that the Dyne scene lingered with me when I was new to it. Um, there's really no way to know, aside from like if they talked about it, um, which I haven't heard. So like I've seen emotional reactions to that scene in Rebirth among first time players. So it might be that impactful. It's just hard given my own frame of reference. I really don't know. I thought the new scene was much better. Radcliffe, interesting. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. We had a poll. Most people in chat sort of preferred the original. It was like a 7-4 split. Well, I guess 8. The total, it was one person, one vote said way better in the original. 7 people voted for good, but the OG was better. And 4 people voted for good and liking the Rebirth version more. I think the new scene gives more spotlight to Barrett, how he should carry the guilt, how his promises fall flat. I expect it to be mentioned again in the third part. That's a good point. Yeah, there was like such a callback in the Rebirth version, which just because we haven't watched it yet, it's hard to say, or it's hard to remember exactly. But that whole, you know, Dyne bringing up the whole, you know, obviously the carry of the weight, but also the line that he says at the start of the encounter, where he says, like, oh yeah, the thing about the shoulders, like to lean on the shoulders. Shit, what did he say exactly? It was the thing that he said in remake at the end, at the start of chapter 2, where you see the burning down Midgar, and he says, he'll take the weight off your shoulders, right? Like that's something that Barrett says to Avalanche, and then Dyne repeats it back to Barrett at the start of their scene. So you know this is sort of like a running thing that Barrett has said before, and it gets thrown back at him there. Personally, I always felt that Dyne initially wanted to kill Marley in the OG, ended up making him come off as more cartoonish, macabre, and thus more flat. The way Rebirth presented Dyne's behavior, I felt more real. Yeah, and I know that was something that came up in Final Fantasy V's conversation about the scene, where essentially Excalibur said that, especially for him as a father, which I'm not a father, so, but like for him as a father, like it really cut off all connection to Dyne for him, in the original when it gets to that point, because it's like, man, I really hold no sympathy for you now. Like I can never do that, which is part of the point, that you are supposed to see how he's like become disconnected to his humanity. But yeah, it does immediately strip away a lot of sympathy for him, to help keep the load off his shoulders. Yeah, I feel this redone Dyne scene was in part to help grow Barrett as a character, him wanting to now tell his daughter the truth and whatnot, which might come around in part 3. Yes. Yeah, so that's also the other thing that, you know, I talk about all the time, right? Oh shoot. Which I talk about all the time, like in my video, for example. Damn it. Where like so much of the trilogy is being built with the trilogy in mind, and sort of like the story that they want to tell within the trilogy. So in ways, the original scene did the Dyne tragedy really well, but in terms of like arcing Barrett, it's doesn't quite do exactly the same thing, you know, as it seems like they're maybe trying to do in the remake trilogy. So with that, we're going to talk about the second topic on this list, which is something done. Okay, not Dunrick. Something I like about the Rebirth dialogue and the live with that guilt line is comparing it against a totally unrelated scene Zack dying with Cloud and telling him he's his living legacy. It gives two of your main characters two very different perspectives on how they are facing loss in their lives, and how that can reflect in their respective personalities, even if Cloud's personality is, well, you know. So, Dunrick, we actually bring up something I was going to talk about when we played the scene. But yes, I was thinking of the same thing of like, there is a running theme of, you know, how do you live with guilt? And obviously that's been doubled down with the ending of Rebirth and like where Cloud is in terms of, well, right now he's like denying grief in a way. But you know, where they play with that thematically in part 3 is interesting. So the second topic this week is this idea of like how stories stumble into brilliance, and it was inspired by this video that we're gonna watch together. That is very much all about this topic of like it actually relates in some ways to Expedition 33. Anybody who's played that in chat, in terms of like the limitations that studio had as a new developer and how it sort of like forced them to make certain choices that in some ways were even more creative and sort of like helped their final product. Similar thing with FF7, right? The original FF7, they only had like 9 months or so to make it. And so they had to sort of like come to decisions very quickly and like make things work very quickly. And sometimes you have to like really stitch things together. So we watched a video a while back on stream. Yeah, funny enough, I don't read the ending of Rebirth as Cloud living in denial. Yeah, he's not, I don't know if he's living in denial, but he definitely doesn't seem to be like accepting the death. Even compared to the way he did in the original, right? Where he even thinks about quitting the journey at that point. But he decides to stick it out. So we watched a video a while back that was about how Zack was a very late addition to the entire development of the original FF7, and how much they had to like stitch together kind of existing sequences and maps and add things to it to sort of like make it work, which is kind of well known at this point, but that video did a really good job of like explaining it in detail. But basically he was a late addition to the whole development, and really obviously his addition and how that helped conclude the live stream sequence really ended up being the magical thing, in my opinion, of FF7 as a story. Like without that breakthrough, without that realization of who Cloud really is, and by contrast who Zack was, I don't think FF7 as a whole would be as memorable as it is. You know, now that we got the resolution of like Cloud finding himself is it's the crux for me of the original. But that was like a late breaking addition. And so this video is all about that. This video is all about how stories sometimes get their most iconic thing in the most unexpected, unplanned way. So let's watch that.
Without freedom of choice, there is no creativity.
I always thought the same thing. That great art comes from freedom. When artists are free...
Without freedom of choice, there is no creativity.
I always thought the same thing. That great art comes from freedom. When artists are free to do whatever they want. No rules, no restrictions, just pure creativity. That's what I believed. But then you start to notice something. I started digging into some of the most iconic artistic choices in film history to see if there was more to creativity than just the artist's vision and the freedom to bring it to life. And the more I looked, the more I began to notice something else at play. A pattern I hadn't expected. Imagine you're Steven Spielberg, and it's 1975. You're trying to shoot this movie, and everything seems so perfect and ready, except the mechanical shark doesn't work.
The shark is not working. The shark is not working.
What do you do?
What we did was, I just decided to shoot without the shark.
In the very first scene with the girl being pulled back and forth, this shark was supposed to be there. We only showed it later because we didn't have it earlier.
So they had no choice but to find other ways to shoot it. and let John Williams' score imply its presence.
I just played a lot of the fear from people in water. Seeing their legs kicking, a point of view of the camera moving. That's what I think turned the movie into a more of an exercise of suspense than just a horror film.
So, if it hadn't been 1975 with all the technical limitations,
I would have had the digital tools to have much more of the shark in the movie. Therefore, I would have ruined much more of the movie. So I was saved by the breakdown in technology 30 years ago.
at first I thought.
So very interesting, right? Especially since like Jaws is used as a reference point for FF7 and Sephiroth. In the original, it really was a reference point for the original, where they decided to have a lot less Sephiroth, just like the shark in Jaws, right? Where he's sort of like lingering in the background, you know about him, but the little bits of his presence really add to like you do get some of the shark in Jaws, but it's much later, and so much of the movie is just the tension building around it. But it wasn't what was originally planned. Shit not working made the movie better, yes, including from Steven Spielberg's perspective. So it's interesting though, because you think back on Jaws, or people reflect on Jaws, and they're like, oh, it's such a brilliant choice, such a bold risk to decide to like not show the shark and let that sort of like linger in the background, and all the things that he just talked about here, where it's like, you know, using the camera shots of the legs and building the tension. That was not intended originally, right? But they got to that eventually. Which is also, you know, like I talk a lot about what it seems like the intentions of the Rebirth trilogy or remake trilogy. But some things might not be intended. And some things might, you know, I even to wonder to some extent how much the developers originally back in 97, how much they expected people to really cling to the Dyne storyline, right? Like Turk was in chat saying that trivia of like some of the developers don't think the original one was like this incredible work. But fans definitely clung to it as this like really great sequence. So sometimes as a creator, you have an idea in your mind, but you have to do something different, or the audience clings to something you don't expect. It's all a very messy process, which is just interesting. But there's even more to this video. Let me play.
I thought this was just a clever workaround, a lucky accident that happened to work. But then I saw it again. Imagine you're Alfred Hitchcock and it's 1946. You want to film these great actors in a passionate scene, except there is this problem. The Hays Code doesn't allow lustful scenes, and the studios are advising to keep kisses generally around 3 seconds. What do? You break the kiss into pieces. A kiss?
Yeah, that's a good point, Sephiroth. It reminds me of a point made: just because you can read an intention in an artist's work doesn't mean that it was the intention made by the artist when it was made. Definitely. And, you know, given how I frame up my videos, because I do try to unpack what I think is some of the creative subtext, as I call it, some of the creative intention, I always do feel like I try to caveat as much as I can that, like, I'm interpreting. Like, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I don't know if this is all part of their plan or not. But here's what I'm feeling, right? And that's how I try to frame it up. Toolman, hey, can't hang out too much, but the streams are great so far. Have a great Sunday and week, fellas. Thank you, Toolman. Daniel Sloss, who said that.
Break the
Let
kiss.
me bring it back a little bit more.
What do? You break the kiss into pieces. A kiss?
So as you'll see in this sequence, this also made this scene, I don't even know this scene until this movie, but much better, right? If like the intention was to originally do a really long kiss scene to really like imbue the passion of the moment, but because they literally can't have longer than 3 seconds, they had to sort of make it more intermittent. But in doing that, you'll see it actually makes it more powerful.
A pause. A whisper.
It's nice out
A
here.
3-second kiss again. They walk. Another kiss. Another pause. He stretched the moment across almost 3 minutes. Instead of reducing the intimacy, it amplified it. And so this made me wonder, what if constraints,
which was so good, right? Like actually watching that, even though I don't know the source material, it is actually even more passionate. Theo Zella, the fact that the remake project is multiple installments should also never be understated in how much it affects and shapes stuff, both narrative and game design wise, 100%, which is something I've definitely talked about in terms of like certain elements like Zack and the use of Zack. I think they're thinking the long term, right? Like, what is it going to shape? How is it going to shape out? Was that Casablanca? Really? I've seen Casablanca. I just didn't remember that scene, I guess. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I didn't remember that. Was that Hitchcock? Now I'm like very curious. Did fucking Alfred Hitchcock do Casablanca? You don't think of that as a Hitchcock movie. You think of like the horror movies with him, like Psycho, Rear Window, etc. Now, Michael Curtis was the director of Casablanca. So yeah, I don't know what movie that was. But yeah, just very interesting in terms of like how they're using everything. You have to see it over the stretch of time. Anna Bobana, and this is why so many of golden era of Hollywood actors defended the way things were filmed back then. People like Cary Grant and others said it forced directors to get creative around writing and directing to skirt around the regulations 100%. And I feel like even some things to talk about here, he's about to talk about constraints and how it helps. There's a book that I've read before. Ad break about to start, by the way. Let me see if I can snooze it. I'll just snooze it real quick. There's a book called Beautiful Constraints, and it's all about how, you know, constraints or working within constraints can really help you, you know, elevate a creative work, and like force you to like really think more creatively about things. And there are times where I do feel like not adhering to constraints does hurt the remake trilogy. Even at times it's like, we can do this, so let's jump to this other scene, you know, let's add music in this other sequence, you know, like Platefall, for example. Or it's like, now we can easily have Kate Sith running into Platefall, and it's like, oh, do we need to? But anyway, you know, like constraints do help, and we've seen that, I think, even this year with a game like Expedition 33, with whether you think it's like as amazing as other people think or not, it's a very successful game, and I think has a lot of like heart in it, and you know, was very successful working within like a very specific constraint. Circling back to teen ratings, are they a useful constraint? I don't think so.
you wonder, what if constraints weren't limiting the art, but actually shaping it, and in many cases, improving it? What if it's not a bug, it's a feature? That's when I came across a behind-the-scenes moment from one of the most acclaimed shows ever made. Imagine you're in the writer's room of Breaking Bad Season 2. You know where the show is headed, you've got most of your plot beats figured out, and then the location manager walks in. Hey, we're losing Jesse's house. It's being sold. We can't shoot there anymore. And now one of your main characters is suddenly homeless. What do you do? The writers had to quickly find...
This is crazy for anybody who's watched Breaking Bad.
...a believable way to get Jesse out. And they ended up turning that problem into a critical turning point. They wrote it into the story. Jesse got kicked out of the house, was forced to move into a new apartment where he met Jane, his landlord and future girlfriend. Her character, her tragic death, and Jesse's grief became one of the most powerful emotional threads in the series.
I don't know that we would have had Jesse move out of his house, story-wise, if not for the fact that we knew this was, we had one more day we could shoot in Jesse's house.
A simple,
that whole
real
plot
world
line
limitation didn't just change one plot detail, it shaped Jesse's entire character arc. At this point, the pattern was getting hard to ignore.
It's funny because when he first introduced that, I thought he was going to talk about the Fly episode, which is famous, and it's famously a what they call in the TV business a bottle episode, where you're constrained to like one location basically to keep costs down, production costs. That's a great example of like a bottle episode. So I thought that's what he was going to bring up. I did not know that that entire Jesse arc came from losing a location.
Ignore. These weren't just one-off cases. They kept showing up. So I thought, okay, let's really put this idea to the test. Let's take a film that feels untouchable.
The Godfather.
The Godfather.
The Godfather.
Godfather 1 and 2.
I mean, come on. That lighting, that mood, the way Brando sinks into the shadows, that whole visual language filmmakers have been trying to replicate since. There's no way that came from a problem. Surely this was intentional, right? Imagine you're shooting The Godfather. It's the opening scene. But there's this problem. You notice that Marlon Brando's makeup doesn't look right under normal lights. What do you do? This iconic look and vibe, it wasn't part of some grand artistic vision. It came from solving a problem.
The design behind all of that, or the thinking behind the design of all of that, came out of Marlon Brando, because Marlon had this makeup stuff that he was using. So top light seemed to be the most effective way of dealing with him, but you can't just do it for him. You have to extend it into the whole feel of the movie.
I know,
so that's what I did.
After seeing all these examples, I started to realize something. When you've got limited resources, whether it's time, space, or anything, your brain shifts gears. You start thinking not what to shoot or write, but how to. You stop thinking, what should I make, and start thinking, how can I make it work with what I've got? And that shift, it doesn't limit creativity, it unlocks it. But then I wondered, what about the films that feel purely auteur? Where it seems like every frame was born from pure vision. That's when I thought of a film I always saw.
Wait, did they really, Annabelle Banna? For Godfather, they wanted to reshoot all of that stuff? Holy shit, my whole life is a lie.
As bold and intentional. A French New Wave classic. If any film was shaped by deliberate constraint, not forced limitations, it had to be this one. The long takes, the real-time pacing, the poetic framing. But after looking into how it was made, it actually fit the pattern more than I expected. Imagine you are Agnes Varda, and it's 1962. You pitch a great movie to a producer, only to hear that you can't afford it.
At the time, you know, when I was asked to make a film for that producer, and say it's too complicated, it's too expensive, too complicated. So I started to think, how can I make a cheap film?
What do? You make a film that follows one woman in real time over 90 minutes of her life. No time jumps, no cutaways, just her drifting through the city, anxious, distracted, and quietly changing moment by moment. When I first watched this movie, I thought Varda chose this real-time approach deliberately, that she had the freedom to shoot it any way she wanted and decided on this unique structure. But then I found out that all of her creative decisions, those that make the film so special, were dictated by budget limitations.
Then we have to go like, cheap is you make it in a short time story. Then I thought, if I make a very short time, she can have 2-3 dresses, but not 40. Then I thought it should be in the same city, so we don't have trips and things. Most of the technicians are in Paris. If we do it in Paris, they pay less expenses to people.
Varda wanted to change how women were shown on screen, not as perfect muses, but as vulnerable, complex, and real. With a bigger budget, she could have told the story in a more traditional way. Longer timeline, more scenes, more backstory, but maybe that would have made it feel less personal. Instead, the budget turned the story into something unforgettable. A film that's bold and original, even 60 years later. So, the moments we think of as genius, the ones that feel inevitable, even iconic, are often just someone figuring out how to make it work. So maybe that's what creativity really is. Not the freedom to do anything, but solving what's right in front of you and letting the problem guide you somewhere you didn't expect.
Yeah, you can have different paintbrushes, but you can go, I'm gonna limit my palette. I'm only gonna use a fan brush and a detail brush, and I'm gonna make a painting. Do you think that painting is going to suffer? No, it's going to take on an identity that you wouldn't have had if you had all the other tools.
So if there's a problem in your way right now, Don't avoid it. Use it. It might just lead to something greater than what you imagined.
Such a good video. Such a good video and super interesting. This whole channel is very good. It's called Lo-Fi Cinema. I was binging so many of their videos the other day when I found this one and decided to use it for stream. Very interesting though. And you know, I work in a creative field also. At the risk of not doxing myself, I had tried not to talk too specifically about things like that, but there are times where we're going into production on things and you know, there's like budget things that come up or like other production things that come up that we don't originally want to have to deal with, or we can get very upset about, but pretty much 9 times out of 10 it leads to a better output actually. So there's a lot of, you can be very creative to get around a lot of things pretty much most of the time, and I think this video shows a lot of examples of like how to do that. But beyond that, just the concept of problem solving, right? Like we're facing a problem, like in the original FF7, we're facing a particular problem, and look, we don't know how to resolve the cloud, you know, identity arc thing. And then the creation of Zack as a character and that whole thing comes around as sort of a late solve that ends up making the story so great. So catching up on a couple things said in chat. So Sephiroth, yeah, it just goes to show the challenges can make us better as a whole, 100%. Good video, although argue constraint isn't a necessary condition. Yeah, it's not a necessary condition, but it can unlock things. You know, sort of another example of that was I was watching another video this week where it was about how do you sort of like summon your artistic thing, you know, whatever, because sometimes when you're a creative person, you want to work on things, but sometimes you don't want to actually do the work. Like for example, like writing can be really difficult. There's a great example of this from the very beginning of that video. Let me pull that up real quick. I won't show the whole video, but I will link to it. I also put the link to that video in the chat. But this video, the start of it's really funny. Let me just pull this up, because you know, I don't know what people are interested in their personal lives, but this really resonated with me. So it's like George R. R. Martin talking to Stephen King. Famously, Stephen King pumps out books like it's like water, like out of a faucet, like there's nonstop. And George R. R. Martin is the opposite, where he obviously has been, probably will never finish Song of Ice and Fire.
How the fuck do you write so many books so fast? I think. How the fuck do you write so many books so fast? I think, I've had a really good 6 months. I've written 3 chapters, and you've finished 3 books. And
I try to get out there and I try to get 6 pages a day, and I try to get them fairly clean. So if the manuscript is 360 pages long, that's basically 2 months' work.
And you do hit 6 pages a day?
I usually do.
You don't ever have a day where you sit down there and it's like constipation, and you write a sentence and you hate the sentence, and
okay,
you check your email and you wonder if you had any talent after all, and maybe you should have been a plumber.
Okay, hold up a second.
So this video goes into all of that, so I'll share this one too. We won't watch the whole thing, but it's a very, very good video, also from Lo-Fi Cinema. But to that point of like, what were we talking about? We're talking about it's not necessary. At times it is a little bit necessary, right? Like basically the whole thing comes down to having, you know, developing habits, and like Stephen King says, right? Like I commit myself to 6 pages a day, no matter what. To really kind of like get yourself going. There are times where you don't want to create. It's kind of like the gym, you know, like there are times where you just don't want to do it, and you just have to really force yourself to do it. And hopefully you get to eventually crafting something that you're proud of. Let me, not done what we're saying. Love that. This is earlier. It's not letting me scroll up in chat. I don't know why it's being a pain. There we go. Dunrick is saying, love that. The concept of restrictions reminds me a lot of my thoughts on music and video games, particularly the 90s, early 2000s era versus modern music, and how much it feels that the tech limits really force them to drive home more melody and leitmotif-driven themes versus more full pieces in modern games that don't carry the same level of earworm status like older games. Interesting, yeah. I know a lot of people feel that, and I know at least, about the FF7 soundtrack versus the remake version. I still really like the remake version. I think, like, for example, I don't know if you could do like the synth thing as well, because like you could, but the synth thing for me in the original soundtrack also felt like it reflected the technology of the console itself that it was coming out of. It felt like it was almost like tactile, right? Like it almost felt like the system was like straining to deliver me this like music that was sort of beyond itself. And there was a certain magic to it. But it felt like organic to that piece of technology. Yeah, so, and then Kafka was saying, I hope so. I was going to reply to something else. Why doesn't let me? There we go. I hope they found a creative solution for how to use the high wind for part 3. I hope so too. Amaguchi said something along the lines of, the heat doesn't want us to be just smoke and mirrors, but feel like the real thing. I can't remember the exact wording. Yeah, I remember Max was talking about it at one point, and he brought up, because Hamaguchi was talking shit, basically. He was talking his good shit, as Max put it, about high wind travel. And he was really talking it up. And in that interview, I think he even said at one point, like, I want to say more, but I know I can't, or I know I shouldn't. And Max brought up the point that it was like, you would only really be saying that if you had figured it out already. And so I think there's something really exciting about that like they probably have already cracked, even this is over a year ago, so they probably had already cracked how to do high wind travel in a way that would be exciting. Because obviously like Hamaguchi was talking it up and wanted to say more, but couldn't. So I feel like they've probably cracked something really fun, given that they're hyping it up already. Dunrick, oh, absolutely. I love the adaptations of the remake Rebirth OST a lot, but I think it's because it's built over those same familiar melodies. But other modern games don't carry the same weight, considering what you said, we just said about the OG soundtrack of 7, I have a Brian Eno quote about that. Let me find it. Okay. And then Dunrick, like, I love FromSoft games too, and they have incredible music in a moment of a boss fight or whatever, but none of it is something I'm going to find myself humming or in my head randomly interesting. Like older music. Got it. So with that, about 2 hours in, we can finally get to the game. I think not too bad in terms of like time. Let me just shrink some things. I want to keep this tab open for later for reference. Okay. Let me just pull the game up. And then I'm going to run to the bathroom one more time before we start up. So yeah, I think that was a good, I didn't go too long on all that setup. The Brian Eno quote, whatever you now find weird, ugly, uncomfortable, and nasty about a new medium will surely become a signature CD hold on. Lost my mouse. Whatever you now find weird, ugly, uncomfortable, and nasty about a new medium will surely become its signature. CD distortion, the jitteriness of digital video, the crap sound of 8-bit, all these will be cherished and emulated as soon as they can be avoided. It's a sound of failure. So much modern art is the sound of things going out of control, of a medium pushing to its limits and breaking apart. Ooh, wow, that's a really great quote. The quote goes on for a bit. That's really great. Some 95. I'm screenshotting that. Let me just... load up the correct. Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to pull up. Let me real quick. Let's load into this. There's a funny chapter 14 thing I wanted to share with you all. But so let me, before I do that, let me bring this up. So early this week, Sector 7 had a video about, or Sector 6 rather, Sector 6. Where is it? Okay. There's about like the whispers in Nibelheim, he said. So you'll see in this video, basically, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but he pointed out that in this scene in Nibelheim at the very end, the rest of the quote, the distorted guitar sound is the sound of something too loud for the medium supposed to carry it. The blues singer with the cracked voice it's fine. The wall text is fine. The blues singer with the cracked voice is the sound of an emotional cry too powerful for the throat that releases it. The excitement of grainy film, the bleached out black and white, is the excitement of witnessing events too momentous for the medium assigned to record them. Which is interesting because, like, it's not exactly what you're pointing to, but in terms of the nostalgia for that feel, like, even like younger people like Gen Z are like famous for embracing like analog things again. There's been like a rise in like younger people buying manual shift cars. There's been a rise in like it's been really popular to have like those new like Polaroid cameras of, you know, in a sense. So there is like this sort of like dirtying of things that people are like yearning for, that I think is interesting. And I'm very welcome too. I'm very glad about that. There's that game that's coming out sometime this year. I think it's called what's it called? Mixtape. That's more like just classic nostalgia, but like it's like the 80s sort of like summer game that looks really cool. I'm really looking forward to that one. It's, you know, kind of like a Life is Strange type of game. But the vibe of it, I'm very hungry for. So in the Sector 6 video, he brings up that in this scene in Nibelheim at the very end in chapter 14, you can see these like whispers in the background, and they're doing like a whisper kind of like enclosing, like they're circling something, similar to like how the whispers surrounded Midgar at the end of Remake. But he didn't, I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I wonder what they're circling. So I don't know if it's because he didn't have the PC version or not. But I was like, well, I have free cam in the PC version, so I can look it up, right? I can replay it. So I did. I replayed chapter 14 randomly on like a Tuesday or whenever that video came out, in order to like see what happened at the end there, like to try to free cam over to what the whispers were circling. And let me show you. All right, you see the whispers in the background. So I switched to free cam. And unfortunately, they're over nothing. At least, you know, there may be something that they're intending to be around, but there's just nothing. So that was just like a funny, I was like, damn. I was really curious what, like, if I pulled out into the full cam, if I could see what they were circling around, but no, they're just like randomly out in the distance. Not over anything specific. What is in that direction in the game? I mean, you're from the Nibelheim town, so like just outside of the Nibelheim town, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what could be there other than like just the environment around Nibelheim, which nothing immediately comes to mind as like a thing to circle. It's a preloaded scene from the underwater. Yeah, I wondered if it was like left over from this scene right before it, right? Of like these whispers. Yeah, I wondered that. The other fun thing in the, so I did free cam during the Rufus Glenn scene. So watching this from this camera angle is fun.
How very astute. Regardless, the plan is already in motion.
The characters coming in and out like that, it's just like, because you're not supposed to see it in this view, so it's like lighting things specifically for close-ups and whatnot. So you'll see the lighting jumps around a lot and stuff.
Land will become reality. A father's dream accomplished by his son.
That double head is freaky, right? There, right? Like seeing it from the pushed out perspective is even creepier.
Accomplished by his son.
I want the real thing.
But the gunshot is even cooler.
But an imitation is all you deserve.
It's like we're watching a play, like a stage play.
In the back, just like old
times. Anyway, the other thing, do I have that video? Actually, let me see if I can bring that up real quick. So in the, so the first time I tried this, I think it should pop. Oh yeah, so you'll see here, this is Sleeping Forest, right? And is it just me or this looked really weird, right? Like the entire forest is like super HD. There's not like that like foggy effect, right? Like in this version as I was playing it. So I was playing this and I was like, this looks weird. So this does not look right. Like, am I tripping? Is this the PC version look different or what's going on here? And like even like the crawl is like very clear. You can see everything. And then you jump ahead to the Sleeping Forest with the party, and it's also like super clear. And I was like, this feels so weird. So the thing that happened where is there are these like settings that you can mess with in the PC version, and a lot of people recommend turning off what's it called? The fog, what's it called? The volumetric fog, like turning off the volumetric fog in like the settings. So yeah, I had it turned off because like it could improve the frame rate a little bit. And it hasn't been an issue up until now. But until you reach a scene where it's very pivotal to the entire art direction of the sequence, because yeah, I closed the game, deleted that setting from the engine INI file, and then loaded back in, and I was like, yes, it's like, this is correct. This is how it's supposed to look. So word of warning, if you have the PC version and you turned off volumetric fog, it can make chapter 14 lose kind of like a lot of its essence. So all that's to say, let me just delete the music from this scene because I don't need it here. I'm gonna drop you all guys into Be Right Back. I run to the bathroom real quick. Oh, very interesting. Red Sarge. Mighty things like aspect ratio and widescreen hacks also mess with the heart. Interesting. But you do play without fog to make the regions look epic. Why is the game not showing? Here you go. Oh, you're way too big. Hit the screen. Okay, so we last left off right outside of Corel, or North Corel. Let me just make sure all my settings are Gucci. Okay. So we did this whole walk-in is great. I like to slow walk this.
I am not looking forward to this.
Your homecoming?
You'll see.
It's a little faster. Yeah, your homecoming. Oh, good point, Kafka. We are playing the game. Oh, that's a good reminder, though. I know it's not what you were saying, but the last two streams, I have forgotten to change the category of the stream from just chatting. I can do it on my phone, actually, so let me just do it that way. Stream manager. I can change the category to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Okay. All right, should be updated. Rookie streamer, yeah. It's very easy to forget. North Corel. That's the only if I went so fast. Felt like maybe we chatted for an hour. Oh, that's a compliment. Thank you. You can let mods change that. Oh, true. I need to set mods up.
Look who it is. The great Sir Wallace has graced us with his presence.
Surprised you had the balls to come back, but we're so glad you did.
Thanks, Serendipity. Yeah, I'll see you Wednesday.
There. A hero's welcome.
Leave him alone!
Don't.
What?
Whatever.
I love Yuffie coming to his defense.
Word to the wise.
Even though I'm trying to remember,
From that asshole.
I'm trying to remember what, like, why Yuffie would. Well, yeah, it's like an interesting thing, right? Because they spent some time together on the trip up Mount Corel. So even though she was like, she gives him a hard time and whatnot, she still, you know, shows him some love and whatnot. Shows a little bit of the growth of their relationship, even though they were strangers up to very recently. And in some ways, she knows like that's Avalanche. You know, like he's Avalanche. So I'm sure has some respect for him in that way. Even if she gives him a hard time, you know, that's the other group of Avalanche, and he's the leader of it. Yeah, he's also her Avalanche. Well, the NPCs are bummed out. They wasted their drinks on Barrett. No. I love how they depicted that whole thing, right? Like him walking into town and damn, he's still just moving. Okay. You guys listen to these guys?
You dicks killed the bottle.
Go get more.
The hell I did. Get it yourself.
Like obviously he gets
Shit for brains.
I mean, it's about the money and how, yeah, it's like a waste, right? Like it's a waste of, you know, good money spilling that drink, which is obviously a theme that you'll see all throughout this town. Even just a conversation about like getting visitors and whatnot.
Think we can get them to give us liquor rations?
May as well ask the doc.
You really do get a sense of like how down on their luck this whole town is, which was in the original, right? And obviously he got a very cold reception when he walked into North Corel in the original as well. But like having like the touch of like that scene where they pour the drink over him and him just like grit and bearing it, grit and barretting is like really great.
Gotta say, not a bad selection.
I did like the NPC chatter here. Even this like vendor.
A customer.
Oh, I thought he was more angry toward us. That was my memory. But I guess not. He was very like mean-spirited toward us.
Not a day goes by I don't wonder. Would my husband still be here if we hadn't let them build that damn reactor? Suppose we
Goes to show how much these people don't think. They blame Barrett, but he was the only one who voted for it. Not entirely fair for them to only blame Barrett. I was gonna bring that up later when he tells the whole story, but yes, that is something that bothered me in the original, and I wished I expected them to sort of like update that in Rebirth, where they wouldn't put it totally on Barrett, because it wasn't just him. Like he may have lobbied for it, but it wasn't his sole choice to build the reactor. It was a vote, but yet everyone puts it on Barrett. I mean, I do wonder, I would have to like rewatch everything very carefully, if he's the only person that survived who was like part of that council. That might be the reason why he was this is like a fresh thought in the moment that I hadn't considered, but I wonder if like it was him, Dyne, maybe the mayor. I wonder if anybody else is alive who voted for it, or if Barrett is the like last remaining person who voted for it. Maybe that's why they put so much of the blame on him. That's maybe possible. He's become the locus for discontent. Might have been the only one who lobbied for it. Definitely not the only. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, might have been the only one who lobbied for it, survived, and left. Yeah, people usually don't take accountability, so it doesn't make sense. But it does make sense. Sure, yeah, people would put it on somebody else and not take accountability themselves. That does happen. But I do wonder if, like, logistically also, these are the people who survived it, but they didn't actively vote for it, right? That's very possible.
Don't tell me. Get rich quick scheme blow up in your face again? Try to sell out another town, huh?
Don't let him talk to you like that.
I gotta remember any of these people from the flashback, for example. Like this guy is definitely not part of the council. I do love this NPC's delivery of like, been out of work for ages, wonder why. Like, damn.
So much for that reactor and a steady paycheck.
God, it just really like made me hate Shinra so much more. Like, really seeing all these destroyed lives.
Spread that wealth around, why don't you? Get the hell out of here.
I trust you ain't just
passive aggressive.
shopping.
Am I doing window shopping? Depends, bro. You got anything I need? You got any cards, maybe? If you have cards, some cards, I might be interested. No, I got all your cards, bro. I got everything. You literally serve nothing. You have no value in my life. Any other big lobbyists probably fled if they did survive. That's a good point.
Been out of work for...
Wonder why.
Don't you go talking that nonsense. Your life's a gift.
I wonder if they're talking. Ooh, wow, that's like a suicide mention. Oh, made it to a sub saying, hey, random for attack.
Would my husband still be here if we hadn't let them?
All right, let's heard that already. Yeah, welcome in.
You think we can get him to give us
Anybody here who happens to not be following, like I know random, you're new. So if you want to follow, hit this follow button. That's also very helpful. Just to also get notified whenever I'm live. Unless you're already following, I don't know. I like this Queen's Blood player. I gotta play this guy. I gotta play this guy. There's no real reason to play this guy.
Just keep at least one eye open.
But I gotta play this guy. I still have not set up my cards the right way. But we're gonna rock and roll with whatever we got. I've won matches. Bunch of ones. 3. I don't love Loveless right now. Yeah, let's play. Ooh, nice. So I got the crystalline crab. Set that up. There. What were we saying? Honestly, makes you wonder how much they're going to handle the train section in part 3. You have to imagine Barrett being mandatory. Yeah, they have to, like, that's his big redemption moment, right? For the entire village. So yeah, I know right now that's part of the whole, huge materia arc, and supposedly the red materia is somehow set up in that train. But now that the huge materia is this Magnus materia, which is way too large for the train, I do wonder how they do that. I'm very curious how they end up doing it. Oh, thanks for gift Sarge with the gift subs. 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Red Sarge. Yeah, absolute legend. I think it's might be the first time I've had anybody do the 5 gift subs. Also, yeah, gift subs are discounted right now for this stream. 30% off, I believe. Oh, damn it. I didn't want to do Barrett there. I wanted to use that on Agnadrana. Shit. Slightly messed that up. But yeah, so thank you for that. The huge materia was in the ruin of Coral Reactor. shit. He's gonna take that spot. Need a replacement card. Imagine Yuffie would also be part of the train. Oh, good point. There's no reactor anymore. Oh, true. I hadn't even thought about that. Shoot. I messed this up. I got distracted by the gift subs. Assuming a Gaga, there isn't one left either. Yeah. Let's see. I don't want Loveless this early. Magnetron is good. Okay. Damn. I have like no ones. Oh my god. Another 3. Oh, finally, another 1. Okay. Set that up there. All right, we're cooking, chat. We're cooking, chat. Okay, he stole that. That's less than ideal. I have no 1s right now. Fuck. I gotta do a replacement. Let's do that. Let's fucking do a replacement card. Or not. Can I get a 1? I cannot get a 1. Not for the life of me can I get a 1. He's gonna flip that, isn't he? It doesn't change anything, even if he flips that top 1. Oh, wow. He destroyed it from all the way over there? Son of a bitch. My theory is the weapons will emerge from reactors and shed their huge materia. We see weapons at Corral and Gagaga react. Okay, hold on, let me read this. My theory is the weapons will emerge from reactors and shed their huge materia. We see weapons at Corral and Gagaga reactors, and Emerald would come from the underwater reactor. Oh, that's a really good thought, Spartan. Myself forgetting there's a whole train section coming in part 3 made me, again, very anxious. One of a million plot points. Yeah, we've talked about this constantly, just how much there is left to cover. It really is almost like anxiety inducing, right? Because yes, there's so much to cover. All right, I cooked the floating bastard. I got him. Raise the power of allied cards on effective tiles. Oh. Got him. I mean, I could have ended this a while ago, but I don't like leaving spaces, even if I can. Oh, there's a hype chest. We got to level 2. I don't know how that happens, but thank you all for the support. Any other follows or gift subs or anything like that would help just continue things going. But I think it's the first time I've reached level 2. Thank you so much.
Continuing to improve.
I am continuing to improve. It's Legion. Oh yeah. There's the train section, the underwater reactor, the entire northern continent, possibly Fort Condor, Wutai, the Midgar return, the Gi subplot. Yeah, we've talked about this on stream a lot. It's my biggest fear with part 3. And by the way, you still haven't named, it's Legion, you still haven't named, yeah, Vincent, Zach, the alternate worlds, like resolving that whole thing. Live stream sequence. Live stream sequences. I mean, massive.
For that reactor and a steady paycheck. Apologies ain't gonna.
I wonder how much they'll have you do before the live stream sequence. Yeah, I do wonder how they balance that, right? Like how much they do prior to that. What happens if you go to Ropeway early? Oh, so you end up, so on the rate of Ropeway, you run into Dr. Sheeran. I was curious if they could make that.
Hey, guys, you mind if I pop in for a minute? There's someone I want to see.
Where was the train section again? Where was the train section again after City of the Ancients? Train section was while Tifa and Cloud are in Medial. They do that. Remake took me 30 hours, Rebirth was 60. I'm still expecting part 3 to be 100 to 120. So all this stuff leads to what we're talking about earlier in the stream about the addition of degradation, and how powerful it is to have all these moments where Cloud is sort of like facing these robed men who, as far as he knows, or I mean, it's true. Hold on. Streaming it takes it out of your throat. Where the all these robed men were former soldiers, just like Cloud believes he is, and sort of he's seeing this like potential fate in a way that he can be bound for in terms of being just like these guys. And then obviously, yes, we do see that happen to Roche at the very end. There's been a steady, consistent since chapter 2 really, of like seeing the robes and following them, and Cloud is just constantly staring at this like fate for himself, of like becoming one of these guys. And I just love that in case anybody wasn't here earlier, there's all these ways in which they've like strengthened Cloud's fall and his mind break by including degradation, which wasn't part of the original, at least as far as we know. We didn't know that as a concept. We know that the robes obviously were former soldiers who became that, so we did know that you were a soldier at some point and became one of those things, or rather they were just Sephiroth copies is what we knew originally. We knew them just as clones of Sephiroth. I don't think there was even lore yet of like they were former soldiers turning, although you do have that with the shopkeep in Junon, where you talk to him and he talks about being a former soldier, and then you see him at the end of the game and he's a robe. So there is some lore related to it, but like the literal creation of the concept of degradation was really introduced heavily in Crisis Core. And I really love that addition, and it's made Cloud's journey in this game even better because it does add to like his belief system around like what might happen to him.
When I got hurt back in Nibelheim, they brought me to this clinic. The doctor here, Sheeran, he's the one who saved my life.
You could read about all of this in Traces in Two Paths.
Sheeran's the one who fixed you up.
Come on.
Tifa's story here.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Sephiroth! Stop!
The hell's gotten into you, man?
What's going on?
That he is a Flash, right? So rather the strong fear of Tifa.
Dr. Sheeran, it's been a while.
Certainly has.
I know. What if Cloud let
That's
Doc
one
take his blood here?
looking appendage you got there.
It's interesting, Greg, because we talked about this a little bit earlier. If the doctor let if Cloud let the doctor take his blood, because in his mind he's probably afraid of being confirmed as a soldier, and hence that he's gonna end up just like these guys. But if he actually had his blood drawn, it would show that his blood is not like these guys, because he did have a different treatment, right? He had the S cells, so he won't degrade in the same way.
But hey, at least you still seem to have your health.
Yeah, and you too.
Oh, I'm feeling the miles, but the work keeps me trucking. I tell you what, though.
Do you remember me?
Well, of course I do, Tifa. It hasn't been that long. You heal up all
The
right?
music in this scene I love, by the way.
Yeah. I just wanted to drop by and say thank you. If it wasn't for you, I doubt I'd be standing here today.
Don't thank me. Thank Lady Luck and Shinra for that helicopter.
I'm sorry, Shinra?
I know you might find it hard to believe, but not all the apples in that bunch are rotten.
It's sort of interesting too, right? Because from my memory of Crisis of Two Paths, I thought she knew. I guess, which as far as she knew, it was Zangan that saved her. Maybe she doesn't realize that he got the help of Shinra, like a Shinra helicopter, to take her to Midgar. She does know that she's transported to Midgar. She wakes up in Midgar. But then the thing that he says here, that Dr. Sheeran just said, in terms of like all the apples aren't rotten in that bunch, it's been a continuing theme that they've had all throughout Remake, is like really hammering home that there are good people within Shinra. Even if Shinra itself isn't good, there are good people within it. It's like a graying of Shinra, or a separation of like Shinra from its people. That's a lot more like pronounced than it was in the original. And I wonder if that'll have an additional payoff down the line.
But seriously, you're living proof of the good in people. Don't ever forget that. It'd be a pity to let their kindness go to waste.
Yeah.
Besides, you need to set a good example for your friends here. Oh, right. Well, I gotcha. Mind helping me out? Need to draw that gentleman's blood. You think you can hold him still for me? At first, I thought it was just Mako poisoning. It is until I ran some tests. The results were strange.
Strange how?
A substance turned up. One I've never seen before. Not sure what to make of it yet, but it did remind me of one I have seen. Your eyes. Soldier, right?
Ex-soldier.
It's not a job, son. Once a soldier,
always a soldier.
Ha! Spare a drop?
No.
I ask because I suspect there's soldiers suffering from cellular degradation. Just a theory for now, and one I can't prove, not without a lot more testing.
You see many of these guys come through?
Yeah, and then some.
I wanted to help
do
his
what I can
research
for the injured
so
ones,
bad.
But leave the rest.
And here comes Cloud and his avoidant personality. Yeah.
Stumble onto the saucer.
Why would they go there?
Shit. Don't ask me. I think it's odd too. Ain't that something? The girl I saved coming back here with Barrett of all people. I'm sure there's some kind of cosmic significance to that, but hell if I know what it is.
It's so funny because I sort of like made fun of something on Twitter this week where, and I stand by it. Don't get me wrong, I stand by it. But I like sort of talked about how I wasn't a fan of how in Crisis Core you know, Zack falls through the roof, just like Cloud. Just as like a hell of a coincidence, right? Like I understand the intentionality of it to show the parallels between Cloud and Zack, and sort of like even how like Aerith relates to two of them. But it's just like the odds that like two people will fall into the church and land on the damn flower bed is kind of crazy to me. It just feels like heavy-handed, right? Like heavy-handed parallels. But Doc Sheeran here is saying a similar thing of like, what are the odds that Barrett, who I worked on, you know, and then Tifa, this person who I saved, would come back together, right? Which is true. Like, you know, Barrett, the dude from Corel, Tifa, you know, a girl from Nibelheim, ending up like sort of, I mean, not only meeting each other, but then ending up back here together is a kind of a cosmic coincidence in a way. It's fate. Yeah.
Promise me you'll take it easy out there, okay, Tifa?
There's a magnet there. All these people have too much metal on them. Well, just like Dyne,
If
right?
you get hurt, you know where to find me.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's Dr. Sheeran. He's been here since the old mining days.
And then he's feeding stuff into these people's food.
Distributing meals to the people in town. Says it's because he wants to keep them healthy and out of his clinic. Just between us, though, he's actually been mixing supplements into the meals.
I mean, ultimately not a bad thing. He's like giving them probably vitamins and whatnot, but or like things that they need to, well, I don't know. Yeah, folks are looking healthier. So yeah, it's like he is giving them supplements they need. But she says it like so in a way that's like he's feeding them some shit, you know? It's like between us, if I had a nickel for every time a soldier fell through my church's roof, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's strange it happened twice. Yeah.
So, Doc mentioned the gold saucer, right? As in the amusement park, where every day is a holiday.
Hide them vitamins, like treating them like kids, yeah.
We have to.
Yuffie, this isn't a vacation.
Yeah. Weird mumbling guys, got it. Oh man, this is
We're
gonna
off
be
to the
so
funnest
much
place.
Town's got a ropeway that'll take us straight there. It's not far. If we're doing this, let's just do it.
It's not a surprise given my handle of subtext that I'm not the biggest fan of like very in-your-face things in stories. So even when you first arrive in Gold Saucer, I talked about this I think last week on stream, but like when you first arrive and like boom, big dancing thing, and Tifa and Yuffie and everyone are suddenly doing a coordinated dance they've never done before perfectly. And it's just like, you just felt like the game very heavy-handedly was being like, all right, this is gonna be a fun place. My initial reaction to playthrough was like, oh, it feels a little forced. But now I love it. So we will get to that. I'm just gonna lower my desk now. I've stood for long enough. It was the dancing area. Yeah. I enjoyed taking my time. Oh, I saw you guys were talking about the playthrough time. So my first time, to add to that conversation, my first time with Remake, it took me like 55 hours. My very first time in Remake. I was very slowly just like taking everything in, right? Very Japanese, yeah. I was very slowly taking everything in. I was very like listening to NPCs and very slowly making my way through like the towns and conversations, doing pretty much every side quest in Remake on my first run through. For Rebirth, I think my first playthrough was about like 105 hours, I think, was my first playthrough of Rebirth. I did probably like 50% of the world stuff. But at a certain point, really around here especially, I started gunning main story for the most part. But I still took my time, lingering through, talking to NPCs, just trying to soak up as much as I could. Even if I didn't do all of the side content, I did try to like really take in all the environments and people in it.
Ready? Then let's get a move on.
All right, let's go Gold Saucer. We'll do some side stuff in Corral after.
Hey, you can't let those assholes talk to you like that. We should go back and beat them up or something. Practically the whole damn town came out to crap on him. Someone tell me why I'm the only one who's pissed here.
I love Yuffie, like, really standing up for him. Part of it is her age too, right? Like, she's like, why don't you push back on them, you know? Whereas like Barrett is a much more measured, more mature person. So he's like obviously holding some of the guilt, and is very like conscious. He's like very sympathetic to what happened, as he's about to explain.
Think you could at least tell us what it was all about? They were talking like you sold them out for money, but I know that isn't true. That's not you.
Actually, now seeing this dialogue makes me think about what we were talking about earlier, right? Like the mystery around like oh, did Barrett shoot everyone up? And how I don't think audiences really buy that in the remake trilogy because we spent so much time with Barrett. And Tifa's kind of pointing at a similar thing here, right? Like, she's imbuing the audience in a way, especially new people who don't know the story. She's like, they're talking about you in this very negative way. But you know, like you sold them out for money, but I know you wouldn't do that. That's not true. That's not you. She's kind of the audience surrogate here. And because I'm sure a lot of the audience is feeling this way too. So in some ways, they kind of shifted a little bit of that. They sort of like shifted a little bit of that rather than like making a contrived sort of mystery around like, did Barrett kill all these people, which is very unlikely. They've like sort of moved that up into this conversation about like, oh, they're talking about you in this very negative way. They're describing you in a way that doesn't line up with how I view you. They can't be right, right? And then he explains.
So wrong.
Where the hell is it?
This about her? About Marlene?
I don't want to jinx it, but the game is running so well right now with my new CPU and everything.
Corral wasn't much. Decent place with decent coal. Decent folks, too. Rough around the edges, but big hearts. Salt of the earth. And I sold them all down the river.
The music's so good here too, Kafka.
Took away their future.
Tifa trying to muster the courage to speak up. That's a great catch, Cimarron, in terms of like how she really had to steel herself almost as she started to like push back, right? Like I'm just managing volume real quick. How she with the fists, she very much like clenched her fists and like gathered the power to sort of like push back. That was a good catch. Because we talked about that, like she doesn't really speak up as much as she should and wants to, but she can't do with Cloud. Yeah.
We were happy.
More growth development, yeah.
Covered in soot and poor as dirt. But none of that mattered. We had friends and family, and that was enough. Till we learned about the miracle of Mako and all we'd been missing out on. And then we just had to have a taste.
Top 5 story bits of Rebirth. In general, the whole FF7 story.
So now only
Barrett's whole
Dyne
arc is great.
closed. Damn right I am. We can't just abandon the mines. Not after our fathers and grandfathers risked their lives to maintain them.
I hear you, Dyne. I do. But nobody sees any future in coal. So I ask you, why break our backs working harder and harder when we're taking home less year after year?
If I may, sir. Once the reactor is complete, a portion of the revenue will go to the town. Your your community will be preserved.
I just
or
get
enriched, I
angry
should say.
during this scene, even still now.
Listen, man.
What if it says so?
This is
Scarlet's
your
huge in this
chance to
area.
give your
God
daughter
damn it,
a
Rollin.
better life than what
Behave
we
yourself.
You think I haven't thought about that? Come on. Are we gonna let some city slickers tell us our coal is worthless? We gonna let them tell us we're worthless?
It's such a
It would
real,
seem we've reached an impasse.
it's like such a real relatable, like this whole scene, which is in the original, it's just such a real relatable thing to our world, right? Like this happens all the time, of, you know, a company offering or trying to sort of, or like taking over a town, really changing the economy of an entire town, and how it, you know, ruins lives, even in like small ways, right? Like we know about it with like energy related things, like you know, coal towns and whatnot, but even like smaller things, like I remember for a long time, even like building up a Walmart in a town became like a problem because everyone became reliant on Walmart for buying things, for employment. Like before Amazon, Walmart was sort of like that, sort of like deal with the devil kind of brand. And now obviously the more modern version of that is like Amazon in a way. My aerial job is to be Scarlet in this situation. The scene hit hard. Oh wow, Semi. Yeah, that's rough. Just like there are times, yeah, where, you know, you do things for your job that you're not sure you agree with personally. Yeah.
In which,
Like actually, fun fact, the writer of Expedition 33, I was listening to an interview with her, and she's so cool, by the way, like really kind of down to earth person. I really didn't know what to expect from that interview. The South Park Walmart joke, yeah. But in the interview, she mentioned at one point, like she was in finance at first, and she just like really struggled with, my job is to make rich people richer, and didn't really feel she was contributing anything, and so ultimately quit finance, and then obviously on a weird winding road where she did a bunch of wild like side jobs, until randomly stumbling into the writing opportunity for Expedition.
case any further discussion would be a waste of breath. So, Mr. Mayor, shall we put it to a vote?
Yeah, fuck the smaller businesses, Walmart.
Well then, all in favor?
And you really feel for Dyne in that scene, especially.
2 years later, the reactor was finished, and the trial run went off without a hitch. Everyone was ecstatic, convinced it was the dawn of a new era. Then one day, the reactor exploded.
This part of the story, 100% nailed. I think the music really brings it home too.
Shinra came rolling into town. Burned everything. Innocent people in their homes.
So this point, I remember the first time I was playing Rebirth, and this whole like Shinra rolled into town, burned everything, innocent people in their homes. I started to wonder, you know, because there's a history of that, including in Ever Crisis, where Sephiroth is supposed to do that to the first like island that you meet him on. And it made me think about, there's like a running like a repeated thing of like Shinra, you know, burning towns down, or, you know, genociding basically. And it made me think of like when Sephiroth burns down Nibelheim, is that also him just like leaning on the thing that he knows, right? Like he knows that's what Shinra has done always, and that's what he's sort of like habituated to. Like in some ways he's just kind of, it's an evil thing for him to do, but it's also what Shinra has always done. And him being like part of Shinra, you know, it could be him like sort of like repeating that, you know, that learned behavior, or even like throwing it back at Shinra in a way. I don't know. I weirdly connected Sephiroth burning Nibelheim to this story because it's been such a history of Shinra doing it throughout. And yeah, John Eric Bentley was incredible here. I like how this did a better job of painting Shinra as a more realistic villain. Dyne was the unreasonable one in that room. It just happened to be that Shinra was lying and is evil, which we know, but they wouldn't have fully. Yeah, I mean, you know, I was pondering what you said in terms of like Dyne being the unreasonable one in that room. But yes, like in general, he is in the minority, and for good reason, because like people are really struggling. They're looking for a way out. Like Barrett is valid in wanting to sort of like build a better life, and it's a deal that a lot of people make for their own communities, that, you know, there's a reason why it's appealing. There's also a reason that it's valid that somebody like Dyne would push back on that, even if it seems unreasonable given, well, coal's not paying out the way it used to, etc. It's sort of like, you know, it's clearly not the future, especially in light of like how Mako is coming up in the world. I think it was more made so he looked unreasonable when in reality he was right. Yeah, he was being very emotional.
Scarlet?
You know,
It was, wasn't it?
and then the link to Yuffie's story.
That bitch.
I don't get it. Why burn the whole town?
To craft a story that it was all the work of a local insurgent group.
Which links back to Midgar. We're gonna do the same thing with Avalanche.
They lied right through their teeth.
Murderers.
That they are. Still, there's a whole lot of blood on my hands, too. I pushed for the reactor. I put us on the path that brought us here.
Barrett.
The saucer's waiting.
This scene is so good. This scene is done so well. You know, I talked earlier about like sometimes one-to-one scenes don't have the same emotional impact, but this one did. This one definitely did. Yeah, the hostile resistance and the emotions of it all, yeah.
Is this really how it's gonna be? Listen, I don't want your sympathy or your pity. You can keep all of that nonsense. I did what I did, and I can live with it.
Right. We gotta shake this off. We're about to rock up to the funnest place ever. The Gold Saucer.
Huh?
That's a great way
Turn
of putting
those
it,
rounds
Semi.
upside down.
Dyne was right for the wrong reasons. Baron is wrong for the right
About
reasons.
how much fun we're gonna have,
And Shinra was just wrong for the wrong reasons.
right?
Wanna have a look? It's coming up over there.
Or I could call you Ron. I could call you Semi or Ron, or I could do the whole Semi-Ron. I don't know. Whatever you prefer.
Glad to see we're all on the same page.
Seriously, with all the work Remake Rebirth have put into making Shinra's higher-ups as hateable as possible, the back-to-back Proud Cloud Hojo fights in Part 3 are going to be so cathartic. Yeah, great point, Legion. I've been there for a whole 5 minutes, but every miss. Yeah, Semi-Ron's been great. Yeah. I mean, everyone in chat's great, but Yeah, I think it's the first stream you've been in, right? At least the first stream I remember your name from. I love how Red kind of forgets he has a character to maintain during the entire first Gold Saucer trip, acting like himself. Oh yeah, Rollin, even when you're like just very inappropriately drooling over Scarlet in her huge materia, you know, it's okay.
Come on, come on! Shall we? Let's.
I noticed taking far too many like free cam screenshots. He's smiling nonstop throughout the dance. Oh, really? That's funny. Wow, he has a really high-pitched reunion. He almost sounds happy about it. It's almost like an old, yeah, like out of commission vending machine that you see elsewhere. Wow, just running into all these rogue men everywhere. Famously, in the first cut of this game, I think it's back here somewhere, there's a stamp. Where is it? There's a stamp, and in the first version of this game, it was a terrier stamp back here instead of the beagle. Obviously, like, a mistake. Go up, right? Oh no, that's where I came from. Damn chairs in this entire trilogy are just chaos. Alright, here we go, chat. Are you ready? Here we go. People arriving from Costa del Sol. We're gonna see those near Icicle Inn, just beside the sea salt popsicles. Party time.
Barrett Wallace, Tifa Lockhart, and Cloud Strife. Look at them. Look! Waltzing around with the flower seller and Hojo's lab rat. Who are these people?
At least they're finally on a
So the
real
introduction of
bucket list.
Palmer.
It's about time.
That's all well and good, but why am I in charge of handing out the posters? Don't they know I have a division to run?
I think you're where the president wants you.
If it was for the chairs having like no weight, we couldn't have the chance to knock over every chair in that one part of the Shinra building. Yeah, try to stack them into the escalator also.
Cloud, the others are waiting.
Welcome to the Gold Saucer, Kubo. Hope you enjoy your stay with us.
It's like listening to NPCs. Nothing from these people? What, these guys? No? No? Nothing? Nothing? You're in this magical, you know, FF7 Disney World. You have nothing to say. Fine. I will go forward. Here we go.
Just gonna
Where's the
stand by
music?
there.
It hasn't really kicked on yet, right?
Coming through.
Howdy, everyone! Let's get this party started!
It's lucky that we ended up walking into the park just when they happened to do this big welcome to guests. Oh man, we got Ever Crisis skins.
Come on.
Do that for everyone, right? Yeah, every hour on the hour they do this. Little dance. Dio is exhausted at the end of the day. Sailor Yuffie. Yeah. This guy, straight from Midgar, already has a part in their opening Welcome to the Park escapade.
The floor's all yours.
Andrea, yeah. This is where you just embrace the anime-ness of FF7. Does this logically make all that much sense? No, but just gotta go with it. The rusting. Toriyama being Toriyama, yeah. So ridiculous. When he first started flexing his pecs, I was dying. He was jacked 50-year-olds. Yeah, that's goals right there. Not that jacked, but
There he is.
he looks like you're being Tekken. Yeah.
Welcome to our gilded paradise, the Gold Saucer. Dio, art director.
Fucking.
And you, sir, are
Cloud.
They absolutely nailed Dio.
Well, Cloud.
Nailed Dio.
Shall we duel?
I also, like, famously, one of Dio's huge materials. Oh my god, Roland.
Now, when fate sets us a challenge, we must rise.
I
to
didn't
meet
really have a problem
Are you ready to
with him being so ridiculous over the dead bodies. I've heard the arguments. I think Sephiroth mentioned it earlier. Final Fantasy VII talked about it a lot.
You can do
And I get it. They're very valid complaints of, like, Dio, the way he acts over the dead bodies later. But I just roll with Dio RPing at all times. Like, I don't know what it is. I'm just totally sold on him, just like almost rarely breaking character. I think he just kind of is that way.
Seconds out. And fight!
And I think Sid earlier or later, when you're driving around in the tiny Bronco, describes, oh shit, I forgot how to do R2, and then I'm blocking that way. Okay. Like, even Sid describes that he's an eccentric, right? Because he's always in character, in a way. Yeah, the FF7 OG fighting, yeah. I didn't really like this game at first, or I thought it was an opportunity for them to do a more fun game. The harder ones actually sold me on it. I kind of enjoy the harder fights in this that I know drive people crazy. I actually kind of enjoyed them because you're like very rapidly trying to like figure out what attack is coming and then which dodge you gotta do.
Well fought, young man.
I like the hard fights. I didn't do the pause try. I manned up. I manned up, Radcliffe. Although I don't think I did Sephiroth yet. I did everything except for that one, I think, because I needed to unlock that one with something I haven't finished yet. So maybe when I face Sephiroth. Oh no, I did fight Sephiroth. Because Sephiroth was the one with Sugar Meadow Manager, right? So I beat him. Hopefully you get points for Red's affinity score if you win this, because the guy just loves games. Cloud smiling, yeah. Breaking character, you mean?
Thanks.
This absolute just destruction of the artistic integrity of Cloud's character. This is the first date, yeah.
Cool.
Shook my the devs don't know their characters. Yeah. Artistically bankrupt. Also, like, man, we get the, so I don't have to pay, I don't have to save Gil to buy the lifetime pass. I just have like the ultra pass already. Damn, that is easy moded this whole gold saucer thing. Cool number 2 from Cloud. First with Yuffie, which was much more of a pwned moment.
Let's have some fun.
So ad break coming up in about a minute. So if you want to skip out on ads, you can subscribe. You can use your Prime subscription. Also, if anyone throws gift subs in the chat, which are currently discounted, that can help give away some subscriptions so people can miss the ads. But yeah, just heads up. I'd tell YouTube to stop recommending me certain FF7 remake haters. Getting a bit much. Yeah. It's very popular, especially now in the sort of like big gap between Rebirth and Part 3. Gotta fill the time with something. Even though I think some of the criticism is valid. I do think some of it is valid. It's just like when the hate is like so, you know, vocal. It's like, come on. Doth protest too much. I love this Sephiroth crashing of the party.
Have time.
Hey.
Have your fun while you still have time.
Maybe you should lie down for a bit.
Like they've obviously like shown. Oh my God, Stinky Duck with 25 subs.
I'm all right.
Whoa. Thank you, Stinky Duck. Holy crap. Thank you for that. Wow. Yeah, claps in chat for Stinky Duck. Incredible. Thank you so much. So a whole bunch. Radcliffe got one. Who all got one? Who here in chat got one? Let's see. If I could scroll up. Yeah, it did. Alexander, so AJ got one. The Spartan got one. Most people in chat, I feel like. Wait, where's all the Fat Music, who I know is always here. Soulless Pragmatic. Rollin got one. Crap, I can't. It's going weird. Lockhart, Annabelle Banda got one. Oni's, Gods of War 7. Saying YOLO Not Really got one. Virtua J got one. Turquoise Hammer got one. Lord YOLO Swag. Cloud. Jax the Gamer. It's Legion got one. Magnetic got one. Maria. KH19 and Radcliffe. Wow. So a ton of people in chat. Thank you so much, Nicky Duck, who I've met in person. Met him at the Tribeca event in New York for Rebirth, which is really cool. So thank you so much. He sat right in front of me at the Tribeca event, and I remember I walked in, went to my seat, and he turned around and he was like, "SubTXT?" I was like, yeah, because I barely put my face on anything. I think I'd been on like Baby Seal's stream before, so I really wasn't, you know, really out there. I didn't think anybody would really recognize me, but he recognized me. A few people recognized me at that event, which was shocking. But thank you so much. And Semiron, thank you for subscribing with Prime. So welcome in, tons of subscribers. We can all, I now have less anxiety about ad breaks when they're coming up, knowing that a lot of you won't get locked out.
Why don't you and me go book us some rooms?
Fine.
Well, the four of us are off.
Stinky Duck, isn't it like so crazy thinking back on that interview?
Come on, let's go.
You were basically first row for that, right? Because I think I was like second row, or maybe third. I don't know. I know you're in front of me, and we were very close already.
Hotel's gotta be.
We had freaking Hamaguchi and Katase right there in front of us. We were dead center too, which is so cool. Like, I hope there's more events. We really got were you at the, because I don't know if you were in New York or not, but I know you were there for Tribeca, so I assume so maybe. Were you there for the New York Comic-Con panel? Or anybody else in chat? Were you there for the Comic-Con panel, the New York Comic-Con panel? I hope they do more events like that because we got spoiled with Rebirth. There were like 2 live panels that we got to go to. Just so, gosh,
Mako, when it's
chills.
Gone, so's this.
Where'd that come from?
Paraphrasing you.
Well, live it up while you can.
Look at those stairs just curved. Just imagine them longer and you have a circular staircase. Oh my god, Roland, you bastard. Here's it for Otacon, just missed the Comic-Con paddle. I got it. You know, I'll hit you up when they come to town again, yeah. Looking getting a little bit of stutter. Could be tripping, but oh no, I was acting a little funky. It's gotta, you know, gotta slap it straight every now and then. I jinxed it. I said it was running so well. Hey, Ocean, what's up? We just reached the gold saucer. Oh, you got a PS5 Pro. Were you the one in chat who was like debating it a while back? Yeah, congrats. I have one myself, which I kind of wish I hooked up right now because even after upgrading my PC, I'm getting frame stutter in a cutscene, driving me crazy. I have the best CPU on the market. What do I need, a 5090? It does look great on the Pro, and it runs without any frame rate issues. Hey, Cammy, welcome in. I get it now. They should have let the challenge of the staircase. Oh yeah. The video we were watching earlier. Oh, my cam froze. Yeah, everything's breaking. Oh, I'm back. I'm back now, right? Yeah. Oh wait, froze again. There we go. I believe it's back now. It's like stuttering up back and forth. It's weird. Let me just, I don't know if that'll help at all, but hopefully it's not as crazy. Nope, it's delayed. So is it like taking a while for my voice? Or is it good now? Because it looks good on my end. Oh wait, it stuttered again. Hold on. It's being a pain in the ass is what it is. Okay. Yeah, it's being weird. Yeah. Look at that again. So yeah, this is when you're running too much on your PC, that can happen. This is why you should just have the PS5 Pro. Upgrade the camera next. The cameras should be fine. Oh yeah, people. Oh yeah. I think it's partially. Last time I did this, I needed to quit the game and open it back up. Just not trying to run a 4K. No, I mean it is a 4K camera, but no. Yeah, and audio and video just seems a bit unsynced. All right, we'll let this cutscene play out, and then I'll load my camera back in. I'll have to leave the game, load it back up. That's what helped last time. Yeah, I have like a lot of the performance mods already.
This is why we're bleeding her dry.
Looking good now, yeah.
Look at it. Look.
I'll just let this play out.
All of it, Mako. Siphoned straight from the life stream. From her veins.
Hey, get a grip.
Whoa!
What do we have here? A man with a rain cloud over his head. So how about a reading to clear those somber skies? Whether it be dark or bright,
Barrett's agent of capitalism.
Just didn't go shooting the messenger, eh?
This some kind of toy?
Yoo-hoo, lads! Eyes up here. Okay, Sith, fortune teller extraordinaire. Put it there.
Oh wow, yeah, the storage impact of the
right.
PS5 Pro. I forgot about that.
Come on, pal.
The graphics on the
Give us a
giant
smile.
Moogle looks so good. That was one of the things I noticed for a second. Look, I love the physics of the giant Moogle.
People, don't you know? So show us those pearly whites.
Back off. You coming?
All right, we'll do a save here real quick. Then, actually, I need to run to the bathroom anyway. We'll quit the game so that I can. Last time that helped with the camera. Give me 1 second, everyone. Okay, let me see if I can get this camera going. I'll leave it for you guys on Yuffie as I figure this out. Should be working. Maybe if I go back to why does it refuse to work? Okay. Should. Whoa. There I am. Very big. Shrink myself down a bit. I gotta flip. Horizontal. It's a little more natural. Okay. I think we're back. We should be back. Let's bring the game up. And this is why just do PS5 Pro everything, you know? So I'm not overloading my PC, making it difficult to handle everything like streaming and my face, which is just too large and unappealing. The computer like just wants to fight back on it. Put an additional hard drive in mine. Oh yeah. Sounds this little guy.
Got a bee in their bonnet.
Someone's got a bee in their bonnet.
Like me. Someone's got a bee in their bonnet.
All right, in chat, I want thoughts on Kate Sith in Rebirth. What do y'all think of him? You know, how do you like him more or less versus the original? I doubt there's anyone that likes him less than the original. I think they nailed him. I think he's even better. I was afraid of how they do it. I was afraid of how they would like. I remember the first time I heard his accent in Advent Children, I wasn't buying it. Like I knew he was you know, Scottish folklore, or yeah, Scottish, right? But I was like, I don't know if the Scottish thing works for me. But man, they absolutely sold me on him. Hey Ocean, yo, SubTXT, just want to give you my short review of the Pro, because I'm also playing Rebirth. I noticed particle effects are more smooth, there's less stagger, and clouded swiping, the Buster Sword and big magic attacks have smooth animation, yeah. And I think, does it have like a Pro mode specifically, or I forget how it works. I think there is a Pro, right? There is a Pro resolution mode, basically. But yeah, it runs way better on the Pro. Like it is in some ways the best way to play still. Like I have a pretty damn good PC. I have a, you know, AMD 9800 X3D with a 4070 Ti, the maximum sort of like RAM that you could have with my like chipset, like 6400 RPM, you know, DDR7 or whatever it is. Like I have pretty good PC. The only thing that's like lower than like top of the line is like my graphics card isn't like the newest one. But I still get some stutter here and there, like we just saw earlier. Do you like him more than Dirge? Yes. Very, very much so. Although his gameplay in Nibelheim is very similar to as it is in I only hope I do up this case Cage 4 better released than the Pro. Oh yeah, well we gotta figure out what they do with it. Yeah, he's just very adorable. He's like a very marketable plushie. Yeah. God, I was just enthralled by the hotel and how much they nailed the hotel.
Seems classy now.
Because the hotel felt like it really fit the original and the art style of the original. So it was not really like a guarantee that they were gonna get the vibe of it right, especially from like the outside, which is like so distinctive in the original. But they even kept that sort of like cartoonish, like the writing and like the kind of, yeah, I'm just like I have a lack of words for what I'm trying to describe. Like sort of it feels almost cartoonish, and they really nailed that. Yeah, the hotel's so good. And, you know, with a semi-spiral staircase, as we're staring at, you know, it has some character to it. Yeah, Sid, I'm looking forward to how they handle the gameplay. I'm very curious. I assume he'll play fairly similar to Sonon, even though we didn't control Sonon. In fact, I thought we were gonna have playable Sid because I thought Sonon was gonna be like how they worked out his character, and then it didn't work out. Rebirth making everyone glad that Dirge exists so they can incorporate its elements in Re-Trilogy. Hey, Wick, I don't think I've noticed you earlier. Well, but hey, how's it going? Can we get a staircase emoji? I'll get a stair. I would need to get a spiral staircase specifically.
tacky and understaffed. Great.
Yeah, it is Kitsu, not Ketchi. Although in Japanese, they still keep that pronunciation. I think everywhere but English, basically.
Welcome, gentle sirs.
What in the hell was that?
You made it just in time for, like,
apologies.
the real heart of the gameplay today.
Got any rooms? There's 6 of us all told. Well, 5 and 1 pet.
Oh, no pets.
Might I inquire as to what kind of pet?
He was joking. Make it 6.
Very well. Now then.
Sideways spiral emoji.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, gentlemen.
It does remember the Tower of Terror. Yeah.
For crying out loud. What about the other hotels?
God, that's why they closed that, right?
But according to my records,
I went on the Tower of Terror, I think, like, the year before they closed it. I'd been on it before.
Hello again.
But I went again recently, like, right before they closed it.
And what's it to you?
Now then, did you want 1 suite or 2?
You trying to scam us?
I wouldn't even dream of such a thing. And to prove it,
With it being Shinra, that concierge probably is not paid the big bucks, Ocean.
Sure you will.
Well, aren't we a prickly bunch?
This bit is so funny. He just completely screws over. It's just like, yeah, I can find rooms for you guys.
Dangly man, would you mind checking one more time?
Although, with it being Reeve, I'm sure he takes great pleasure in screwing over Palmer and everyone, all them.
Eligor suites have just become available. Shall I book them for you?
Tonberry and Eligor.
It feels so good to do good. All right, lads, enjoy.
Okay, so how about this? For part 3, they let us, it's a Guardians ride now? That's lame. I mean, compared to Tower of Terror, which is like classic, you know? Kids is such a subversion of expectations. Reeves in his 40s. I assume so. You think about Shinra and their leader, do you think about serious people? And you have Palmer. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been Guardians for years. Yeah, it's been a long time since I went on the ride. It was like a 2017, 18 trip or something like that. What was I gonna say? Okay, so part 3. Could you imagine being able to rent different rooms and then being able to see those different interiors? I know we've already talked so much to adjust the humidity levels. I know we've talked a lot about there's way too much to fit into part 3. But imagine you could see the Eligor suite and the other ones. Just give me everything, Hamaguchi. Give me everything.
Toodaloo.
An necessary amount of things.
Floor. Please proceed to the elevator at the top of the stairs.
The NPCs in the hotel are so great too. Like the things that they talk about. Vincent gets a coffin in a hotel room.
I'd love to have his job.
He'd love to have his job.
Is literally haunted.
That's the point, girl. For them to be haunted. I don't think you get any service right now.
Service here is next level. A Tonberry robot delivers your food right to your doorstep.
It's really, we've talked about this before, but it's a shame that FF7 isn't as big of an IP as it is for, like, in the world as it is for us. Because could you imagine if they had like a partnership with like Disney or Universal or whoever, and they actually made like the Haunted Hotel into a thing? That'd be a dream come true. That'll never happen, but I love the story that these guys talk about.
Told me this story. One evening, right around midnight, he hears a sound outside his room. So he gets up, goes over to the door and looks through the peephole. Sees an old Tonberry robot, battered little thing with a huge knife dripping blood as he shuffles down the hallway, real slow. till he's out of sight.
Come on, man.
Oh, it's true. Was looking for the jerk who smashed it up. Night after night, that Tonberry stalks the hotel halls, seeking revenge. And if it crosses paths with ill-mannered guests that remind it of the one who did it wrong.
I just seeing a Tomberry like out in the randomly in the hallway. Possible gold saucer will be a logical place to stuff most of the mini games. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, they're definitely gonna have the snowboarding. Part 3 haven't even addressed all the side content. They said they weren't gonna skimp. They have so much to do. Hey, God of War 7. Oh yeah, Stinky Duck with the sub earlier. Oh, from France. Hi, how's it going? Bonjour. I won't butcher French any more than that, but welcome. Oh, part 3 Rocket Town, of course. Yeah. I don't know if it starts there. Here we go. Prediction or fortune telling time.
There you are. The offer still stands. A fortune or two to steer you true.
You can answer any question?
But of course. Be it this, be it that, go on and ask the cat.
I love his rhyming.
Okay,
yeah.
We're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth, you say? All right.
The 3 questions that spoil this entire game.
Meow, meow,
Yeah.
meow, meow,
Yeah,
meow,
Seth,
meow,
I really don't think this first fortune has happened yet. We've talked about it before,
Things are
but
looking up, so throw caution to the wind.
things looking up that hasn't happened
Your
yet.
trust in others and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you.
I don't think this has happened yet.
What's this got to do with Sephiroth?
What indeed? Give me another chance. I'll get it this time. Come on.
Watch your belongings. Lucky color. Black? We're done.
Wait, don't go. Third time's a
Now,
charm.
we have seen that,
Come on,
obviously.
you
Black
stupid
Materia at the end. And then this one may not have happened, actually.
Anything the
I heard,
matter?
I've heard good arguments for this one in terms of like losing what Cloud cherishes most. Where obviously in Advent Children, it's like everything. He cherishes everything. In my video, I just kind of like hand waved away. It's like, oh yeah, I'm losing Aerith, I guess. But there is like, I've heard arguments of that you might, like he might lose everything in the Northern Crater, actually. Because that's when he fully turns his back on the party. Looking up Northern Crater, Winds, Whirlwind Maze. When is Wind in one of the... Yeah, when is Wind mentioned in one of the fortunes? I'm trying to remember the word wind being mentioned. Yeah, it could be Northern Crater when he turns his back on everybody and then he literally loses them because he goes, you know, away and he's like lost to everyone. So it's possible this one hasn't happened either.
Seek and you are sure to find, but alas, you shall forever lose.
Although forever lose, because he doesn't lose forever. Oh, the other thing I've heard people mention that's interesting is that the thing he loses forever is potentially his identity as a soldier, you know, like his self-perception of him as a soldier could be lost. That's interesting.
What you cherish most?
The stars work in mysterious ways.
You good?
I love how much concern Barrett has for Cloud.
Yeah, it's just...
Checks on him, yells at Kate Sith here.
see what this crap does?
My apologies, sir.
Third question might have a double meaning. Possibly the high wind crew for who you. Also looking up. Yeah, high wind. Yeah, now I'm putting together what I think.
4th floor.
I love how this elevator operator.
Very well. 4th floor it is.
The elevator operator is like going down, I presume. Which, by the way, there's no going down. You're the 1st floor. And so he goes, you know, you say 4th floor or whatever. And then he goes, oh, yeah, 4th floor. Yeah.
Goodness me! Oh. Oh.
Oh, sorry, I missed Gods of War comment. You know, I commented under your video. Oh shoot, I lost it. Hold on. Gods of War. Where is it? I commented under your video that it stated in one Ultimania that it could also refer to Northern Crater. Shoot, where is it? Chat moved, sorry. That it could also refer to Northern Crater. Then it got so heavily attacked, I was like, never mind. Wait, the comment on the video got attacked? By like random people? I don't think it was me. I mean, I may have like left a long comment, maybe. I doubt I was like attacking there. Yeah, I do think it could be Northern Crater. I agree, actually. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. A few things have popped in. Shoot, I can't scroll. There we go. Yeah, your English was great there. I thought these were in reverse order. Yeah, I talked about that in my video, possibly being reverse order. Findings after losing Aerith, yeah. Black Materia, Northern Crater. I still don't know if it's Zack though. Because it's like, things are looking up, you know, put your faith in others, and you know, a pleasant surprise, which Zack is a pleasant surprise. I don't know if all the events leading up to it though are like things are looking up. He doesn't actively have to put his faith or trust in others there. Like Zack is hoisted upon him, and it's not like he has to like choose to trust him. He just automatically, you know, fights with him because it makes sense. But there's no like active need to like put trust in someone. So I'm not sure if that moment is like at the end of the game with Zack and Aerith. Palmer very affected by losing his room. Yeah. Oh, not you, just shippers. Probably. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, great video. Thank you. I think it's the high wind trusting Shinra crew to pilot it, maybe. Possibly. I haven't thought of high wind, but yeah, that could make sense. Especially because like things are looking up. Wasn't surprised. Putting faith in friends is kind of how the game ends normally. At the very end of episode 7, you mean? For all of it means nothing, yeah. Just like the end of Remake means nothing.
Reservation under the name Palmer.
Director of Space and Aeronautics?
Yes, of course. One moment, please.
Like the message of good people working for Shinra, the underlying message. Yeah, even the Turks have like some good to them, as we'll get toward the end of the story.
While we did have you booked for the Tonberry and Elagor suites, Mr. Palmer sent word that they were no longer required.
That's impossible.
Is something wrong?
She's a pain to fight.
What?
Who is exactly?
Tell him who I am.
Elena is in Evercrisis?
Oh. Well, no point dwelling on it. Now, where can a man get a drink around here?
I would say,
Waitress?
well, I kicked her ass in this game, but in chapter 12, in chapter freaking 12, the fight with her and Rude before the Rufus fight on hard mode, actually stumped me. Like at that point, because I was playing hard mode. I was playing hard mode for my video. To get the footage and just to like enjoy my second playthrough. And I switched it to normal after that because I couldn't get past Rude and Elena in the Gold Saucer in chapter 12. But I will get past them in this playthrough on stream. Even though it's hard mode, I will figure it out. Let me just also do something real quick. Let's take a look at the Turks and Palmer down here. Or the Turks, it's just the Turks down here. They're hanging with our guy. I got an ass shot. Is Palmer around? No, he's not. Is he outside? No Palmer. For the better, probably. She gets him with a wink and become confused. I like some of these NPCs. Hold on. We're the ones who talk about the rooms. It's like two women talk about the different rooms. Unless that was downstairs. Oh, it was downstairs. I missed it. Oh well. My tin hat theory is that the actual thing that is changing is that they killed off Advent Children's story at the end of Remake, and instead the character closure that happens in Advent Children just happens in the game's ending. So Semiron, yes, that is exactly what I've been thinking. I don't think you were here for our stream of chapter 1, but we did talk about there's dialogue that Aerith says to Tifa in that scene let me pull that up right now real quick. I won't pull up the stream. I didn't cut it as a highlight because I was planning to use it elsewhere, but let me bring up the scene real quick. But to your tinfoil hat theory that I agree with. Sound mixer. Just turn the game volume off for a second. So we can watch this real quick. Cutscenes. Chapter 1. Where is it? Tifa questions Cloud. So just check this out real quick. So when Tifa is like, "Oh, I thought you'd know."
Maybe
No, it's fine.
Why what? Be
Wait, I
erased?
missed it.
Feeling
Oh, right
you
here.
know.
Just had a feeling you know.
Probably did at one point. All that stuff was taken from me, though.
All that stuff was
Or-
taken from me, though.
Maybe erased?
Or maybe erased. And I think that specific verbiage, we looked up the Japanese also, and the direct translation of the Japanese is, or maybe like deleted. And so I think that's super important. That verbiage is very intentional, right? In terms of like the future, we kind of think of it as like she lost her ability to access those future memories. But I think it's more that the future was literally deleted. It was literally erased. And so like that, whatever future that we're aiming for will be different from that resolution that we got in Advent Children, like precisely, right? Like it may move it up. It might be a similar resolution just at the end of part 3. But it's like an erasing of those events as we know them. Which is also why I don't think it'll just neatly lead into Advent Children, because I think it's implying that the future has been erased. So even if things are still playing out very similar to the original, partially maybe even because of like tampering from the Whispers in Forgotten Capital, it's possible that the ending, like as Aerith says, the past is forever, but the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. I think the implication is that we will, that'll be a different ending altogether. I don't know if the Ultimate even mentioned the Kate Sith predictions. We also fight laws in them in Singularity and Remake. Yeah. If a memory could be erased, could Sephiroth be erased? Interesting question, yeah. I hope it could be open is because Barrett abandoning his daughter felt like such a betrayal of character. Was that like a connection? Oh, that was something else you were talking about. Here we go, humidity levels.
More toys.
Just when you thought they couldn't be nailing this game anymore, that scene happens, and you're just like, they get it. They totally get it.
Seaside flea trap. I'm gonna head out for a bit.
Cool.
But not for fun, just to take a walk.
Yeah, they need to make merch. They need to make this robot.
Pretty weird lately, Cloud. Rest up and shake it off.
Give me that Tonberry on a Roomba. Give me a Tonberry Roomba. You know, like if you can't make an entire mobile air humidifier, that's fine. But just attach it to a Roomba and sell it. Easy money. God of War. I was of the mind that Aerith having too much knowledge would be dangerous, either for Sephiroth or the planet, depending on which whispers took the memories away, but I think it was actually Sephiroth's whispers. It makes more sense to me that he would do that. Oh, that's Sephiroth's whispers. And it's interesting too how it's a good question in terms of like, how is Sephiroth involved with the whispers and when? He definitely seems to have control of them in Rebirth, but in Remake, we do see him speaking through the whispers when the whispers are hovering above Cloud when he goes to sleep. So I really don't know how. I don't know if it's like the end of Rebirth or the end of Remake just gave him fuller control and he only like had limited access before then. I don't know, it's very confusing. The fake door in this room is incredible. So I actually missed the fake door first time. And it wasn't until I was watching Max's playthrough of this chapter, I love this statue following you, that I saw Max open this door. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed that. It's so good. You just open the door, it's another Tonberry getting ready to stab you. In fact, yeah, exactly. I was gonna say put the Tonberry emote in chat for our boy. Handy one PR. Oh my God, Barrett date? Not Barrett date. No, not Barrett date. I don't even know if you can get a Barrett date in the first trip to Gold Saucer. Yeah, you can't because he ends up chasing Dyne while you're on the date with whoever. Red, Tifa, or Aerith. Except for the tricking Aerith, false whispers, and Aerith doesn't start to notice this until she chooses to try to escape Midgar. Yeah, I don't know if I like the idea of Aerith being easily tricked by Sephiroth's whispers there. It just feels like it makes her feel a little bit dumb at the end of Remake. But I wouldn't mind some trickery with the whispers somewhere down the line. Oh yeah, and then these hands. Yeah. Damn book. And the book keeps falling. You can get Red as a date, but he's just chilling in the battle square. Alright. So, but first, before we get to a date, we have a date with Zach.
More tired than I thought.
Aerith, even in this game, talks about how she doesn't actually know how to speak to the planet or pray or speak to flowers or anything. So it seems possible that her confidence about knowing fate and all that makes a bit of sense. Her journey is kind of learning how to be a steward of the planet. In Rebirth, yes. I feel like in Remake, it seems like she has a lot more awareness, though. I have an absolutely insane prediction about this trilogy. There's no way it's true, but if it would be fun to think about. My thought was this entire thing is taking place in Cloud's dream, post Cloud's life. And this is the story of Aerith guiding his soul to finally forgive himself, so both he and Sephiroth can be blended into the live stream, since they are tied together at almost a soul-like level. Is that completely crazy? I guess, Radcliffe? I know I've definitely heard the concept of like, oh, what if this whole game, this whole trilogy is Cloud at the end of his life, basically. And you're just like reliving memories and whatnot. Yeah, I think the thing of like changing fate, I feel like is probably doesn't really align with that. And then also I think it'd be people would just be, it'd be another version of like, it was all a dream, which they could do because they've been playing with dreams like crazy. Like they are about to right now. I think they will also leave a lot of people pretty dissatisfied with that. Cool.
Sorry, man. Feel like I failed you.
Yeah, Sephiroth. Even if it's like a clever version of it, it's really hard to imagine being satisfied.
Feel like I failed you.
So we hear the Zack dialogue as he's drifted to sleep, and then we hear it again here. And then we control we control Zack through Cloud. This is Cloud's perception. This is clearly Cloud's, eyes. We're seeing through Cloud's eyes. We are physically controlling Zack while looking through Cloud's eyes. We entered this scene through Cloud's eyes. So in terms of like Cloud's dreams being the place where Zack is, where these Zack scenes are happening, that seems to be pretty locked in as like an element that's happening. So it's the thing of like, it could all be a dream. It could all be in Cloud's dreams. There's definitely some aspect of this that is happening through Cloud's dreams. Interesting, Zack says he feels like he failed you. When in turn, Cloud may actually feel that towards Zack. Yeah, so I think it may have been you, Sephiroth, who mentioned that there may be some projection in these dream worlds where, Cloud, all of these versions of Zack that we see are essentially fail in some way. And is that a reflection of like Cloud's view of like failing? It would annoy me if all of it was a dream. I'm okay with Zack being in a live stream world and things in live stream affecting reality, but there should be a physical reality. Yeah, I totally agree. I think this is the concept of Cloud being spread so thin, he's leaking into other representations of himself. That's interesting. Yeah, that could be. I do think the zooming in and out of himself while he's sleeping. You're saying Zack is dreamy. Yeah, that's the point. That's the exact point, yeah. Okay, honest question. How many people just kept Zack standing there, staring at the camera for as long as possible? That's the first time I've done that. I was trying to make the point of,
I've never seen material like this before. Something about
the color. Yeah, the color that we know is missing from Aerith's materia in our real world. Let me just see if I missed anything in chat. Hold on. Interesting. I think I read that already. I don't think it's a dream. I think there's going to be multiple realities, and in order to save the world, Cloud will have to choose a reality in which Aerith is no longer around. Yeah, which I theorized about in my video. And I think Sephiroth is going to try to sell him on buying into a version of reality, a version of the world that is ultimately beneficial for Sephiroth, which is why I was planning on talking about this in chapter 14, but in chapter 14 you have the big scene where Sephiroth explains the concept of the worlds how they're created, how they could go away. And I think it could be in service of like, the big question that's been in my mind recently has been like, why would he explain all this to Cloud? Like, why would he give Cloud this information? Just like trying to understand his motivations as to why he would explain this. Like, what benefit does it serve to him to explain this? The very pessimistic answer would be the developers just want to give us information, so they did it that way. But also I wonder from a character perspective, if there's a motivation why Sephiroth would explain the creation of worlds, how there's all these worlds, you can, you know, a lot of them do disappear though. And is it setting up for him to try to sell Cloud on like making a different world, a world that he is staring at the edge of creation? And even think of the words edge of creation, right? Where it's at the edge of creating a new world. Is he trying to sell Cloud on like buying into a different reality? Do we think this is Aerith's Cloud's manifestation of Zack, or is it Zack's spirit allowing him to persist before fully returns to the planet? I think of how Aerith describes Elmira's husband trying to come say goodbye, but he couldn't make it before he had to return to the planet. Zack probably has enough hopes and dreams to persist longer when other people fade away. Possibly, but so if you take the Elmira's husband as an example, right? Like he was trying to come see her. It seems like there's almost like an understanding of what his situation is, that he is dead. And so he's trying to visit Elmira to say goodbye. So it seems like there's a conscious understanding of death in his situation. But then there's also the example of like in the Aerith dream, she talks about homeward bound, right? And Sephiroth keeps describing death as like a homecoming. And so she's basically saying we're not dying fully, but she does hint like maybe we're homeward bound, so maybe we're an in-between state between life and death. So I don't know. I mean, they've kind of played with a lot of different concepts. There's also the concept of Jesse's dad in Remake, who's sleeping just like Aerith is here, and Biggs and Wedge talk about Jesse having a theory that his soul is like stuck between the planet and basically the real world, his body, between his body and the planet. So yeah, they've kind of played with purgatory as a concept, but they also talk about dreams as not necessarily as like different realities in a way, even though they're all bound to sort of like connect back to or return to the planet at some point. God, I sound like a crazy person talking about all of this. Like, I don't know if any of that made sense. But yeah. Yeah, and how Sephiroth keeps saying that all these worlds are destined to fade away. Maybe a bit of both. He's allowed to keep physical integrity thanks to Aerith, but it's also himself. I think Sephiroth's interference causes the worlds to last longer, but I like the connection with spirits normally existing in between worlds before melting into the live stream. Yeah, there might be like a blending of it, Wick. But the ending was purposely made confusing so that with time you can unravel the message. Yeah.
You're supposed to say thank you.
And they want the feeling that we had with the live stream sequence in the original, where it's like we're confused as to like what is true, what is not true, what is like some things that seem weird. You don't know why Cloud is acting the way that he is. And then eventually the live stream sequence comes around and everything comes together. And you have that big like aha moment where you're like, oh my God. So Cloud was there, but he was this other person. Oh my God, you know, and so like you have that feeling. I I think they're trying to do a similar thing with all the confusion that they're building here. Yeah, I think what they were doing with the different worlds is actually interesting and clever, and not just multiple timelines or whatever. It does feel like they have a plan for where they're going and what they were explaining or not explaining. I completely agree. We talked about this in terms of like a Ultimania quote from the remake Ultimania, actually. We did this whole stream, well, part of the stream. It was the first 4 hours of the stream like 2 or 3 weeks ago, where we really talked about the idea of like, is this all a sequel or not, da-da-da, and went through quotes from developers that were in favor of that, quotes that were against that. But one of the quotes in the remake Ultimania that I found was how they talked about basically the very beginning of the entire process. Actually, it was from the Rebirth Ultimania, but they said how like they had the entire sketch of the trilogy, the outline of everything, done before they started remake. So they had a general sense of what the whole all those years are going to be. Why are some of these emotes only coming as like not as emotes? I don't understand why they're not working the way they should. I'm gonna have to play with that one.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
Yeah, I think they've had it all
supposed to say
planned
it now.
from the beginning.
Thank you.
Nightbot needs to be subbed.
Hey, did someone
Really?
come by the house last night?
That makes sense, actually.
Oh, you must mean Biggs. He was just dropping off some food.
I'll have to gift the
Then
sub to
what's with the
Nightbot.
sneaking around?
You've seen those wanted posters all over town? Well, his face is on them.
Our boy Biggs. There's a way for your accounts to type this stuff automatically. Oh.
How do
Yeah,
you
you gotta
know
figure
him?
that out.
I'd rather let him explain. So
I
long
thought it
as
was through
Marlon's
Nightbot,
here,
which is
he'll
what I
come around
was
again.
doing.
He won't.
I think there are other bots that use your
Biggs
account.
isn't coming
I
back.
gotta figure that out.
Tifa isn't coming back. Daddy isn't coming back. Nobody's coming back ever again.
Sure they will. And I know just how to prove it to you.
Poor Marlene.
I'll go and get Biggs. Right now.
I'll have to ask Jess.
You mean it?
Yeah, what she uses.
Always do. Honest and true. But let me guess. You don't like dumb rhymes.
No, I like rhymes sometimes.
Not bad, kid.
And then we get another phase in with the dialogue. Not bad, kid.
Not bad, kid.
I mean, it's heavily implying this is happening somehow through Cloud. Thanks, Kafka. Oh, wow, close to midnight there. All right, have a good night, Kafka. So Biggs has no clue he isn't in his world, right? That's the impression I get. But I also feel like Biggs from our world didn't die, because it seems he went to Terrier and then the out versus he dies. I think a similar thing happens to both Biggs and Zach, because later they describe the wind feeling and feeling like they're like transported. I think both Biggs is taken from, I think both Biggs and Zach are taken from another version of the world, arguably Beagle World, and they are literally transported to Terrier World. And the other thing that backs up how the Whisperers actually are the ones who transfer people is, this is so good though. You gotta, I'm sure some of you picked up on this. But in chapter, what was I thinking about? It is chapter 14. When Zach and Cloud team up, Zach, Cloud, start. When both of those guys team up, you'll see like whispers or what pop Cloud in, or what pop Zach in. Let's watch it in slow-mo.
Busy.
So boom. The whispers emerge, and so does Zach. Boom. Right? Like that action happens. Then you also see when Cloud returns to the party, there's an interesting shot that somebody on Twitter pointed out, where it's the second shot that we see. So here's what we see, right, where they fall together. And then right here, there's a whisper facing Cloud's perspective. And the whisper flies off, and he's back here, right? So it feels like Whisper has transported Cloud to this moment. And then in the other flashback that we get with Biggs and Wedge, I meant with Biggs and Zach. Is that chapter 9, maybe? No. Where is it? Chapter 10? Yeah. Then here, we talk about them. They talk about how they survived, right? So he thought he was fucked. And then all these whispers move, and suddenly he was in a burning, even the way the tower looks, right? Like here it's like burning like crazy. Whispers fly by, rainbows, and then suddenly it's a non-burning version of it. And then similar thing later with Zach, where he's describing, you know, the wind kicks up, and then suddenly he feels like he's taken somewhere else. 1 minute I'm outnumbered, the next I'm alone. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Let me go back to the game. Whispers can travel between the worlds, yes. Even in the Proto Relic quest, the last one, like in the Nibelheim area, Sephiroth is brought by a whisper to there. Feels like Zach was saved almost accidentally. The Zach stuff is so interesting. Yeah, that's definitely the big mystery. Zach stuff is the big mystery that will pay off in part 3. Tifa!
Hey, how are you feeling? Do you need anything? Some food?
Her date
water?
music is really great,
I'm
too.
fine. You were right. Just needed some sleep. You alone?
Yeah, Red's off doing his own thing, and Aerith and Yuffie are taking a spin on the Sky Wheel. They're only letting couples on tonight.
Can you say something about her materia? Of course.
The odd woman out. They hit it off quick, huh? Must be nice to make friends that easily.
What, like you can't?
I don't know.
I want to get that
I
emote
act like I
done
can,
where he was like
think I
nodding
always
his head.
have. Ever since I was a kid. Anyway, you up for a little exploring? With me. I mean, no pressure.
Of course I'm up for it.
Yeah, the like the Tifa one, that Max one. Yeah. I love that emote. I use it all the time. And then it's a Barrett scene.
Sorry.
Dyne. The beginning of the Dyne portion. So that's another trade-off, right? With like deciding not to make it a mystery that Barrett was the shooter is why hide the gun when you got Barrett walking around with one? Well, Barrett's not planning on doing anything with it.
Just so you know, I was bitten by a zombie a few days ago.
I love this
If you wanna
NPC.
exchange your points, you'd better hurry before I turn.
She actually turns.
Come back soon, because I don't think
I thought it was just part of the bit. But then you see her later, and she's like the Nibelheim monster. Yin and Yang, right? I'm kind of sad. I hope she didn't actually turn. But yeah, it's great. Pretty sure most of the date music isn't on the soundtrack. I don't know. I really don't know. I also have like a download with pretty much every track. Yeah, give her a raise. If she's just RPing there and she's not actually like in the middle of transforming, which seems ridiculous. Seems ridiculous that she would transform, even though she does technically. Well, we don't know if it's her. We just know Yin and Yang is there. It could be a costume. I mean, it's just a costume. Yeah. I'm thinking it's just a costume, but it's open. It's, hey, every interpretation is possible. Where should we go first? Let's first go to the theater. Or it may or may not be a chapter 12 exclusive, but whoever you end up on the date with gets their main theme mixed in with the gold saucer theme when you're in the main square. Oh, really? I do know it happens in the entertainment square in the theater. Speaking of which, let's go to event square. I think that change with Dyne also helps Kate's introduction and involvement more the mystery. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know, it's doing the Tifa theme here too. This is like a different version of Tifa's theme. Or it's just a regular Tifa theme. But it might kick into like a lo-fi. Oh my god, all those people talking, shut the hell up.
I managed to nab some tickets for the night show.
Right in the middle of the action. Relax in one of our luxurious seats. And let our world-class actors and
Just a regular Tifa. But in chapter 12, I remember it does kick into like a lo-fi version of Tifa's theme.
Well, look who it is. We meet again.
Oh shit, did I just mess it up?
The stage call.
What are you doing?
Alright, shut up, dude. Oh, I hope it didn't override
No.
the Tifa Jesse scene.
Cloud.
Okay. I got nervous because this is the scene I wanted to see. Britt's performance here,
It's Jesse.
I'm just gonna let it play.
Back when I was still finding my feet in Midgar, I ran into some trouble.
And
But
thanks
she
for the
took me
follow,
under her wing,
Kasuri.
helped me out, saved me, really.
Sounds like her.
I admired her. She was so cool and confident. Like nothing could bring her down.
Oh, the tone on that delivery.
I know.
I owe her so much. Thank you for everything.
You can hear her voice breaking and cracking a little bit. It's the first sequence. Is this first sequence always with Tifa? Yeah, I think it's only with Tifa. This Jesse sequence.
Well,
Britt is the star of the cast, in my opinion. But she's my number
So,
one
where'd you
performer.
next?
The races, maybe?
Not again.
Done for the day, I guess. She was always a star, but just imagine her up there.
Yeah.
Wish I could have seen it.
Oh, were you asking? Yeah, the first date could be Tifa, Aerith, or could it be Yuffie? I've only ever gotten Tifa or Aerith in this date. Oh, you can watch Jesse's portrait with Aerith? I didn't notice that. I don't know if I've seen the Aerith scene then with Jesse. I must have, because I've been on the Aerith date before. Oh, you go solo. Yeah. I must have seen the Aerith scene. If there's an Aerith Jesse scene, I must have seen it then. I have had the Aerith date before. But I've only seen the Tifa scene. Alright, I only remember the Tifa Jesse scene.
I repeat.
Alright, where's the Moogle?
Sold out. Same day tickets will be
Where would you like to go, Kubo?
before the show. Please line up here to wait.
Wonderment?
Hold on to your hats, Kubo.
Find all the other on the rest of the party.
And here we are.
I think it's Yuffie that's here, right? Yeah.
Art show begin. Aha! I knew you'd come crawling out of your room eventually. I mean, seriously, who could resist the siren song of the saucer?
You alone?
Yeah, got a little sidetracked and wound up losing the others.
Well, feel free to join us if you want.
And be a third wheel?
I do think the Woodside War is going to be
I know
huge.
when I'm not
Yeah.
wanted.
Even when he can't get his Barrett. Red knocks on your door and you see him go into the elevator. He'll be hiding in Battle Square. Yeah, you don't run around with Red, from what I remember. With Aerith, Cloud tells Aerith about Jessie. And how she used to be. Oh.
See.
Yeah, because Aerith didn't meet Jessie.
This place looks fun, huh?
Except for very briefly, maybe
Now
at
we're
the...
talking. That one's
No.
practically calling
No,
your
she never
name.
did.
Bet you'd kill on it.
But it's for kids.
You're afraid of a little video game?
Whatever. Let's see how it stacks up against the real thing.
Or let's not. I don't want to do all the mini games. I just want to like see everything. Oh, is the snowboard? Yeah. Here we go, guys. Part 3 right here. Oh my God, there's a chocobo on the snowboard. I never noticed a chocobo on the snowboard. What if there's chocobo racing on snowboards? Meaning how fleshed out, calm, look amazing. Coming soon. Yeah. The heavy teaser.
Apparently, they're working on setting up a whole new game here. Rumors say it's a snow. Actually, I'll leave it.
Oh, they're talking about it right here. Rumors say they're opening a new. Yeah. It's snow. I'll leave it a surprise. Choco boarding. Yeah.
I'm dying to see.
All right. Let's check out some other areas. So if you want to get to Dyne today, it's already 4.5 hour stream. We'll save Skywheel.
And away we go.
Where's the subs? I mean, there was a big gift sub donation earlier of 25. There was another 5 earlier from Red Sarge. 25 from Stinky Duck, and one from Alex at the beginning of stream. So a whole lot of subs today. 31. I don't know if that's what you were asking specifically, but
Come on, push it.
I'm very curious how they do the Golden Chocobo. In general, right? Because
Wow,
like,
you really can get sucked into this. You can see how people end up in debt.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy V had a big like exploration stream last week or this past week where they talked about a lot of different things, including like potentially how you get the gold chocobo. And I kind of wonder if they'll change the way that they do it from just breeding and racing. Just because like on replays it gets a bit repetitive. And I think it's not what they were talking about, but at one point it wasn't the motivation for this, but at one point they said, what if you have to like find rare chocobos, and one of the rarest one to find is the gold chocobo, but you find it in the world in a different way. Since we have access to different chocobos already, like it's not that amazing of a reward to like give birth to a green chocobo or blue chocobo, because we already have them. We have access to them already. So do they do something where you have to like find rare lost chocobos? For example, do you find the gold chocobo in the ancient forest or something? I don't know, it could be interesting if they do another way to sort of like unlock the gold chocobo.
No, you idiot! Oh, Cloud. Honestly, darling, if you wanted to spend time with me, you only had to ask.
What are you doing in this place?
She really plays into it.
Of course.
Transporting the right chocobo to an area. Yeah.
Soul proved fruitful. Oh, and now I'm flushing all that gill down the toilet. I swear, every time one of
I guess it's revamping the world map to use them and then retcon how to get them, yeah.
Enough about me, though. What about you? Surely you've got better things to do than listen to me vent. Like paying attention to your girlfriend. Go have fun before she gets bored.
Madam M is a Tifa shipper.
Whatever.
It could be similar to how they do the Proto Relic quest line, and then it gives access to Gilgamesh's Island. Use a similar thing to get access to Knights of the Round Cave and whatnot. Oh yeah, they could do that. They could definitely do that. Yeah, I do want like a quest line for Knights of the Round, right? Like something that like it's a real, like it takes effort to sort of like, because like, oh, I want like a story to Knights of the Round. I know like Max talked about, do they integrate it directly into the story? We're ignoring the Chadley storyline. We are. I mean, the thing about them making it part of the main story is I would also save from the party abusing, from the player abusing Knights of the Round, right? Like if you get it early and use it very often, it's a little, it kind of cheapens it a little bit, versus like if they make it real end game sort of thing that you only really use in the final area. Perhaps different knights would be in different areas, accessible via the colored chocobos, the final match being on Round Island with the gold chocobo. Oh, possibly. Convinced Gilgamesh's section of the game is a section of Wutai. Oh yeah. It looks like Wutai when you see here in Rebirth. The Knights of the Round will absolutely be Knights of the Cetra contextually. Yeah.
Hey there, you two. Huh.
These developers,
Just checking.
they just play with this.
Checking for what?
If you were fighting or not. Not gonna lie.
Oh, we're not fighting. It's a good point, because we were fighting in
This place
chapter 1.
not fun when you're all by yourself. There must be someone out there who'd want to hang out with a cool person like me.
Stop it.
Chat, who's gonna hang out with Aerith?
This isn't the time to go.
We need people to hang out with Aerith. Come on, this is unacceptable.
All I'm saying is, anyone can put on a friendly face, including Shinra spies. They could be anywhere, waiting to pounce.
Thanks, but I'm not that
It's a
mean.
random,
I
like,
know a Shinra creep when I see one.
conspiracy theory.
Say so.
She's a bit too extra for me.
Stay sharp, okay?
Oh, I will. Sharp as a tack. Promise. Now go. Enjoy your date.
Your actions will decide not only the
She has fun with it. She's good-natured about it. He's like, go enjoy your date. All right, what else is next?
Where would you like to go, Kubo?
I did these already. I did Chocobo. I did, oh, it's exclamation because I didn't do any actual things there. I went to Wonderment already, didn't I? For the battle.
We've arrived at your destination.
Ah, here's where Red is.
You seem to be feeling better. Yeah. You just chilling here, or?
I'm hiding. Some children mistook me for a mascot.
Poor Red, he's always being chased by children. All right, we'll be back here in a minute. Actually, do we see any of these NPCs later? Like after the shooting? Just keeping a mental eye on the people. Oh, shit. So this is the person. Hold on, check this out, chat. Because I always notice that they did a zoom in on a dead body with gloves. Check out these gloves. We're gonna see these gloves later. I think she died in the attack. Whoever this is died in the attack, because those gloves are definitely the gloves that we see later. I'm pretty sure they're black with that green cuff. Interesting. I was wondering who those gloves belong to in that scene. What is her dialogue? Come on, talk.
Come and get
You were
your
just
spectator tickets for the
oh, she's
local
literally
Coliseum.
the ticket
Watch
clerk.
The best of the best, duking it out.
Got it. Okay. It's funny in hindsight because Red is hiding from kids who want his photo at the same time the Nakia would be all for it. Yeah. Or do they all have? Oh, what the hell happened? Okay. Ah. Oh, I did it. I did debug camera on the pause menu. Shoot.
Inside the ring.
Why am I keep doing that?
Counter to learn more.
Debug camera. Does she also have similar gloves? She does. So it might be this other ticket clerk who died. Either way, these are the gloves of employees. So that's what it's supposed to signal. It's supposed to signal that civilians died, such as these clerks. Yeah. Okay, now I get the point. It's amazing how everyone in this game is so pretty. Yeah.
Where would you like to go, Kubo?
I think that's pretty much it, right? I'm gonna try to go to Skywheel. Technically, Barrett was at the scene. Okay, down. Shouldn't a soldier.
What happened? It can't be.
Actually, so I was complaining about it earlier. Oh, shit. I'm curious how many dead bodies we can find. Oh, it's like a limited map. I think it's the full. I should have checked that earlier when he was running. Ah, damn. I don't think I can. It's a, yeah, it's cut off from the rest of the map. Oh wait. Oh, it's inside of the Coliseum. Oh wait, here we go. So we're back out here. I don't know if they'll have the bodies loaded. Gunfire. Yeah, no bodies anymore. Oh well. I was like, how many people died? The literal instant we leave Battle Square, people start dying. Yeah. We should have been caught in the crossfire, but we weren't.
Welcome to Couples Hour at Skywheel Square.
Yeah, you see them later,
Huddle up with a
but their
partner
like
in our
bodies are
cozy gondolas
covered over.
and see our golden paradise.
And I was complaining earlier that I thought there was more death
Escape
in the original.
crowds, share a private moment together, and experience dazzling sights and sounds. The
So it
memories
felt
you
more
live
like
here
this big
are
attack
sure to
that had
last
been
a
planned for a long
lifetime.
time.
Looks fun, huh?
All right, everybody, you ready? Here we go. We're gonna go on the gondola. It's a moment everyone's been waiting for. Ah.
What's going on?
I don't know. Your attention, please. We are currently experiencing some minor technical difficulties. While our technicians are
Music
working
fits the
hard to
moment.
resolve this issue, for your safety, we ask that you follow all staff instructions.
Over here, folks. Our friendly cast members will show you the way.
Thank you so much for understanding, and have a wonderful day.
Cloud! We've got trouble!
Is that a cat?
What is it?
Get to the Coliseum! On the double! Because between you and me...
Yeah, I'm just realizing Tifa didn't meet Kate Sith yet at this point.
The word around the saucer is that a man with a gun for an arm was the perpetrator.
So they do have like a little bit of mystery.
Alright, now get going.
They undercut it, right? But they do set that moment up. It's like a man with a gun for an arm. Oh no, wait. Well, no, they don't, because you know
Find out.
that other guy with a gun for an arm. Yeah, you know already. Never mind. Is that a cat? It's a Battle Square.
And here we are.
So before we settle into this, I just really do need to use the bathroom. I was thinking of holding it for after the scene ends, but I need to go. Yeah, so like Semiron is saying, right? Like we know, but the characters don't know. Now they could have, like, if we were really thinking into this, because we talked about it a lot earlier, we said like it's very logical that a lot of people wouldn't really believe that Barrett did this, so they just kind of got ahead of it by letting people know, basically, by seeing those scenes. Now, that is reasonable. Why does this keep blinking? I'm just gonna pause it for a second. That is reasonable, but I do think there is something to, do you really need those Barrett seeing Dyne scenes? Like, do you really need those scenes of them, like, him seeing him? Because there's two things, right? Like, it gives away that mystery, technically. Even if you don't believe it. They could have kept a line of dialogue, too, that we see in a minute, where Cloud says, oh, I don't think Barrett would do that, right? Like, you can still have that. And he can kind of be the voice of the player, being like, I don't think Barrett could do that, but still leave it a little bit of a mystery, because you don't really gain that much from those Barrett scenes aside from, like, you know, letting the audience know that it wasn't him. And it also sort of like undercuts the surprise of like discovering this carnage, right? Where you could have Kate Sith run in, say, hey, we have a problem, we have an emergency, and then you go and you see that the shooting happened. They kind of like give it away a couple scenes earlier. So you don't really need the Barrett following Dyne, because then he can explain that later. So yeah, I can go either way on it, you know. I think Barrett's demeanor in Rebirth is a lot calmer than OG Barrett of the Saucer. That characterization felt believable in OG. That's a good point. Yeah, I think it was maybe a little bit more believable in the original. It's definitely not really believable in Remake. Whether it was good or not for them to sort of like give away the mystery is, I guess, a little bit up for debate. I can see both sides of that argument.
I'm sorry, sir, but only authorized personnel are allowed past here. No, excuse me.
They were in a box though because they had the characters force Barrett to explain about Dyne before finding him in the prison.
Please.
Which happens in the original too, right? Like you, in when he gets to the prison in the original, you walk into that house and you find Barrett, and then he explains more of the backstory with Dyne, similar to how he does in the desert when you find him here. So they kind of both, Barrett does explain Dyne in both games before you meet Dyne. Or do you, well, yeah, because they have the flashback. Well, do they have the flashback where you see where you get on the gold saucer? Yeah, they do. Before you get onto the ropeway in the original, he has that same speech, I think.
Shit.
It's like I told you. Someone went on a rampage, and now
I'll take it from here.
Sephiroth, are you triggered right now?
I am Dio.
By having Dio being so braggadocious.
As park director, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this, our gilded paradise.
It is a little funny that he reintroduces himself, even though
again, young man.
he obviously knows Cloud.
If you'd like to go another round, I'm always game.
Seriously?
Now, how much is Dio's behavior for you, Sephiroth? How much is it on the, how is it on the scale of spiral staircases? Is it as bad as a spiral staircase? Is it a half staircase?
Both guests and staff were caught in the crossfire.
I think Rebirth makes it much more believable.
That's terrible.
The assailant took care to knock out the cameras.
He's an eccentric,
So
Steph.
we have no image of their face.
Sid mentions it later.
According to
So he's an
eyewitness
odd duck.
reports, it was a man with a gun
Half staircase,
strapped
okay.
to one arm. And that's when it hit me. I knew this man. He was one of
This is totally normal behavior, Sephiroth. I don't know what your issue is. Or the people at Final Fantasy V, Daniel and crew. It's fine. It's normal behavior right here. This is how course, as you're giving a conversation, as you're doing a talk, you would, you know, why not? If your body looks like that, then why not?
Several fugitives we were warned to be on the lookout for. Nigh as tall and muscular as I, yet...
You don't get the spiral staircase thing. I had a big rant about the lack of a spiral staircase in Nibelheim in the first stream, so it's a callback to that.
Rash and brazen, with an ever-present scowl that smolders behind his sunglasses, and a gun for an arm. Tell me, does that sound like anyone you might know?
Now wait a minute. Barrett might have a temper, but he'd never do this.
Though I'd like nothing more than to believe you. This tells a very different tale.
This is all very believable from Dio's perspective.
Listen,
right?
This couldn't have been Barrett.
As far as he knows, Barrett is a
and what makes you
fugitive
say that?
The camera
and a terrorist specifically.
It's not his style to avoid the limelight. If he really
I do like
did
the
kill all
callback to
these
the camera
people,
conversation
he
though.
had a damn good reason. One that he'd want the world to know about. He'd have made sure you had the footage. Trust me.
Well, you do not want for loyalty, which is a quality close to my heart. But this is a serious matter. Mere character
Me Cloud's line of reasoning.
I'll tell you what. Find me the true perpetrator, and I will declare your friend innocent.
I mean, it's a callback to how he
24
behaved
hours,
in the
after
reactor
which you will all
in
be
remake.
deemed complicit, clapped in chains, and delivered to Shinra.
But it's like not the most airtight defense, I guess. Very circumstantial.
Insurance. In the event you decide to make a break for it.
We won't need to.
Good. Now go, before the Turks beat you to the punch.
Wait, the Turks are here?
Competition's
It's a little extra flexing on every line.
Culprit awaits below,
Here we go.
my scrappy friends.
Okay, maybe it's a bit
In the name
much.
of justice, go
Maybe it's a
forth.
bit much.
If you'd care to follow me, I will be your faithful guide. And the elevator is that way.
Maybe.
This way, folks. Quick as you like.
See, there's the person we just saw, the staff. So staff there. So this is like establishing like soldiers. These are dead Shinra uniforms. Whereas like these are civilians over here. It just seems like it could have been more, there could have been more bodies than this, right? Like if Dyne's whole plan gonna go under this harp, kind of doubt it, but we could try. I mean, yeah, you can. There's two bodies here. One body here. Right, one. Oh. Hold on. One body. One body there, two bodies over there. And then... oh, it's the red hair girl. Oh. There's one, two. So we're talking 2, 4, so 5 bodies total. 5 bodies. Dyne had been planning this attack, and all he did was take out 5 people. Just absolute failure. Mystery solved. Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, it felt like in the original, there was just much more And so you feel like, okay, this is a plan that his attack has been planning for years, and he executed it, right? Like he took out a lot of people. Maybe Dyne was planning to get Palmer and knew he would be there. Yeah, I think there is he even mentions, or someone mentions at some point, that like going after an executive. And yeah, clearly he didn't succeed, if that's the case. There's even a scene with Palmer and Rude where they talk about Palmer plays up like, oh yeah, people are after me because I'm a bigwig.
It is nasty. Once upon a time, it was where the Gold Saucer employees used to live. But with hordes of fiends
New lore
appearing, the staff
for
up top,
Corel Prison.
it was safe. The building's vacant. All sorts of lowlives, ruffians, and ne'er-do-wells swooped in to stake their claim. Ah, the place it could have been tears me up inside.
So basically another wall market.
Ha! A paradise compared to this cesspool. Set one foot inside and it's farewell freedom, so long dignity. I mean,
We should have
why
won for
else do you think
7.
they started calling
I missed a magical number.
Corel Prison?
Yeah.
Except that prison's got no bars, no rules. Mugging, maiming, murdering. It's all on the table. In summary,
Like, I don't
prepare yourself for
mind
one seriously cold reception.
this explanation for Corel Prison. Like, people wanted to live in a lawless way, in this sort of like abandoned town. I get that makes sense. Like, it's kind of interesting. But I do agree that I think there was like a dirtier vibe to the original Corel Prison. Probably my big beef is coming up with the scene of like, even if they got the jump on Cloud and crew, which they kind of don't, because they kind of like make a big deal, I think. And then the guy comes with the bat. It's just like taking out this whole party that has beaten Sephiroth and the god of destiny, them getting taken out so easily. Like, I've heard the explanation of like, oh, maybe they kind of like gave themselves up, but they literally talk about like, you know, stay on edge right here, like keep an eye out. Sephiroth should have recruited these guys. Yeah.
Nobody home?
It's a whole city surrounding them, but they've also taken on Shinra building. I don't know. It's a little... It breaks disbelief a little too much. Or it begs disbelief a little too much. Especially because at the end, it's just like one guy with a bat. I'm nitpicking, but...
Shit.
Hey!
I mean, I guess he was blinded.
Prison, bitch.
He was blinded by the headlights. Yeah, that's the strongest nail bat. But thanks for sure playing Rebirth. Just made me wonder what parts will be told differently in part 3. I think Medial, the huge change. Very possible. Especially we've talked a little bit about. Why is it?
That if I was you. All right, follow me.
I gotta say, the optimization on Rebirth on PC still isn't amazing. Like, I can play Cyberpunk at 4K DLSS max with like 100 frames per second steady. But Rebirth still has its moments. Even with the mods, it's supposed to help.
Allow me to welcome you to my desert oasis, Cloud.
In the OG, the prison was the original Corel, right? Where now Corel is just Corel. This is a separate undercity. Yeah, so we talked about this at the start of stream, but the change in the lore is that, I'm sorry, I just killed Sephiroth and Puppy Chew's like dance mojo. But in the original Corel, the remains of Corel, are built on top of, like the gold saucer is put on top of that, and then directly underneath the saucer is like turned into a prison of sorts. Whereas but in Rebirth, it basically implies that North Corel is where everyone has always lived basically. And you also see, and whereas in the original, North Corel is like where refugees basically went. And then also and they changed the lore, as Kasith just explained, where like this prison area was housing for the employees as they were building Gold Saucer, and then when they vacated it, once it was built, that's when people took it over. These people took it over to kind of live in a lawless way. So yeah, it changed a little bit. Gold Saucer kind of parallels Midgar a bit, yeah, with like the upper and the lower. Yeah.
Cloud, right? Merc for hire?
Got it in one, boss man.
But which one of you is it? Is it you, maybe you, or is it the pooch?
Bunk is back.
With you.
Bunk is back.
There is our man.
I don't think we've met.
Of course we haven't met. You got brain damage? I'm not the type of player folks tend to forget.
Look at it.
Now, you may not know me, but I know you. And why do you think that is,
Why do you think?
Mr. Mercenary? Ha! I'll tell you why. Because it's my business to know.
Yeah.
And what kind of businessman would I be if I didn't have the scoop on the man who brought down Dyne?
Yeah.
Let me
Dyne
just say, bravo. Well done.
We're looking for someone.
Hey there, hi
Man.
there, ho there. No need to explain. Intel's my bread and butter. Really gonna tell you twice? Uptown secrets always trickle down. Which is why I'm ever so certain that you'll be useful.
That's
What do you
great.
want? So the son of a bitch with a gun for an arm? I got him under lock and key. Out in the middle of the dunes. Now, I'm
Different
a
name,
generous
though.
guy, so
He was
I'd
not
be
named
happy
Gus
to
in the
tell you
original.
where to find him. But only if I get a little something from you first, understand? That little something being a shitload of money. I want stacks of it, heaps of it, mountains of it. I mean, did you hear what he did? Your buddy shot Shinra troopers in broad friggin' daylight. So I ain't about to give him up for free. You think my prison runs on good deeds? No, sir. It runs on guilt. So
Oh, it's all man.
yeah.
Yeah, just in time for Gus. They saw Breaking Bad in like the game, yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, his full name was Gus Coates in the original?
Relax. I know you don't have it
Or,
on
oh,
you,
here.
but I got an idea
Oh,
on
you're
how
saying
you
I
can
like to
scrape
think.
some
Yeah,
together.
yeah, yeah.
I'm entering
Because, yeah,
you
his name was
one
Coates.
lucky chocobo in the
in the original.
races, and you are gonna win. On that note, till you bring home the bacon.
So yeah, they changed the ordering of the Chocobo race, where Chocobo race happens after you do everything with Dyne in the original, and here it's to get the information to
There are
find
plenty of other
Dyne.
ways to raise the funds I require. Can put a price on anything.
Frick.
That's Gus to you. Got that, jockey boy? As for all those pesky race details, talk to Garth here.
I got you, boss man.
Don't let me down, huh? Yeah. Later.
All right, Mr. Merc. Let's go meet your bird. Better stick close, you hear?
I do like how on New Game Plus, on hard mode,
Safe out there. Be careful, okay?
Keeps them as pets. They're trained.
sucks to the crew.
Hey, Creepazoids! What are you planning on doing with us? Suppose I could always ninja myself out of here.
I do like how you basically skip over having to feed the Chocobo and, you know, getting herbs and all that, so you just get straight to it.
Yo, brought your new champ. He's all yours.
So, you're Cloud the Merc. Can't say I was expecting someone so pretty.
Pretty shrimpy.
I'm Esther, Chocobo Wrangler.
Pretty shrimpy. I never noticed that line.
Wait, Cloud?
Aren't you that kid from the ranch?
Oh, hang on. You two know each other?
What happened? We were making our way to
She
the
sounds so much
crossroad
like
for
Rihanna.
Pico's racing debut.
There was a voice
When
that she
these
reminded
ones
me of.
nabbed us.
I forgot what it was. I need
How
to
about
hear it
you
again.
Tell them the real story. How you were dying out there in the dunes? How we saved your scrawny ass? Ungrateful little piece of shit.
So, you want me to race Pico?
In a fryer.
The one and only. When you're ready to head up to the stadium, just speak to your babysitter over there. Vegetables are hard to come by down here, so I'd be happy to buy yours.
Brianna said on her stream she was confused by this VA. Oh, really? I met Brianna during Summer Games Fest. It was like a random event related to Summer Games Fest where it was like kind of like an indie games thing. It was like on a rooftop after the show. And it was like a bunch of indie games that were like playable and like, you know, some, like free drinks and stuff. And she was there. So I got a picture with her and everything, which is really cool. Talked to her for a little bit, actually. Yeah, I mean, it was very cool. She was very like open. Still gonna find, we didn't talk anything about like Rebirth or like not specifically. When I say open, it wasn't like, oh, you know, her thoughts on the game or anything like that. She did talk about, she was like sad that she hasn't beaten the game yet, at least on stream, because she was playing it on stream. She's just busy with a lot of things, you know.
Now it's up to you to take the reins and ride him to victory.
I was in the same room as Katase and Hamaguchi for the Tribeca event. I took a picture with Hamaguchi and Katase at the Tribeca event. I've met pretty much all the cast. At New York Comic Con, I took a picture with John Eric Bentley, Susie, Cody Christian, Britt Barron, and Max Middleman. They were all there. So I got a picture with all of them. And then met Brianna at that SGS event. So yeah, it's very lucky for sure. Definitely lucky. When Slipstick shook her hand, he had flashes of future memories. Yeah. Part 3. Hey, Maria, what's going on? Welcome in. You actually got a gift sub earlier from Stinky Duck. So, but hey, how's it going? I met Maria at Summer Games Fest. I was just talking about SGF and how I met Brianna at one of the events there, which is very cool. Oh, do I need to talk to someone? Oh yeah, talk to this guy.
You ready or what?
Oh, let me give a shout out to Maria, aka Marignetic, who is a streamer who's playing. What are you playing right now? Forget. Is it 10? Are you doing 10? I think you're doing FF10, right? Participate in the race.
Let's get this
Yeah,
show
you're
on
playing
the
through
road.
10.
Come with me.
Actually, on second thought, I'll take him up top. That work for you?
Say what? Fine. You want to go roll in the hay with this idiot? Go wild.
And on that note, follow me. It's hard to believe this is the same Pico that nearly
I do feel like I need to
You should have seen him that first day.
play
the
10
poor
again.
boy. More dirt than
I watched a bit of a
chaperone.
playthrough
Couldn't so much as give us a quail
earlier
about
this year,
popping up
actually.
sand. He's a whole new bird now, though. Might even
But I
have
saw
what it takes to win.
NSP's
Question
recent
is,
video about
you,
FF10,
even the
and there were like layers to that story that I did not remember, even watching some of that playthrough recently. So I feel like I do need to replay the game to really dig into the lore and all the layers of it. FF7 Remake actively recruiting the Teen Wolf cast. Yeah. I haven't seen that show, but yeah, I know like Cody's in it, right? And who else from Teen Wolf in the cast is in FF7? Oh, Sephiroth's actor too? That adds up. They're kind of like buff dudes. I know that show is like buff dudes, the show.
Race today?
Yep.
We'll get your bird prepped for you. Just sit tight in the jockey lounge. And no wandering off, okay?
That blind big dude that plays a villain too. Damn, a lot of Teen Wolf watchers. Everyone knows like all the characters. I'm like, shit, am I missing out? Is Teen Wolf that incredible? I know Cody was also in that football show too, which I kind of wanted to watch, Friday Night Lights, I think. I heard that's good.
You grow lovelier by the day.
I watched a movie. I never watched the Friday Night Lights show though.
Oh, where are my manners? This here's Joe. He's one of Sam's
Joe.
buddies. And as much as it
I was so happy that they brought Joe in.
the man's far and
Obviously,
away the
he's like
best
such
bowler
a
in the sport.
big troll in the original. This son of a bitch. He was so hard in the original.
This is Cloud, an up-and-coming star of the track, and all ours. Be sure to wave hi when he laps you.
He's on 4th season.
Like you got
Oh,
a
okay.
fan, son. I wonder though, you win her over with your skills, or with one of them smoldering
Smoldering looks.
Don't see why it can't be both.
About time I had some competition. Assuming Esther's not full of it.
Esther really kept the look from OG. Yeah, they kept the full vibe of Esther. I even just noticed like he's kind
The
of
race is starting soon, so stay focused.
he's kind of fighting a little. He's fighting with us for Esther's
here
attention a
can
little
help
bit. Look, I'm Cloud Strife. I can get any woman on this planet, okay? As has been clearly established.
Not gonna do a few laps for practice?
No, I'm good.
Not gonna do a few laps for practice?
Where's Joe's bitch ass? That's awesome. Alright, that's cute. I can't toss a Joe before.
Well,
Who's this guy?
try not to get
That's another
trampled out
jockey.
there.
I guess Joe walked out. Alright, I'm pretty much ready.
This being your first race,
Volunteers
you should
tribute.
probably do a few laps in the sim.
No, I'm good.
Our next race will begin shortly.
Dang, the Teen Wolf episode rabbit hole goes deeper than I do.
You good to go?
I'm great to go. Yeah, speaking of shows, I also just started season 2 of Loki. I was very much like not doing a lot of. Do I not have the racing one? I don't. I'll be fine. Just keep the merc. I'll keep the merc look. I don't know what I get out of this setup, but yeah, I've been like kind of like superheroed out for a while, and Superman sort of got me back into it a little bit, and then I watched Fantastic Four yesterday, which was pretty good. And it got me. I've been rewatching a lot of old MCU stuff. I've been watching like Avengers, Infinity War, Endgame. Then I watched the first 2 Captain America movies again. So I'm kind of back in a weird like Marvel thing. So I went back to Loki season 2, which I hadn't watched yet. I've seen season 1. And so far, first episode of season 2 was
I
good.
survived that recent shooting.
Here's Palmer talking his shit. He's like, "Hey, ladies,
About the Colosseum,
I'm the
are
biggest deal in Shinra."
Yes, I was there. Or I would have been had I not gone to the bathroom just before.
That's amazing. You're so lucky.
Aren't I just? Which is why I know my bird's a winner.
The trailer VA is Jiraiya and Naruto. I don't watch Naruto, so I probably just butchered that name. Once I made the connection, I can never unhear it. Oh, interesting. So the trailer VA, do you mean the from the teaser trailer? So Palmer say by his shit. I do think it's intentional. They found someone who matches his voice. Yeah.
Ooh, what a scrumptious looking parfait.
I think the Gina talk and the trailer voice are different people, but they do sound very similar.
Got eyes on him?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. Do you know how hot it is out here?
Oh, what the hell?
I'm melting.
There we go.
God, what asshole decided
That
our
was weird.
uniforms had to be black?
I'll be there as soon as I can.
You freaking better. And bring something cold to drink. Or better yet, ice cream.
Is vanilla
No
okay?
vanilla.
No vanilla. Yo, vanilla ice cream is legit.
You want that? Do ya?
I remember when I was a kid, I was all about chocolate for like everything. I feel like my camera's a little too far to the right. But I was very like chocolate for everything. And then I switched to vanilla ice cream. Hey, yo, vanilla ice cream is pretty good. What are the controls again? Oh shit, I messed it up. Oh, it's X. I couldn't see the controls because they're like hidden behind where I have chat right now on my screen. I started at a disadvantage. Can I make up for it? I was pressing R2 at the start. How do I use this? Oh my god, it's been a while since I can't read the controls. How do I use this bubble? Oh, choco bubble. There it is. Okay, okay, okay. Get a couple of those. Ah, come on. It's gonna come down to the wire. Oh, Joe is so far ahead. Ah, fuck, I missed. I might lose this. I had such a bad start. Go get him. Go get him, Chocobubble. Ah! I just passed him. Oh my god. It's very close. That was very close. Photo finish. Because I forgot the controls at the start. That actually made it more dramatic. Because usually I just whoop his ass. Of course, I'd always kick his ass, you know. I'm never bad at this game. So that actually made it a lot more, like, interesting. It would fit the story better if I just barely beat him, you know?
I knew I backed a winner. You're the
Magic
real
8 Ball
deal,
things.
kiddo. I just provided the encouragement. And thanks to you, my prison's gonna be a goddamn palace.
Good for you.
I wonder if we'll see any actual difference
Here in the desert,
in
we like
his
it
palace in part 3, like now that he's gotten the money, you know?
Yeah, I'll bet.
You
Now,
see
where's our
me
guy?
riding,
Easy,
you
Snowflake.
hating.
Solemn Gus is a man of his word.
Joan,
Are you
you
scared
gotta
of
get me
Wigwam
riding
Woman?
dirty. Good to get you riding, birdie. God, I hate his teeth.
Over there will take you where you need
Me
to
when
go.
the Gus Funk plays.
Past all that quicksand like a slippery little sidewinder. And
They
at the other
rolling
end,
dirty.
one of our
Oh my
beautiful
God.
vultures will be waiting to guide you through the
Rolling.
desert. So be a good tourist.
That was
we got
clever.
old
I
Shooter
give it to you.
McShooterson tied up nice and tight in a shack out in the scrapyard. But now
I did wonder if,
all
like,
yours. Turn
they
him
had
over.
tied up
Give him his
Barrett
just
at
desserts.
first.
It's your call to make.
You guys moving on then?
Yeah, of course,
What
bro.
are you gonna do? Since you put Pico's name on the map, we'll stick around for a bit. Try and get a winning streak going. Besides, we still got a score to
Building
settle.
up Billy.
Sure you'll be okay on your own?
No man with a bird is ever truly
Well,
alone.
we'll change about Solomon Gus' Palace is actually one of the mysteries seized at the end of the Ultimania. Oh, really?
If you're ever itching to get back in the saddle,
I'll have to check that out.
Pico will be here. No, he'd love a victory lap.
Because I realize, oh, he made that up. Dude. But I literally, the reason I thought it might be legit, even though it's ridiculous to think it'd be a legit thing,
We know him. He'd never
is I
do
realized
that.
I have in my files,
We'll find out soon.
there's like a mysteries of Rebirth in the Rebirth Ultimania that I don't think I ever read. So I need to check those out. I thought there were only like remaining mysteries in the remake Ultimania, but if I'm reading the files that are shared with me correct, then it looks like they actually do have Rebirth Ultimania Great Mysteries sort of thing.
Won't last long. Break me a breather.
I'll show you what I can do. Why don't you leave? I got this. See ya. There's no.
Let's go.
There you go, Tifa. Do it on stream, somewhere spicy. So maybe one of the like starts a stream, we'll do it. I just want to check health. Okay. Who has materia set up? Does anybody have healing all, healing magnify? Healing autocast. Who is healing magnify? Yuffie. Put that onto Aerith, maybe. That's lightning. That's fine. Would you have to do? How would you do a? How would you have part 3 start? Oh man. I mean, I do like the theory of like young Sephiroth, or like some kind of Sephiroth thing, just because he has been such a mystery, especially his endgame. Not to like give away what his plan is necessarily, but at least give us some context for like maybe some of his actions, like they're doing in Ever Crisis. Especially because like if they just go straight into doing that stuff, like without giving any kind of like any of the context from Ever Crisis, but they expect you to know the Ever Crisis stuff, that would suck. So I hope they make it so that you can at least get the context without having to play the game, if that Ever Crisis stuff is relevant. Which is why I assume they're doing it, but we'll find out. I don't want to fight anything. Playable young Sephiroth to be a 6 start. Yeah. I don't even think Rocket Town is a good starting point though, which I know is like a popular take because it makes sense in some ways, but like Rocket Town isn't exciting as a starting place.
Run!
So I don't know. I don't know where this party picks up. you know, maybe in the snow already. Like maybe you have to like climb to Icicle Inn, actually. They make it a little more of a journey to get to Icicle Inn as a starting point for the main party. I don't know. Come on, frame rate. Ridiculous.
Thank God we found you. We were worried.
You on the land?
30 FPS.
What are you guys doing all the way out here anyway?
Looking for whoever decided to shoot up the Coliseum lobby.
It could be
They
bigger.
said
Yeah.
the culprit had a gun for an arm.
Maybe another opening with Zach, and then cuts to the party looking for Icicle Inn.
Tell me it wasn't you.
I don't think the snowy place would be midpoint. Like if the snowy place, if the Icicle Inn and stuff is midpoint, that's way too late. That's way too late. There's still so much of the story to cover. Return to Midgar, all the Wutai stuff, all that stuff. I think it's way too late if that stuff is midpoint. Like you might do Whirlwind. Like I can narratively see Whirlwind Maze feeling like midpoint. Like it feels like a midpoint reversal in a way, of like Cloud turning on the party and losing him. But there's just so much. Like that feels like a first act break, or an act 1 break moment, because there's still so much to cover. Live stream sequence, Wutai, returns to Midgar, huge Materia stuff, returns to Forgotten Capital, plus all the new stuff with Zach and everything. There's just a lot. There's a lot.
Frankly, it might as well have been.
Barrett, talk to
My
us.
biggest fear about part 3 is how much is left. I want to explore City of the Ancients too.
Who murdered all those
Like be able to walk around it. I assume in the return we'll have the opportunity to do that.
My best friend. It was 4
here we
years
go.
ago. The Corral reactor had just gone up. Dyne and I had been to check it out, see what the deal was. But on our way back...
Yeah, I'm afraid of rushing.
None of
For
this
sure.
makes any sense. That explosion could have brought down the whole mountain. So where the hell's Shinra?
That's a damn good question.
Whatever.
Like if
we need to get
Rebirth
back,
of
tell 'em
14
what we
chapters, Remake was 18. Part 3 has to be like 24 chapters. Like,
God, no.
in my mind, Icicle Inn will be the equivalent to Calm. And you got the first region as the Snowy North. Yeah. I think so too. It needs a ramp up. A ramp up.
Barrett! Dyne!
It's the mayor.
It's Shinra. They
You
just
could
showed
just
up and
open on
started
Icicle
shooting.
Inn.
I think they're trying to cover up what happened at the reactor. To pin the
Like
blame
walking
on...
into it, and I don't know.
Hey.
So that's one of the votes, right? We were talking earlier about like why they would blame it on Barrett. This guy was one of the votes. Dyne was one of the votes.
This ain't happening.
So Barrett might be one of the very few people
The village.
who were
Marlene and Eleanor might still be
involved
there.
in, or who are still around, who got them caught up with Shinra, which is why they might blame him solely. Because he's the
Still feel
last
quick to throw in the
remaining one
towel, ain't ya?
to blame, you know?
Come on.
Damn it.
Barrett!
Dyne!
I think Before Crisis is canon. Unless you mean like Zirconiate and stuff. I don't know. God, this was so weird.
To do everything.
Like the fact that there's literally no recoil when Scarlet shoots. Watch, this gun doesn't move
Shinra has a reputation
centimeter.
for safety to uphold. Which makes you liabilities.
That gun is not moving at all. It's so weird. She's just that goated. Nobody is that goated. She holds it so badly too, yeah. It's moving a little bit there. Impeccable recoil control. Yeah. I think FFTV talked about this too, of like, I kind of do miss a line of like gunfire as it gets closer.
So Marlene's...
I wasn't in love with how they shot that, for sure.
I managed to get away, but I was bleeding out.
Setting her up for a 1v1 with Tifa. Yeah.
Until Doc Sheeran came along and saved me. Put me back together.
No recoil materia. Yeah.
Most of me, anyway. There was no saving my arm, so I made a call. Instead of the normal prosthetic, I chose a means to an end.
Guess Dyne had the same idea.
I guess he did. I'd resigned myself to the fact that he was dead, but if I'd known he'd survive too,
So that's why Dyne shot all those people? To get back at Shinra?
I don't know. I saw him at the saucer, saw the bodies and the bullet holes, but that's not who Dyne is. Whatever his faults, he's not a monster. If I can find him, talk to him, I know we can figure this out.
Well, okay. What are we waiting for?
Here we go. I do think they make you do like a little fight real quick. SubTXT, did you see that Japanese remake commercial floating around with the guy who never played FF7? No. You can link to it. I also changed the Nightbot settings so that links can come through in chat without any kind of warning or anything, because at this point, as long as like there's no, I haven't had an issue with links yet, and so I'll just let it. I was like, you know what, I'll just allow links, because I pretty much always allow them anyway. So unless they become a problem with spammers or things like that, I'll just keep them up. The most pointless little fight we're getting to the main event. Lazy Black Dragon, thank you for subscribing.
We're sure.
I like this music.
I'm sorry, but I need to do this alone.
Some of the music is just tone setting music, you know?
Go.
All right. I'm going to stop. I'm going to start standing for a second because I need it. But I'm also going to run to the bathroom again. This will be 1 second, y'all. Let me just eat this for a second. Send you to Yuffie. Let's also check out this trailer. Oh my god, it's 13 minutes? All right, maybe not. I'll save it for sure. I did not realize it was 13 minutes. It's a good video. Maybe at the end of stream. Maybe it was like I think to close out stream. Not expected to be 13 minutes. Checking out your own to see if it's worth reacting to. Okay. What's that? Into the game. Music back on. Okay, I gotta set up his materia now. I need to minimize this chat thing real quick because I can't see anything. All right, Barrett, what do you need? Actually, let me go back. Yeah. So we'll give him the. Well, he has healing. He only needs to heal himself. Yeah, I don't need to like do magnify. I think what is the Dyne situation? Enemy intel. I think he's weak to fire, right? Dyne is weak to fire. Lifting up damage will pressure him when his HP is reduced. He'll fuse with scrap metal to perform powerful attacks. During this time, he'll be difficult for him to pressure. This actually does remind me of something I wanted to show. Because we've talked about Dyne during the fight. Let me bring this up. So Shinra Arc had a post from the Ultimania describing why he has this crazy arm thing. Which go into browser settings. Yeah, you can see this tweet here. I want to zoom more. Okay. In the final phase of the Dyne boss fight in FF7 Rebirth, the replication chip in Dyne's illegally modified prosthetic arm activates, causing the gun to organically overtake his body. So there's like a prosthetic or like a chip, a replication chip, that sort of like that's their explanation, I guess, in the Ultimania. And there was another concept that the boss battle director mentioned here. Boss battle designer, design coordinator Tomotaka Shibyoshi says the order for Dyne's boss model was a monstrous. The order, like what they, I guess the art department or the director had asked for. It says the order for Dyne's boss model was a monstrous iron person covered in scrap metal. One of the other concepts was for the scrap metal to cover him all over like a full body armor suit. But instead, obviously, we got this, which is more of this arm. I don't know why replicator chip would create that dynamic. I guess it seemed more like a magnet. It seemed closer to this concept of like covering him in scrap metal, but it sort of like pulled it all to his arm versus his body. Yeah, so that's technically the official explanation of why it is the way that it is. Does it mention anything in his lore also? The gun-armed assailant, after losing everything he held dear, he took up the mantle of a cold-blooded executioner, driven by insatiable need for vengeance. Oh. All right, let's go back into his materia. Set up fire. Do we have fire on? Oh, I have fire on him already. Oh, exactly, a fire elemental. Actually, I keep forgetting that I like how this is like this. So I can just easily swap stuff. So revive, he actually doesn't need, but I'll keep it on just for later. I'll be mad if I take it off of him and then need it later. Enemy skill is good. Gravity. I don't think I really need gravity specifically, but I can give him first strike, maybe. Or first strike. Maybe like ATB boosts. Would be good. Do wonder if what kind of damage he takes. So I can also guard against that, but should be fine. What? He has Ifrit. He's weak to fire, so that could work. Maybe time. Or a barrier. Might not be bad to have. Okay. I think I'm ready. Alright, chat, wish me luck. As we all know, this fight is no joke. Oh yeah, Dyne, they actually do describe in the Ultimania that Dyne does use drugs. At least in the Ultimania. I do like the opening of the scene and how kind of disassociated or like mixing.
Dyne, that you?
How mixed in the head Dyne is.
Hey. I know.
I even just gotta say, just to start out, like there's clearly I think there was a mention in the when we showed the Shinnok archaeology cut of the original scene. There he does mention like Eleanor is like telling me to spare you, basically. So there is a reference in the original of like him hearing Eleanor like in the scene. And so he says that also later here, but he also has this moment where he's like talking to Eleanor. And I wonder if I keep wondering, because at the end of the scene also, as he's dying, you see that shot of like him meeting Eleanor again. I kept wondering if there was like some element of like blending worlds happening here. Especially with the idea of like homecoming, of like going to those worlds as you're sort of dying. Mako failing drugs could all contribute to that, yeah. So I wonder how much of this is memory is sepia. That's a good point. So we should take that into account when we see sort of the flashes that we see. So yeah, there's something to this, potentially more to this than just a purely unstable mind. It could have some relationship to the world's mechanics that Rebirth keeps trying to build.
Dyne, hang on. I'll get you out of here.
As I live and breathe, Barrett Wallace.
Come on.
Bless your heart, dropping by for Eleanor's birthday.
What?
The other heartbreaking thing in this scene is like, especially being older now, I can relate to
Yeah, he's looking fit as a fiddle.
an old friend who you're not as close to anymore.
She ain't with him.
And feeling this like unfamiliarity with them.
She ought to be here.
It's like, what happened to you? Right, like when you see someone after a really long time,
Think of it, I don't see a give neither.
you can sometimes wonder,
You ain't the kind to come empty-handed.
oh, what's come of this person, you know?
God damn it.
And it's painful to sort of see someone in a state that you don't really remember them from when you were closer, you know.
Hey. Hell's his kind doing here? You son of a bitch. Still living on Shinra's kill.
I love having Cloud being the turning point. Because that is the root of their past. The Shinra.
Go on then. Do it.
Please. I'm here to help you.
You? Here to help me? He's here for you. To take the load off your shoulders, right? Same old shit.
Stay back! This is between us. And no one else.
Here we go.
It's you and me then. Right here. Right now.
Oh.
Please.
Shoot him right in the face.
Come on out.
Forget me.
Okay. Let's do bonus round. Ah. Okay, got him. Juggling him. Okay, first phase.
The best of friends together again! Isn't it beautiful?
Do multiple immune do tap? Yeah, I did tap.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one. I guess old habits die hard. Why won't you die? There he goes again, our fearless friend.
Shit.
Get it together.
Okay, come on. Okay, chakra. Come on. Take a shot.
Kill you.
Staggered. Get a maximum fury in. Charge it up. Do that. Then it'd be good to get some healing in. It's actually set up regen.
I thought you were here to help me.
Oh shit.
Come on.
Chakra. Okay, last phase.
Marlene.
Synergy attack. Yeah.
Can't remember.
Alright, this replicator chip is doing a whole lot of Genova shit.
Come on. You can do this. You can still save him.
I'm gonna kill you!
What have you done to yourself, man?
Ah, shit. Come on. I need a big cure. I need a big cure. Shit. Shit. Alright. I did that for the immunity.
Get it together. Ain't done yet.
Oof. That was rough. Fuck it. Shit.
Please.
Ah. Chakra. Any bonus round? Yeah, I used it earlier. I should do it again.
Forget me.
Okay, tempted. It'll be all my HP. Probably not smart. Because I need to do it big. Just trading bullets there, goddamn. Ah, shit. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Damn. That move got me stunned.
Come on out!
Shit. Shit. You got that off on me? You didn't get that off of me the entire last fight.
Come on, ain't no thing.
Choke on it. I thought you were here to help me. Better
Shit.
watch where you're looking.
Got my ass again.
Hang in there. Ain't done yet. Get it together.
Okay. It's not going well. This run is it's a bad run so far.
The best of
He debuffs you, yeah.
together again. Ain't it beautiful?
Alright, I got this.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Shit. Regen.
Ain't no thing. Please. You should have never come back.
Son of a bitch.
Ain't done yet.
You want to do that shit? How about you? How about you take a point blank?
There he goes again, our fearless friend.
Okay. Oh shit. He doubles it up. Do it early. Here I'll go.
This ain't shit.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, okay. Next one, Fury. Okay, last phase again.
I can't remember.
Yeah, already half limit, yeah.
Come on. You can do this. You can still save him.
I'm gonna kill you!
What have you done to yourself, man?
So I think I'm gonna do barrier here. Does he do magic damage at all? I feel like he doesn't. Shit. Shit. God damn.
Sorry.
No!
I couldn't.
That stupid move, man. Alright. Standing for too long. Needs to be seated for this. Or Barrett trying to save someone. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I beat him first try hard mode last time I did hard mode, but
I thought you were here to help me.
shit. It's like avoiding the paralyzing shot is so critical, and I have not been good at it right now. Let's see, bonus round. Let's do chakra.
Ain't done yet. There he goes again, our fearless friend.
Please.
Shit. Got me. Damn.
Ain't no more.
Better watch where you're looking. I'll be scraping you out of
I did my hard road run. It took me 6 tries before getting Dyne. Nice.
The best of friends together again. Isn't it beautiful?
Well, I'm about to die again. I could feel it.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got...
Sorry. I
Yeah.
couldn't.
Alright, that was a bad run overall. Right from the beginning, it was a bad run. Okay, come on.
There he goes again, our fearless friend. Hold still.
How would you hold still? Dyne, answer me why anybody would hold still.
Please.
Why don't you hold still? Now you're hiding. Come on. Shit.
Ain't no thing.
Let's make sure I'm out of the way of this.
Ain't done yet.
Come on. Son of a bitch. There we go. Okay, second phase.
The best of friends together again! Ain't it beautiful? Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Oh shit. I forgot he does 2 in a row like that. Guess we can just chakra.
Ain't no thing.
Why don't we do fiery impulse? This is weakness. Shit.
I thought
Come on.
you were here to help me.
Nope. Dodge again. Ah, come on.
Ain't done yet.
You didn't see me use Turbulent Spirit. Is that a good move for this? Shit. What does Turbulent Spirit do? Significantly increases your ATB charge rate for a limited time. Oh. I don't want to use that yet, to be honest. Not Prey. Damn it.
Hang in there.
I'll use that for the final phase, though.
It's gonna be okay.
Chakra.
Ain't done yet.
Okay, focus shot.
I'll kill you.
I should have kept the accessory that pretty much gave me the level 2 limit from the jump. Pens. Yeah, do that shit again. How did that do damage? There we go.
Eleanor, Marlene, I can't remember.
Alright, I'm gonna definitely pop Turbulent Spirit here.
Come on. You can do this. You can still save him.
I'm gonna kill
What have you done to yourself, man?
Turbulent Spirit. Shit. Here. Okay. Did I pop the Turbulent Spirit? I did. Okay. It counted.
Forget me.
Shit. Got me again. Fuck, it got me again. Oh, okay.
Ain't no thing.
Damn. Wait. I'm unconscious but still alive? Can I actually heal? Or did it glitch? Now I'm dead. How do you... What do you do to avoid that jumping attack? Do you have to roll away? Because you can't block it. Doesn't seem like. That was like an instant kill. Like I could try to roll into it like a Souls boss. Try to iframe it. Like when he jumps, like dodge out the opposite way. It's the only thing that makes possible option. So he just needs to perfect block it, which is what I tried to do.
Ain't done yet. Get it together.
I thought you were here to help me.
Ain't no thing.
The shitty thing about those like types of attacks that require perfect blocking timing is that in these boss fights where you don't come across that attack very often, it's hard to practice it. You just like die repeatedly to get any sort of like practice at timing it, or just get lucky.
The best of friends together again.
Steel skin, maybe.
Beautiful. Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Okay. Fuck you.
Get it together.
Will you eat this?
There be scraping you out of the
Hate that move because you can't block it. Hey, Zine Beef. Got him. Best story unpacker, thank you. Thank you.
This ain't shit.
Focus shot doesn't cost 2. It just, you do more impact
Marlene.
with focus shot when you have 2 ATB.
Can't remember.
We'll speed it up.
You can do this.
All right, Resident Evil. Resident Evil time.
I'm gonna kill you. What have you done to yourself, man?
I'm gonna blow your ass to hell. Let's do this. Okay. Zoom into it and go out. You know what I'm also gonna do? Barrier. Here's that move. Shit. All right, it wasn't an insta-kill. That's a good starting point. I know I have my limit, yeah. I'm just sort of like, I want him to get pressured before I do it. Fuck it, I'll do it. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Come on, come on, come on, come on, get up. Get up. Phantom Ray, not a big deal.
Get it together.
Come on. Probably gets a chakra again. Blast mines. Eat that. Steel scan again. And barb. Fuck.
Come on, man. I ain't no sorry. I'm not good.
Oh, come on! Son of a bitch. Live at the iframe. Bullshit move. Oh, that's good. Yeah, hidden barb goes 3 times. Can you can't even perfect block hidden barb, right? It's just like Barrett doesn't roll like enough to get the fuck away from it. Can you? I could try perfect blocking it, but I feel like anytime I try to block it, he just blows through it. Yeah, you don't think so? It's just such a cheap move. He's a heavy souls character, slow roll. Yeah. I'll be right back, y'all. Let's run back to the bathroom. Any tips, tricks? problem. I did have one materia related idea. The hell? Why is this turned incorrectly? That's that. Right. How did this? I can't get my right earbuds or ear headphones to turn the right direction. The fuck? Dude. Yeah, is it left is right. It's like turned away from the ear. Like I can't get it. Like it's like, well, it's not turning. How did that happen? It's upside down. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, I had one materia related idea. Because I want to restore MP. Oh, yeah, the same ones before. Yeah. I was like, dude, oh shit. All right, I guess do one more try without that materia change.
Please. Come on out.
Dude. It's already starting poorly. I'm retrying because I didn't even get to do, I'm distracted now that I didn't even get to do the materia thing I wanted to do. Okay. I want to keep ATB boosts. I don't need revival. Oh, barrier wasn't bad. I think I needed that earlier. I don't need... Whoops. Oh, shit. What did I just remove? I meant to remove that. Shit, what did I remove? I never use gravity. I don't need that shit either. I don't use enemy skill either, but... Strike. I remove chakra. No, I have chakra. So chakra. Unless I remove the second chakra. Did I have 2 chakras? I want to do a second fire with that MP regen shit. MP absorption. Or if I do it on, if I have, would each shot, if I had like fire elemental on my weapon and attacked, and it's doing fire damage technically while doing a physical attack, would the HP absorption still count? I was gonna do MP absorb. That was my plan. Yeah, I don't think it counts. Yeah. So I do. There have been a couple times where I wanted to cast fire because it increases stagger gauge. So I'm gonna try to use that sort of like do stagger plus absorb MP. Then there's something I removed. Oh, it might have been time. So I have barrier. Ooh, if I do this with warding, allows you to use physical and magic attack strengthening spells, pairing with warding materia, grants resistance to physical and magic reduction. That's a good idea. That plus warding. What kind of materia is warding? Warding. Okay. Enfeeble might be good. Disempowerment. Let's see what those are. Disempowerment. D Brave and D Faith allows you to use physical magic attack reducing spells pairing with warding. Grants resistance to physical. How is that different from empowerment? Oh, it's the opposite. Instead of using barrier, you can use the equivalent enemy skill. So disempowerment would lower their. So this is only for debuffs, whereas disempowerment, pairing with warding, grants resistance to physical, magic attack reduction. Is it the same thing? I'm kind of confused by the. I'm confused by the difference between disempowerment and empowerment. Like disempowerment plus warding, what does that do exactly versus empowerment plus warding? Passes are the same. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the enemy skill for what does Enfeeble do? What's Enervation? Some, like a lot of these materia, they need to like work on these explanations because all these sound very similar, right? Like allows you to use physical, magical. Oh, this is like reducing spells. Never mind. Okay, I think we're pretty good. You know what I didn't realize until recently is that some of Cloud's headaches early on, where it was his inner self talking to him, replaced by Sephiroth messing with him. The very first one actually during the reactor bombing. Interesting. Oh, you know what the other thing I could do is? Sorry, I'm a little locked in Zim Bemph. I don't need safety bit anymore. What was the thing that I had equipped earlier? I had some like crazy thing. I think it was this one. Increases limit level to max. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna hit his ass with satellite beam. Son of a bitch. You know, I was trying to save him, but now I'm trying to kill him.
you were here to help me.
Not anymore. Son of a bitch. Let me try my testing that MP absorption. Oh, that did work. Oh, you're so fucked, my guy. I did absorb everything back, yeah.
There he goes again.
Oh, he's screwed. He's so screwed.
The best of friends together again. Isn't it beautiful? Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me.
Remember when you had this fire problem?
Got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
I guess old friends die easy. Oh shit. Oh, I got him. Okay, you got one off on me. Fuck you and your point blank bullshit. Shit. Yeah, how will you eat this? Shit. Okay. 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 I got his ass. I don't care. He got me down to technicality there. I got a little over aggressive. I didn't cure myself when I should have. That's fine. That's fine. He's cooked. He's cooked.
Please.
I got over aggressive, Sephiroth. I definitely got over aggressive.
I thought you were here to help
Hey.
me.
I'm not here to help you. I'm here to kill you. Suck on this! I took healing off. That's a decision.
Ain't done yet.
I was wondering what I took off. It was healing. I think someone said I took off healing. Or no, chakra. Someone said I took chakra off. It was healing that I took off.
The best of friends together again. Isn't it beautiful? Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
I did want to check something. So I do have barriers still. Shit.
Come on out!
Oh, that was bullshit.
Ain't no pain. Get it together.
Damn it. Stupid paralyzing shot. This ghost didn't last the entire fight? No. Yeah. It's funny because now he's beating me on like little bullshit moves. Like, it's not because it's actually hard or he's difficult. I'm just like just timing things well.
Come on out!
Stupid paralyzing shot from hell.
I thought you were here to help.
Okay.
The best of friends together again. Ain't it beautiful?
Speeding it up.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Ah. Slow ass fucking Barrett.
Get it together.
Damn it. I paid for this earlier.
Ain't no thing.
I gotta heal.
There he goes again, our fearless friend.
Ain't done yet.
Do it a second time. Iraga. Okay, okay.
Marlene.
Yeah, I took out Cure by mistake. Yeah.
Can't remember.
I just realized that.
You can still save him.
I'm gonna kill you.
What have you done?
Yeah, I'm gonna need steel skin. Hidden barb, here it comes. Okay, bitch. Kiss my ass. Shit. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Ain't no thing.
Stagger, bitch. Fuck it. That'll probably do the most damage. Alright, let's heal.
Ain't done yet.
Violation beam. Alright, homie. It's been real.
I'm doing all I can.
Chakra. Oh shit, this move. Shit. Come on. Wake up.
It ain't done yet.
Got him. Ah, there we go, chat. Back to the story.
Get on with it.
Like an hour later.
No, Dyne. It's over.
Over? You think this is over? This ain't even close to over!
So, just to sort of like lay some thoughts down that are like in my mind right now. Skip the ad break. So some of the things that are in my head before we get into the rest of the scene. I love this moment where Barrett takes his gun off and throws it down, right? He's like, just that real sort of surrender to, it's like he's tried everything he can, right? He's tried to talk him down. He's fought him, beaten him. This guy is still threatening him. But he's like, I am not here to hurt you. And so the only thing he can do at this point is really kind of lay that down, or like really kind of like I said, sort of submit to this moment, being like, I am truly not here to hurt you. I'm putting down the gun. In fact, if you want to kill me, kill me. Yeah, really showing vulnerability. So I think there's something really powerful to just that gesture alone that wasn't in the original, that I think is a nice addition and really like speaks to like this moment and sort of the emotions of this moment. The other thing is, I think when we get to the point where Dyne sacrifices himself, basically, right, where he goes to defend, where he does a suicide by cop. I understand the preference, and we talked about it earlier, for the actual sacrifice of jumping off the cliff. But I think there's also something really beautiful in a way to Dyne. I think in this moment he realizes, I am no longer Marlene's father, really, right? Like I wouldn't even want her to see me this way. I do wish they had that dialogue from the original where it's like, use your head, Barrett. Like, she's 4 years old. I'm nobody to her. She was a baby, right? Like even if I were to meet with her again, she wouldn't even know who I am. And then the person that she meets is this broken person. Like there's no way that can't be what it is. I do think there's something to him sort of recognizing that Barrett is now the best potential protector and father for Marlene. And so when he sacrifices himself, is in some ways in an act of like defending the one person who could now take care of Marlene. I don't know if that's intended or not, but that's like one thing that I took away from this version, that you don't get that same sense. I mean, you do kind of, because he says, don't hurt Marlene, before he jumps off the cliff. But I do like how this is essentially him passing that on to Barrett. I mean, obviously he then talks about, he can live with the guilt, which is not a very pleasant thing to put on somebody. But it does feel like there's a little bit of a change in him and his feelings toward Barrett by the very end. But with that.
Then end it. Kill me. I can't live like this anymore.
Barrett!
Stay away!
You'd like that, wouldn't you? A way out. But where's that leave me? Huh? I thought you wanted to help your old buddy.
I love the acting is great. Like I love the stomping on the gun.
What? No wise words? Coward. When the going gets tough, he's gone.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right. About everything.
I do like how the whole scene up until this turning point is also silent, the original.
But that money. I thought it'd change our lives.
It changed them all right.
Changed them all right.
I love that back and forth.
You know, I can hear her now. Eleanor. As clear as day. Begging me to stop. Give you the benefit of the doubt. Saying you ain't done nothing wrong. But then who's gonna answer for what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Shinra! Always!
And here's the sudden appearance of Shinra. So yeah, to Sephiroth's point, interesting how he continues to reference that Barrett was the type to run instead of fight. Which also probably informs a little bit of how, you know, that the sort of kind of bravado that Barrett tries to sort of maintain when he's like the leader of Avalanche, right? It's like, and even when he faces the protests from the other Avalanche members in chapter 2 of Remake, where it's like, we've gone too far, like, did we really do this? And he's like, we gotta keep going, you know what I mean? It's like, he's refusing to back down or to run away, despite that it might be logical to sort of like lay low, not do another attack in the moment. There's kind of a relationship to it there. The other thing that I find interesting is what was I gonna say? I forgot exactly. I forgot what I was gonna say, so we could just continue the scene. Yeah, the Shinra troopers coming in like this, I'm not a fan of like how sudden they sort of jump in. Oh, I was gonna say I do like how because in the original scene you have a lot of conversation, then you fight, and then there's sort of like the resolution coming out of it. I think there's something nice in some ways about this reorchestration of things where it's like you have the moment where Dyne is just not going to listen to anything that Barrett has to say, especially after he recognizes he's traveling with a soldier. And it's like, I'm not dealing with, it's like, oh, you're still stuck with Shinra, you're still connected to all that, still ties to that money, like, that's it. You need to go out, you need to be taken out too, right? So he makes Barrett into an enemy. That instigates the fight. And then only after sort of like fighting it out do they get to a point of like having a real conversation. And it's unbroken, right? I think one of the things that is maybe hard to, or I think easy to overlook in terms of like the original orchestration of scenes is that you do the majority of the conversation, then you fight, and there's a little bit of a short moment. And there's not a lot of time for that emotional stuff to come through in the very end of the conversation, right? Because like imagine we had almost this entire conversation with Dyne, then we get into the fight, and then we come out of it. And imagine only having like a very short conversation with Dyne coming out of it. It may have worked in the original, but I think like with the voice acting, with everything that you get in this version of it, it's better that you kind of get the fight out of the way and then you can just live in the scene, which I'll get back to now. I do, yeah, Sephiroth, I do know why Shinra shows up, but...
What's wrong with me? All the lives I took, just to fill the hole in my heart. Just to fill the void they left. I want to see them again, and I know what I need to do, but I can't. I just can't.
I even personally like this note of like, I know what I have to do, I can't.
I can't bring myself to join them.
Marlene, she's alive.
Like even him like not being able to find a way to join them sort of gives some explanation as to why he lingers. Like remember how we talked about in the OG dialogue that he says like, oh, I gave up on living when I fell 4 years ago. But then he continues on and, you know, does his plan. I think there's something kind of interesting to this remix of it or rewriting of it where it's like he has contemplated taking himself out, but he just can't bring himself to do it. That's why he's been lingering on for 4 years and then doing this attack on the gold saucer. In the OG, he's very willing to take himself out versus here. It's like this reluctance to kind of give some reason to why he's still hanging around.
Just turned 4. She's in
Yeah, definitely Tool Man. Lives I've taken just to fill this hole in my heart. The same thing happens with Barrett and Midgar with the terrorist attack.
Mommy's eyes. Hair too.
After everything went down, I didn't know what to do. Myrna was dead, and I figured you were too. All I had was guilt and regret, and the weight of it was too much. But Marlene gave me the strength to carry on. She nearly died that day. House was about to come down when I heard her crying. And ever since, she's been my reason to get up in the morning.
You took my baby girl from me. You knew she meant the world to me. You knew, and still you took her.
That's not true.
You took everything from me. Everything and everyone.
So they could have done the fight there, which they kind of did in the original, right? Here's a question. Do you think we'll revisit the trial moments in part 3? I don't know. I don't know how they would, since they're memories. I think there is something to the trial moments in the temple are very much like reflecting on these like sad, heartbreaking, traumatic moments in the characters' lives. And you're spending time with each character as they're going through their individual traumas. I think there's something potentially that would be cool in part 3 where it's kind of the opposite of it, where rather than taking time with each character as they're going through their, you know, their terrible memories, I'm thinking of the moment where in the original the party all separates to go on their own. And we never see what happens to all the characters. And I can imagine a version where it's the opposite, where you go, Cloud did have a trial though. I mean, not a genuine one. It was one manipulated by Sephiroth. It's titled The Trial of Cloud. But yeah, it was after everybody. Granted, it's influenced by Sephiroth. It's not as pure as the other ones that people experience, but so imagine in part 3 where everyone scatters to find their purpose. We get the opposite emotion of the trial scenes where everyone kind of goes. You see Barrett visit Marlene. You see, you know, Sid, I guess, with Shira or something, or Yuffie back in Wutai and Red 13 back in Cosmic Canyon. Like you see maybe that thing that we didn't get to see in the original. That is sort of the opposite emotion, right? Like you spend time, rather than in everyone's trauma, you spend time with everyone in their sort of like moment of finding what they're fighting for.
Dyne,
Oh yeah,
we
Nero
can
and
go see
Return to
Marlene
Midgar.
right now.
Oh yeah, Sephiroth could do it as like it would attempt everyone too.
Look at me, Barrett. You think I want Marlene to see what her father's become?
Stop.
With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?
Yeah, Dyne is broken. You know, there is something to compare this scene to Crisis Core in a way, right? Because like I personally have a bit of a preference for in the original, in the way that Zack is killed in the original, where it's like a very quiet scene where it's like very unceremonious. He's carrying Cloud, the troopers follow him, and they shoot him and kill him at the edge of that cliff. And then we play Crisis Core, and his death is much more cinematic and loud and big, and like this typical sort of like where people have described them as this like very anime sort of death, where it's a lot more going on, where he's like facing this giant firing squad, etc. But I really like the quiet death of the original. And there's a similar thing to this Dyne scene and this Dyne death, right? Where in the original, it's much quieter. In fact, there's no music. Like, so it's literally quieter. And then it's like the somber, just like leap to his death. Versus here, where he does this sort of like suicide by cop. Similar to the Crisis Core version of Zack's death, much bigger, much louder. There's kind of a similarity there. I do love, though, this moment where Dyne's arm drops, the gun releases. Just the look of it is very cool. Slumps down, attaches. There's a rule of cool to that moment. And then, as we've talked about already, like, this scene feels more about Barrett's arc, and
you carry that guilt, that weight.
Dyne. Dyne.
Baby, I'm home.
And is he peeking into another world here? He's peeking into his homecoming? His homeward bound moment? In terms of like putting that weight on him, I do think there is...
I missed you.
I do wonder how it adds to Barrett's arc, just because Barrett, I think someone mentioned in chat, he's already carrying a lot of guilt, a lot of weight. Like, he's carrying so much. A little critique is that I wish they would have made Barrett look more beat up here, dirty and damaged on the fight. Yeah.
Barrett!
You know, it's not as if Barrett isn't facing, or isn't carrying a lot already. So, yeah. All right, everybody. Are we ready? Fucking Palmer. As when we talk so much shit about the guy, we should just do it. Just move this stuff out of the way. Just chat out of the way real quick. I need to bring stuff over from Barrett. Oh, what is it weak to? Is it weak? I assume Palmer's bitch ass is weak to lightning. The music is great in the fight, I will say that. What's it called? I should have went the opposite way. Now it's too late, I already went halfway down. Okay, we're getting to bosses. Anaran Suppressor, right? Yeah. Weak to lightning. Immune to a bunch of shit. Landing limit attacks with synergy abilities will flip it over. Attacking the co-pilot, no, attacking the cockpit while on the surface of stable deals significant damage. Landing several powerful offense abilities while Palmer is taunting with pressure. This line is from Dyne's good juxtaposition to how his friends react. Dyne tries to add to Barrett's weight while Cloud and everyone else tries to take it off of him. That's not from Dyne. That is true, yeah. And in the scene afterward, yeah, everyone tries to like lighten it up a little bit. Okay. Okay, so in this case, I need Lightning Elemental, which is exactly what I have already. I gotta give him First Strike again. No, that's enemy skill. First Strike. And Siphon, Strength up. Tifa. Let's get fire off of you, girl. Let's give you some lightning. Who else is in this fight? Is it just whoever you have in your party? And I keep like Aerith set up. Vitality up. Morph up. You know what'd be nice? It's like a luck up. Just all the way over here. What did Barrett have again? Fire MP absorption. Neon winds. As long as everyone has a revival, that should be good. Revival. Revival. Okay. Oh, does anybody have Rama? Yeah, Cloud does. Okay. Bring chat back over. How has it been 7 hours already? I don't know. I was well aware that I was 7 hours in. I'm pretty committed to finishing this chapter. Even though I am hungry. It has been a long stream. But people have been hanging around. We've had like consistently about the same amount of viewers the entire time. And as long as you guys are still into it, and I'm still here and I'm into it, just do it. Fuck it. Oh, she's eating the Kingdom Hearts.
And here I thought that Gus guy was just yanking her chain.
The hearts of the kingdom in popsicle form.
That said, is it
it's the only thing I know about Kingdom Hearts.
Involved like this?
Were you going to stop him? Deploying riot control armor. All units are to pull back now.
Well, have fun down there, boss man.
There is a restaurant on the corner that has a great burger. So I'm thinking of doing that after this. A burger, beer. It's my reward. It should still be open too.
And now you're going to pay.
Let me just double check.
I'm the director, and you will.
Just double check. What time are they open till? Oh wow. They're open till midnight. The benefits of New York City. So I've never gone too late. I usually go middle of the day. Come on, bro.
Let's see now.
This frame rate is being a little jerk. I can't see. I don't have synergy yet. But we'll get there. Yeah, this music.
Let's do this.
Shit.
You're dead.
Okay. Damn. You have chakra? I don't have chakra on him. Really?
Gotta be careful.
Let me watch yourself. Here goes. Go on.
He's dead.
All set. I'll take care of them.
Sorcerer Storm. I know, I'm trying to do synergy abilities, but I need ATB for it. I'm trying to build ATB. Hit him with Star Shower.
Okay, I've had it up to here with you.
Damn.
Watch yourself. I'm coming.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I still don't have enough for goddamn synergy. God, that did damage, really? Aerith. I need you to... Why isn't...
Sorry, but you keep it up.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, power cleave and stuff? Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Eric, okay. Watch yourself. Why don't you?
Let's do this.
Just stay strong.
I thought that would pressure him.
Ready? Got you. No more games. It's over. Keep it up.
Eradication Ray.
So it's my turn? Get him!
My turn.
He's about to get staggered.
You're done. Finish it.
Tifa. Hit him with
Let me teach him a lesson. You'll see. Here. Huh. That's it.
What is Blizzard? Let's do regen.
Watch this. With me.
Shit.
It's on you. I got it.
Where's T-Fat? Aerith? Aerith girl, I need cures. Cloud. Aerith. Cure, please. Do I have synergy?
It's on you.
No.
You're up. Here goes. And catch. This one's for you. Go on.
Steamroll? Shit.
Taking over. Let's go. Deal with that.
Aerith. Cure, please.
Good to go. That was great. Come on.
Shit.
Keep it together.
I'll show you what I can do.
Oh. Got him with fire
On it.
bolt blade.
Tagging out.
Okay, next phase. I have a couple limits too. I was just saving them up so they don't get interrupted by a phase shift, you know. Okay, now Cloud, or that's Aerith. And with the finishing touch.
Hang back. Don't overdo it.
Damn, raise Aerith.
I got you.
You waiting?
Fucking laser.
On you.
You're up. Here goes.
Aerith,
Together we can
getting
do
charge up.
this. It's your turn.
Cloud,
Let's finish this.
hit him with this. Then I could actually do a limit siphon and do it again. It's like Aerith's limit, I mean Tifa's limit, and then hit him. Oh, it's not full limit yet. There we go. Limit, finishing touch again. Okay, do big damage, big damage, big damage, big damage, big damage, big damage, big damage. Oh wait, synergy. Relentless. Aerith, heal up.
No need to panic. Get him. This one's for you.
Soul drain.
You can do it.
Hang back.
Eradication ray. Steer clear. Shit.
I'm coming. Go on.
Shit.
I think I can do it.
Damn it. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Raise on Cloud.
Come on, it's on you.
Let's do this.
Shits.
I got you. You're up.
Great. Pushing it.
Let me handle this.
Come on, damn it.
You're gonna regret that.
I need. Oh, she can't. I could shock her myself at least. Cloud. No, out of the way. Alright. Raise Aerith. Shit. Raise it and get off. That's unbelievable. That didn't get off in time. Limit. No! Damn it. I have to use the bathroom real quick. That was bullshit. And I limit siphoned and everything. Just like Dyne, my first attempt whooping their ass, which means, of course, that I'm about to die like 6 times in a row and lose a lot. First try is always good, and then after that, it goes to shit. Oh, I didn't put he needs. So he has no healing, I think. Fire, lightning, revival. That was kind of screwing me. But he had no chakra even, I think. Yeah. That really hurt in this fight. Just having no chakra at all for him. It's like Yuffie's. The other thing... I don't need look up, really. I don't need wind either. Move that there. So then I can also do... What might be nice. Barrett had that pretty killer... I did like this combo of disempowerment plus boarding. That's pretty sick. Take a little bit less damage. Would that be better even like an Aerith? Who just has like, you know, not as much ability to just eat attacks. She has 2 HP up. Oh, ATB boost. She doesn't really need ATB boost. I'd rather have that on cloud, I think. Let's actually move that. Revival, healing, magnify, prayer, chakra, MP up. I don't need ice. That. And then give her disempowerment. Plus warding. Maybe better on her as like defense. Okay. All right. Skip that.
Input error detected. Immediate correction strongly advised. Let's see now. Was this or...
Sark's on you.
All set. All right, I'm here. Thanks. Bring it. Go on, go. Ready? Nice move. So why don't you lead the way?
Shit. He's always interrupting that whenever I try to do it.
Come and get me! I did that on purpose.
Hey, shit.
Coming. Go on.
Steamroll. God damn, even when he like recovers, it's really annoying that when he recovers he does damage.
I'm coming.
Sunray. Get away.
You can do it.
I got this.
Go on.
So long. Deal with that.
All set. Here goes. Can you take over?
Hang back. Take the lead.
That music.
You're up. So it's your turn.
Take it over. With me.
Okay.
Fuck.
Ready? It's on you.
Here goes. Yeah. One more. Just a bit. This one's for you.
Did I really not ever put down Arcane Ward?
Hang back.
Shit.
Let's be smart.
Eradication Ray. Fuck.
Last long.
Everyone just ate that.
I'll show you what I can do. One more shot.
Need to raise Tifa.
Let's do this.
Okay, I'm gonna hit this bitch.
Deal with that.
You're up. Here goes. This one's for
Double
you.
Thunder.
Go on. You can do it.
Taking over.
Let's finish.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now you're in. Take him down.
Tifa. No synergies. Might wait on that. Yeah, it's a phase shift.
You worthless! Starship override confirmed. Initiated auto-station control. Over here.
Tip over, tip over. Oh shit. God damn.
I got this.
Tifa.
Don't overdo it.
I'll show you what I can do. One more shot. It's your turn.
Tifa. Tip over, you son of a bitch. Oh, neener, neener. Hit him with the firebolt blade.
Don't give up now, you guys.
Keep it up.
Really, he just ate that. Okay.
It's on you.
I got this. Don't worry, I can handle this.
Okay, block that.
You've got this.
My turn.
Block that. Tifa was stunned.
Go wrong. It's on now.
Got him.
Not looking good.
Aerith, heal me. Fucker. Okay, got him with that. You do that. While Aerith builds up. See, revive. Cloud. Oh shit, get away, get away, get away.
I'll take care of them. You can do it.
Taking over.
Steamroll.
Strength.
Just in case. Don't overdo it.
Okay. Shit.
No way.
God damn it.
I can fix this.
Okay. Fuck you.
Just ain't your day.
That should do it. There we go, chat. Got a little touchy at the very end there. The second try got his ass. And great, the reward also is that we get the Dyne resolution. I don't mind that this was separated. I kind of, I'm internalizing that Barrett has had this time just on his own with Dyne.
We gotta go. They'll be on us any minute.
They're on us now.
I understand, like, not wanting to do that Palmer fight, but he has gotten plenty of time since we died. In addition. Nah, I don't know. I'm a fan of this scene. No notes on Dio here, and then Dio plus Rude. It's a little more fitting here than over Dead Bodies for him to do his like crazy posing and
I've been using this
all that
to
stuff. Like,
eavesdrop. Can never be too careful. But you are innocent.
like here, he's more in a mode to like. He's appropriately respectful in this moment.
I gift you this.
I don't think he does over flexing. He may not flex. Does he not flex at all until the Turks arrive?
Thanks.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
He's not flexing enough now.
The safety of my every
Oh wait, right here,
guest
right here, right
is
here.
paramount.
There we go.
I don't know what happened in Midgar, but to me it matters not.
Flexing on Dyne respectfully.
You are always welcome, my friend.
Cloud is that strong. Don't flex to pay respects. Bagels Workshop with the Lux. What a name.
Okay. Does anyone know how to drive this thing?
Yeah, the Cloud Barrett moment that happens right here. It's fantastic. This music. Take in this music, chat.
Barrett.
He said he wanted me to live with the guilt.
Well, we're here for you.
I think that's more like sharing in that guilt. He's like, we're here for you. It's not trying to dismiss it.
I mean it, man.
And the sincerity of Cloud here.
Come on.
Like Cloud drops all the pretense. He drops all the...
Looks like this is goodbye, old buddy.
The line delivery, yeah. It does so much. It's a very soft, like... I'm here for you. It's like, oh, and he's like, sorry. I mean it, man. Like, it's just like a genuine... Very good. Cody's incredible in this game. This is really the opportunity for Cody to really shine as Cloud. This whole game has been like...
Now's your chance.
In part one, he was good, but he didn't have to show as many layers. But in this game, he needs to show a lot more layers, and he delivered.
Get the blood pumping.
Yeah! I was grinning from ear to ear during Rude versus Dio. Yeah, part 3 will be all his layers. So I was saying I didn't mind this chase earlier, but the controls and everything are not that great, and I am definitely going to fail a couple of times.
All right.
Especially in the final leg of it.
Engaging targets.
Where, oh shit. How do I shoot?
You want some? Bring it. Come on.
I gotta reload too.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Target sighted. Who's next?
Ah.
Gotcha. Bring it. Who's next? Let's do this.
All these turns.
Come on. You want some?
As the turns break the lock on.
Come on. Bring it. You want
Come on. Ah, the turn again. Okay. The music here. I cannot get into the middle of that.
Gotcha. You want some? Bring it. Let's do this. Come
God
on.
damn it, lock on.
Let's do this. You want some?
There's no way to avoid it here. Oh, there it is.
Bring it. Who's next?
Shit.
Gotcha.
Come on. Ah, shit. Thought I reloaded.
Who's next? Let's do this.
Lock on, damn it.
Come on. Bring it. Gotcha. Let's do this. Hurry up.
Okay, there we go. I am hurting here. Oh my god, there's so many dudes.
Who's next? You want some? Let's do this. Bring it. Come on. Gotcha. Who's next? Gotcha.
Come on.
Let's do this.
Oh my god, how many dudes? Are you shitting me? Holy, what the fuck?
You want some?
Is this like a hard mode thing? Because I do not remember this many.
Come on. Gotcha.
This is absurd.
Bring it. Come on. Gotcha. Who's next?
Oh shit.
You want some? Let's do this.
Holy god.
Come on.
Go away.
You want some? Bring it.
Finally. Good lord. And I know we still have the big guy. Alright, at least I checkpointed.
Gotcha.
Well, that was a waste of an overload.
Who's next? Come on. Let's do this. You want some?
Bullshit.
Who's next? Bring it. Let's do this.
Stop with the turns. Did I die? I did die. Wait. From here, right?
Now you're in for it!
Okay, here we go. At least they start you with a full health bar.
You want some? Gotcha.
Probably my biggest pet peeve with this, aside from the shitty aiming and whatnot, is like how many turns they do that break your aim. Just constant turns. It's like, bro, I can't even get off anything. Oh, what the hell? Weak spot. Okay. Oh, Final Fantasy V, hey! Oh, you stopped after the neater part? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see you. I've been locked in on this bastard.
You want some? Who's next?
Yeah, we had a spirited conversation around probably the biggest criticism I had during this whole chapter, my chapter analysis. Personally, it ruined the amazing performances, but you already heard me blabber on. Yeah, I had a ton of thoughts on this Final Fantasy V. You know, it's basically I'm very in the middle on a lot of it. I think there are elements of it that make it that are better than in the OG. I think there are parts of it that are original. The original better at. Basically, I'm closer to Excalibur in terms of like your whole conversation. But yeah, I'm like very much like closer on the Excalibur side, where it's like I'm not as harsh. Although I do recognize like the differences, and I talk at great length. I had a whole PowerPoint at the start of stream breaking down the differences from the original. And I did reference your guys' conversation too a couple times. I didn't bring up clips, but I did reference you guys a whole bunch because that was one of my favorite conversations during your whole chapter by chapter thing. That little moment where it's like, how'd I do? But here we go. Here's another emotional moment with Barrett takes off his emotional protection.
Some dead you are. Long past time my little girl knew the truth.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that, Sephiroth. I'm definitely not as hard on it as I have been in the past. I really don't like. I mean, I think you're instinctively not supposed to be happy with the moment, and they could have removed it, and maybe just kept the chase part. But in theory, while you're doing that, Barrett is spending time I think one of the differences is it was kind of similar to when we were discussing some of the problems in some ways with like we were Final Fantasy V, if you're still here too, we were discussing earlier like the debate between do you keep the mystery of like Barrett, is Barrett the shooter, is Barrett not the shooter? And at one point during that conversation we talked about how it's like, did we really need the scenes where Barrett is like following Dyne all throughout the gold saucer? Because it definitely tips off the audience to it. On the one hand, there is the conversation of like, after spending about 60 hours with Barrett between two games up to this point, you're likely not to believe it's him anyway. But one of the things that it does, it also takes away the moment where like Kate Sith runs in and is like, oh my God, shit is terrible. You have to come follow me. And then you go and you see the massacre. There's like a little bit of a shock value to that. That's kind of given away by front loading that. And then you as the audience are very much like aware of the, you're aware of what the truth is, but the characters don't know yet because you've seen Barrett and following Dyne. A similar thing happens here where, you're kind of, well, with Barrett during the Palmer fight, is that Barrett as a character is having his moment with Dyne, but you as the player are not having any moments to sit in your emotions. They throw you right into the Palmer fight. So Barrett gets a break. Barrett gets his emotional reprieve, but you as the player don't get any. And so like your experience as the player is like very different from Barrett's. And so you're feeling this incredible lack of time spent with the moment. Even if somebody like Barrett, who's really the character that matters in all of this, gets their moment, you don't get any as a player, and there's a little bit of a dissatisfaction with that.
If you don't mind my saying, you're in an awfully good mood.
Well, yeah, Rollin, it's
been productive.
A little too late, but I guess when they get to new locations that haven't printed out the posters, I guess. I don't know. It's a little contrived. It's contrived to show Reeves' change of heart more than anything else, really. They give us, bro definitely knows what he's up to. They keep us sprinkled in stuff throughout the first several chapters where you could legitimately think it could have been Barrett without that prep work.
What is the status of the Ancient?
Sung sees all.
We still have eyes on her. Is she looking for the Promised Land?
We don't believe so.
Yeah, no problem. FFTV.
Is she a higher priority than the materia?
Do you guys still
so much as her
do you guys stream on Switch at all? Or you just mostly YouTube? I feel like I always watch you on YouTube.
To see it with
hope you enjoy the rest of your stream. Thanks. It won't be much longer.
Understood. We'll step up.
I'm pretty much gonna end after the scene. After Glenn Genova Roth's into the scene. I'm pretty sure that happens here after Sung leaves. And then Glenn kind of discusses okay, I was gonna do like a shout out in the command, but if you're on YouTube, I don't think it'll really.
It's a dream of mine. How
yeah.
Cute.
Cloud's dad comes in and he's like,
really? Oh, come on.
He starts reading.
You know me?
Because remember, the lore of Genova that Sephiroth himself has given us is like he can sense your anger, those you hate, those you love. He can sense those. Genova can sense those emotions. I mean, it was really a dead giveaway in this scene. For me, this is like, okay, this is just Genova because of that swirl. I don't think everyone picked up on that, but I mean, it's pretty clear iconography toward like Genova. So then in this scene, he's reading Rufus the way that Genova does. You'll see that he talks about that.
And I know you, Mr. President.
You and your fears. Genova knows your fears.
Still just a child, aren't you? A pig-headed, pathetic, daddy-hating child.
Genova reading him like a book.
And under that bratish exterior, loneliness.
I do love how Rufus is like, yeah, well, I don't deny it.
Why would I? It's brought me all this.
He's very mentally strong.
Now that's
and
the
certain about
spirit I'm
himself.
looking for. We really need more people like you to give the world a shot in the arm.
I mean, it's so Genova. I don't know how people didn't pick up on that, but they really hit you with it in the end in chapter 14.
But what
and he's using a face of the dead, right? Like, you, even Rufus knows or remembers that he had killed Glenn. So we're gonna start this chapter. I'm gonna go all the way up to the scene where, oh shit, we get Zack too. I forgot. This is gonna be a long stream, y'all. Because I definitely want to do this. And I was thinking of going up to the scene where Yuffie is sick and then stopping there.
This manhunt.
He thought stream was over. Let's see if we could find that NPC who talks about dreams. You know, all the NPC dialogue here is incredibly important, so let's take it in.
Miss Folia is a dancer, you know. For the longest time, she tried to keep her part-time work at the Honeybee Inn a secret. But now she dances for the children so she can brighten their days. I don't know what we'd do without her.
Jewelry seller. Okay.
Come on, everyone. It'll be okay. Let's all dance.
Miss Folio.
You were the guy.
This is the kid that walked away.
Right?
Yeah, that was me. Zack being so fucking rude. Even responding to the kid.
Thing in the sky getting bigger?
Kind of interesting, yeah, the thing of this guy getting final season of Lost.
Full life. So if my time on this planet comes to an end, I won't have any regrets. But you all have only experienced strangely beautiful our world has to offer.
It was strangely beautiful.
I'm so sorry, little ones.
You were strangely beautiful. You saying anything? No? Yeah. Anyone who hasn't been seen Lost further confused by that comment?
People are saying the Mako's just dried up. Don't know how much longer
The thing
sun
is-
will stay on, if so.
People who have seen Lost, a lot of people don't actually understand the final season of Lost.
No regrets. Am I right?
I breathe a sigh of relief every morning I wake up. When you're living on borrowed
Top
time,
secret.
you gotta be
This music right here that plays in Zack's world is my absolute favorite. Yeah, it's fantastic. I think this music was done by Amaozu, who did a lot of the music in part 1. He didn't do as many tracks on Rebirth, but he did this one. And he also did the track when Zack and Cloud are fighting Sephiroth.
Don't know how much longer the sun will stay on, if so.
Anything? Anything? No?
Looking back, we sure did fight a lot, didn't we?
Anything left unsaid? Now's your chance to get it off your chest.
I wish we could have gone out on a lot more dates.
Sorry, I was always so busy with work. But we still have a little time to make up for it.
Then
A lot of the
let's
NPC dialogue is more
places we
like
haven't been to yet.
world building of the scenario that they're in, the world that they're in, rather than giving away information or lore.
Solution for this.
Maybe we should go to Cosmo Canyon. See if they have any ideas.
It's a little late to be relying on planetology.
God, why did they conclude it's the end of the world again? They never really explain Amano, like why people here leaving that. I mean, I think it's just like the hole in the sky scares them. I think that's the primary
Maybe it was the
thing.
tornado that tore open the sky, but who caused it? Avalanche.
Oh wow, she's even thinking that Avalanche did it. I'm gonna talk to any of the people I can show the photo to quite yet. I want to mine the random NPC.
Come check out our clearance sale. Our way of saying
Eric's in a wheelchair now. What happened?
I don't know. But thankfully it sounds like she wasn't hurt too bad.
I hope she gets better soon. You could really use the help.
Yeah, you got that right. This
Yeah, because Eric is helping around.
Wanted to spend my final days with the family, so I said to hell with work. More time to get through my bucket list, too.
That makes sense.
All the people who would remember us are gonna get wiped out too. Kind of a depressing thought.
I'm gonna bite the bullet and tell her how I feel.
It's very much unexplained why
Have any regrets?
they're so certain that this world is gonna fade away, you know?
Why don't we all go camping? Might as well get some use out of the new car.
You mean it? Awesome! But don't you have to go to work?
Not to worry. I already put in my resignation. I'm a free man now.
Pretty much everyone in this world has quit work, and I respect it. I would do the same thing. What would people's reaction to a giant crack in the sky? Yeah, that's what I assumed is the explanation, basically.
So, is she gonna be okay?
No, she's not going to be okay. She's actually going to die in about 6 chapters or so. So, don't let it get to you, kid. It happens in every timeline.
Why don't we make some sandwiches to take on the road?
That's new dialogue.
Okay, then I'll cut up the veggies.
I just want to give you two a taste of how big this world of ours is. Plus, we're long overdue for some quality family time.
We've got freebies galore, folks. Come one, come all. Treat you and yours to something.
Oh yeah, this is a vendor too. Remember, this is the same vendor that we see at the end of the game. He has no stamp though. Oh, the photographer from the ending too. Take a look at the Biggs poster. Someone thought these people only appeared in Eric's world, but they're in all of them. Yeah, they are, yeah.
Let's make it our best yet.
Treat you and yours to something special.
Are you looking for a sweet treat?
Don't know.
I just wish we could have seen their face.
Hey, let's
Oh, the
give them a
baby.
name. We may not know what's gonna happen, but I want to call them by their name at least.
I like that.
What, you have any dialogue?
And we'll be a family.
No dialogue.
I don't know what it is, but something about that light. It scares the hell out of me.
That kid has like such a deep voice. And he's talking about that light? Like the regular light bulb? Let's see other vendor from chapter 14.
Sweet treat to take your mind off things. We're giving away all our stock for free. Help yourself to whatever you like, but hurry because they're going fast.
Or tried to. I just did what everybody else was doing. I think it helped.
What is he talking about? Speak. Speak. Speak.
How you gonna spend your final days?
Just keep living like I always have, I guess.
What, that's it? Don't you want to try something you've never done before?
Well, I went to the church and prayed for the first time. Or tried to. I just did what everybody else was doing. I think it
Oh yeah, good point.
I used to get so hung up on the smallest stuff. Now I wish those were my only worries.
Help yourself to whatever you like. But hurry.
I have so much to be grateful for.
It's a terrier. That is a terrier, ladies and gentlemen. So not the chapter 14 stamp.
Are you looking for a sweet treat to take your mind off things?
I used to get so hung up on the smallest stuff. Now I wish those were.
That is the terrier stamp. 110%.
Hey, if this is gonna be our last picture together, I want to find that special someone before I hit the dust.
What about me?
Wait, you mean it? You should have said something sooner.
Oh, these two.
Actually, I should have said something sooner.
Almost a misconnection.
Costa del Sol, just once. Has the planet finally forsaken us?
I mean, maybe. It's probably pissed that we squandered.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Michael Lee B. Any lore? Any lore? Any lore?
The investigation into the strange rift that
Oh yeah, here's the.
continues. According to experts from Shinra's Research and Development Division,
I wish this was animated.
the radiation emitted by the rift has no effect whatsoever on the human body and is completely harmless. Additionally, Director Heidegger of Public Security had this to say in regards to the growing.
So Shinra's been talking about the rift in the sky.
We're doing everything in our power to determine the nature of this rift. Disregard any baseless speculation. Tune in the day after tomorrow for our interview with the president.
Also, same, Bigglesworth, Triple Deluxe. I think this Zack is different from the Zack. Well, we know it in a way for sure, right? Because we just saw this terrier. We saw this version of Stamp. And, the Stamp that we see before Sephiroth throws him into the void is the other Stamp that, I forget what breed it is exactly, but it's the kind of Stamp that, that Johnny's carrying. So definitely a different world.
Has no effect whatsoever on the human body and is completely harmless.
Ooh, I can't stop wondering what's on the other side of that rift. It's kind of intriguing.
Tune in the day after tomorrow for our interview with the president, where we'll discuss the recent tornado.
Okay, go that way.
Screwed up the sky too.
I can't stop wondering what's on the other side of that rift.
What is on the other side of that rift?
That appeared above Midgar continues. According to
And we got a planetologist.
Let us accept it with humility, and in these final moments reflect on our sins.
Space-time continuum is beyond the rift. Oh yeah, technically. That in-between world.
Planet, behold the wound in the skies above, wrought by our hands. Our mother is suffering, shrieking in pain at our unchecked
Yeah, the planet is
cruelty.
shrieking in pain, for sure.
Greed and endless strife are to blame. We closed our
Okay.
ears to her cries and believed
Oh,
ourselves
that's new
immune to
dialogue.
consequences. But now our judgment has come. Let us accept it with humility, and in these final moments reflect on our sins.
and is completely harmless.
Mother.
Additionally, Director Heidegger of Public Security.
My fiance died when the Sector 7 plate fell. So, honestly, my life's been over ever since.
Damn, very Dyne of her to say.
You really think that rift could swallow the planet whole?
I didn't say that.
As well as his plans to combat the rift.
Got any more dialogue, girl?
My fiance died when the Sector 7
No.
plate fell.
I don't know where that person is. Remember we saw that.
No effect whatsoever on the human body and is completely harmless. Additionally,
The one that talks about
Maybe we should go to Cosmo Canyon.
her dreams.
Maybe it was the tornado that tore open the sky, but
Same. Avalanche again. Am I missing anybody? Someone said the jewelry seller, but I already, yeah, I went to the jewelry seller. What's this guy over here?
We've got freebies galore,
This guy.
folks. Come one, come all. Treat you and yours to something special, but remember, only one per person.
All right, kid.
Does this guy look familiar to you?
We covered everyone.
Sorry.
I'm sure there's someone else in another scene.
Know this guy?
Never seen him.
One happy memory? Always.
I've heard some.
The investigation into the strange roots that appeared above Midgard continues.
Hey there. You seen anyone who looks like this?
Can't say I have.
I think that should trigger it. Yeah, there it goes. Zach is shoved in live stream in a different world. Johnny walks by with a different dog in his hands.
Better check it out.
I don't know if Terry or Zach dies necessarily. We don't see. We see him charging up the troops, but
These days.
we don't really know the fate of any of them, really. There's no clear endpoints to any of them. Like, we see Terry or Zach charges the troops. The Zach with Biggs in the reactor jumps off the side.
Is that?
And then the one who's outside the church ends up in the void, which
There's our
is
man.
presumably the one who we're still with. So the one that Sephiroth throws ends up in the fight with Cloud and Sephiroth. That world gets split. He ends up in the darkness. Ends up falling into the church. Fights Sephiroth Reborn. And then in that church fight,
So where are we
at the very end, gets pulled down into another world, another church, which is the final one that we see. So the Johnny dog, Zach, is the one that I think we're still with.
Very well. South it is. Hold on to your hats.
Hey, RoboCat, you act all buddy-buddy, but we don't know a thing about you. Let's fix that.
There's not much to know. I'm a 9-to-5 nobody at a small Shinra subsidiary. Another paper-shuffling, copy-pasting forwarder of emails.
Another Shinra lapdog.
Lap cat.
My mistake.
But you
Someone
are
prepared the
special.
PowerPoint.
Properly special. Never met a specialer group of people in all my life. How could I not tag along?
Yeah, okay, Reeve, you lying son of a bitch.
Bullshit.
Come now, this is a road trip.
I love how
We should be
Barrett
bonding,
calls him
not
out.
fighting.
Barrett, promise me you won't take down Scarlet unless I'm there with you.
What's wrong, Goofy?
All right, I promise. If you don't give up the ghost right here and now, that is.
I won't let some stupid guard get the better of me. Not before I punch that witch right in the mouth. Oh, that's it. I can't.
Wait, just wait. We'll find somewhere
Poor Yuffie.
Pull over.
Not in the car.
About to pop.
Wait, lassie! Not in the buggy! Not in the buggy!
Not in the buggy.
Feeling any better?
Oh, really? Clive is going to town?
Leave me.
Second Clive?
Where to now? We don't have any leads. And driving
So
in
the
circles,
Kate Sith moment.
hoping to spot a black robe is...
The worst idea ever!
When you don't know where life's leading,
Get a reading!
you should get yourself a reading!
Ooh.
Yeah, I agree, Semiron.
Meow, 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 meow.
it's part of the benefit of always having complete control.
Your lucky food is mushrooms.
As the creators over like the entire party and who's in the party at any given time, they can give proper development to everyone.
You mentioned
But with this prediction, this happens immediately.
You saw a weapon there, right?
They go to Gongaga.
Yeah, but I don't recall telling you.
Well, it might interest you to know that just a wee drive from here, there's another rundown reactor.
Reactor? Materia! Okay, I'm good. Everybody back in the car. Let's go.
Cloud weirdly did not have motion sickness at the end of OG. He talks about it. He admits it to Yuffie.
To check it out, I guess.
Because she's sick in the high wind. You should technically have it again, but yeah, I don't know why. He technically doesn't. Yeah, I know, Amana. I know you were joking.
Mind taking the wheel?
Oh, you can't wait for the Gongaga part? That's next week. That's next week.
We'll be pulling up outside that reactor before you can say Mako.
Yeah, next week we'll pick up here. We will do, there's like one Corel side quest that I want to do. The one where you have to go to find the robed guy who's gone missing or been kidnapped or whatever. So we're gonna go do that side quest and then straight to Gongaga. Straight to Gongaga. So let me save. We're in that chapter 9, the planet stirs. We are in it. We are in it. Let me close out the game. Okay, everyone, let me pull in the stream. And what a stream. 8 hours. Oh my God. That's what I get for committing to finishing a chapter with some hard boss fights. So a quick 8 hours, yeah. Funny enough that Ultimania says that we at least have 5 worlds in Rebirth. Yeah, a full day's work. Yeah. All right, so let me see if there's anybody on that I would read into. Runeby's on watching the Tekken 8 finals. She's cool, I like her. So why not? Let's go into dashboard manager. 13-minute video. What's the oh, I gotta watch that too. That's right. The FF7 remake thing. Fuck it. Wait, hold on. Let's do it. Let's do it. No, not that. Wrong thing. Wrong thing again. Need to move this over. Full screen that. Go over here to browser. Resize the browser. No, resize the browser, dude. What the fuck? Resize the goddamn browser. Browser. What is happening? Alright, I'm just gonna delete browser. It's being a pain. Add it again. Window. source browser. Okay, drag it down. So this is an unknown video to me, really. I don't know what this is. It's something related to remake, called the remake commercial. It's a 13-minute commercial somehow that I guess came out in Japan. I want to make sure I'm not blocking the subtitles. I have a vague memory of this, actually. I wonder if I did see this. Oh yeah, it picks up the old PS1 game.
あー、やっば、遅れる。あれ、それ出しっぱなしだった？おー、ごめんごめんごめんごめん。それって？昨日懐かしくてさ。あ、やったの？
I was getting nostalgic yesterday.
ないじゃん、うち。あ、そっか。あれ、待って、スマホ
You
ない。
have a PlayStation.
鳴らそうか？いいえ、ちょっと待って、あっちかも。
え？お前 FF7 やったことないの？
はい。マジか。いや、まあいるか。世代かな。
あ、でも10は。
They need this in
いや
America.
もちろん10は名作だよ。けど俺にとって7はこう特別なもんなんだよ。いや、
It's old. Just have our boomers
ナイツオブラウンドとか。いや、
talking it
め
out.
ちゃくちゃナイツなんとか。あるんだよ、そういうのが。めちゃくちゃ大変なんだよ、撮るのが。
撮るの？ああ。
Oh, ad break. Oh, ad break ending in 1 second now.
今度撮り方教えてやるよ。
いや、いいです。興味ないんで。
クールだね。体験版。トバルのね、あったあった。いやー、待ち遠しかった。
Oh wow, they're really having nostalgia over even the demo disc.
リメイクの動画見られました？見たもちろん。でもさ、アクションゲームの
Oh, really, so man?
アクティブタイムバトルじゃないとダメでしょ。それがアクション苦手な人にも優しいモードとかちゃんと用意されてるらしいんですよ。ああ、そう。でも
It's almost depressing how
例のほら、エアリスとかさ。
old these guys are.
どうなんですかね。気になるね。
Denying any age accusations.
どうしたんそんなの見て。
今日さ、会社で FF7 の話になって部長とレキさんがめちゃくちゃ盛り上がってたの。
好きなんだ。
相当だよ、あの感じ。
まあみんなやってたからね。
何？
It does have that legend around it, right? You're young at heart, exactly, Sephiroth.
かなちゃん。
あ、何？
FF7。
ああ、そう。うん。まあ。
Stand up.
好きっていうかね。
More than saying I liked it. Oh, and it's a little music cue and everything.
兄が大好きなゲームだった。
It's my big brother's
私は
favorite
それを
game.
隣でずっと見ていて。
I had this experience with FF8, actually. So my uncle, who was very much like my big brother, introduced me to FF7, but he played it separately. I played FF7 separately. We talked about it, but we kept them separate. But 8, I ended up playing by myself. And I think I may have played it before he did, because I remember sitting through playthrough with him that I think was his first playthrough, and it was my second time seeing it. So I watched him play FF8, so we played it together. And that second time around, I did like it more than the first time around.
見ているだけでも面白くて。
Maybe because I was hanging
大人っ
out
ぽいストーリー
with
が
my
ドキ
uncle.
ドキした。
兄は今どうしてるだろう。
お兄さん。
うん。お父さんのお葬式以来だからもう8年くらい会ってない。
8 years?
そうなんだ。
うん、ほらうち家族関係微妙だからさ。
Family relations are a bit
仲悪
iffy.
くなるとなかなかね。
何？どうしたの？喧嘩？
まあなんか。まあつまんない話だよ。っていうか君さ、ちょっとクラウドに似てない？FF7 の主人公。クラウドに似てる気がする。まあなんか顔っていうか、ほら雰囲気がさ、検索してみて画像。
今？
It's more like a short film. Yeah.
いいじゃん。
いいです。
なんでよ。
興味ない。
Yeah, I don't know the dialects. Not interested. That's Cloud's most famous phrase in Japanese.
そういうとこ。
That attitude is so him. I do remember seeing this, actually. This video. I don't remember exactly what happens, but I do remember seeing this.
水島。
はい。
これどうなってんの？
あ、行きます行きます。
Let's deal with this document. Definitely me at work trying to like balance reading tweets and shit about Final Fantasy VII and doing work. Come on, hit up big bro. It's a story of reunion. If there's an actual bar called fucking Seventh Heaven, I'll fly to Japan tonight. Ain't no way there's a bar. Yeah, I don't think there is.
ってことはさ、今回はナイツなんとか出ないのかな？
何ナイツなんとかって。
ほら、取るのさ、大変だって。
取るの？
It was hard to get or something. Hard to get or something, bro.
ナイツオブなんとかのさ、
It's incredibly hard to get. There's actually two? Alright, I guess I gotta fly to Japan. I said it.
すいません。はい。
めんどくさいな。
うわー、懐かしい。この攻略もうちにあった。うん。
FF7 解体新書ザ・コンプリート。累計発行部数
They should do like part 3 events at those two bars if they really exist. 1.7 million copies for a strategy guide, y'all.
っていうかあなた、FF7 をやったことない派ですか？
ない派。
I always bring my FF7 guide to the bar. Hold. This thing is ruining it. They're talking about this? This bad boy? Let's say I'm in a live stream world. So actually, this is not like the one that I grew up with, technically. I just bought it off eBay. Because I wanted it. Because I hadn't had I mean, I hadn't had it in forever, so I just wanted to grab it. I bought the Tactics one too, for the same nostalgic reason.
私はやってっていうか見てました？
記憶に残ってるシーンは？
女装イベント？
はい、満点の答えだ。
Oh wow, your guide is black and
エ
white.
アリスが
The one I grew up with is always that one.
それや
That
ってはダメ。
design.
エアリス知ってるよ。
そう。
ネットで見たらね、いろいろ書いてた。
セフィ
もう君たちは何をしてしまったんだよ。
なんかね、別ルートってのもあるらしいよ。
嘘。
ネットで見た。
もうこれだからネット世界は断言しよう。そんなものはございません。
There's absolutely. What are they talking about? I feel like I missed it.
はい、満点のことるし。あなたは
Oh wait, okay.
私はやってますっていうか見てました？
記憶
I
に
got
残ってるシー
distracted
ン。
by chat. It's your favorite scene.
あ、女装イベント？
はい、満点の答えだ。
あとやっぱエアリスがセフ
ストップストップストップストップ。それは言ってはダメだ。
エアリス知ってるよ。
そう。
ネットで見たらね、いろいろ書いてた。
セフィ
もう君たちは何をしてしまったんだよ。
なんかね、別ルートってのもあるらしいよ。
嘘。
ネットで見た。
もう
Oh, they are talking about the revival. Yeah. They're speaking in subtext.
ございません。すいません。だよね、母さん。
They're playing into it, chat. What does that mean?
なんだ。
Are they gonna revive her?
あるかと思った。
しかしね、大事なのはここからの話だ。
The most important thing is what's to come.
今私が話してたのは
The
1997
1997
年の
original
オリジ
version
ナル
of
について。
FF7.
しかし
Son of a bitch, don't tell me.
これから我々のもとには2020年の FF7 がやってくる。2020年の FF7!
So there is a bit of subtext here potentially, right? Like, all that we just talked about was the 1997 version. But what matters is the version that's to come. It implies there's a difference.
FF7 である。過去は変わっているのか。いや。
Will the past change?
変わっていないのか。
Or will it not? Bro, what the fuck? This is part of the first, like, Japanese campaign. This is like teasing it before anybody played the game. This is before we knew the whispers and we're like changing fate and all that. Like, what the fuck, dude? When did this come out? November 2019. November 2019. We didn't know anything about changing fate. We didn't know shit about that part of the story. This probably went over everyone's head. They knew. They knew.
FF7 って
何
何
been
が
trolling from the start.
ったんですか
22年前
2019
テレビゲームの世界が変わったんだ。これは大げさな話じゃない。本当
I mean facts.
ミッドガルの風景が、召喚獣の興奮が、仲間たちとの思い出が、あの物語が20年経っても体に残ってる。それまでのゲームが全部古くなった。その瞬間をみんなが体験したんだ。
Every game before that became
そんなの
outdated.
忘れらんないだろう。その体験がまたやってくる。世界中の人々が待ち望んでる。私も君たちも。
なんかいろいろ調べてみたらとんでもない数の人たちが FF7 好きなの分かって、みんなこのゲームの話してる時も本当に楽しそうで、ちょっと羨ましいですよ。
I'm feeling it too. I'm feeling it too.
やったことない派の君とやったことある派の私ではきっと違ったものが見えるだろう。 ある意味君が羨ましくなるよ。
That was a bit
もし体
prophetic.
験したらこの約束の地でユニオンしよう。
Yeah, this commercial is unexpectedly insightful. He said the promised line, and it just went over his head completely. Reunion 2. The comedic timing on this. He went to cringe. He's owning it. God, I felt that moment with the music though. God.
やばー、遅れる。
かな。今日さ、PS4 買ってこようと思うんだけど。
マジ？
Darn right you are.
FF7 のリメイク一緒にやろうよ。
And then a year later,
やりたい、一緒に。
guess we gotta get the PS5 for the integrated version.
何年か経ったら今度はみんなみたいにカナとも話せるかな。
All the talk about the game, which we're still doing now.
もうちょい先だから。行こう。
This is pre-release 2019.
今だと思った。
今だと。
We've all been there, watching those trailers on our phones at work, just to feel something. Seems a remake of FF7 is coming out. How are you doing? Oh, it's her big brother. In the end, I wonder how the remake will end up.
どうなるんですかね、リメイク。どうなるかな。
ね、どうなるんだろうね、リメイク。
早く来い、リメイク。
Legend from before you were born. Damn, y'all. That was good. That was good. That was worth it. That was worth it. A little extra overtime. All right, let's see what we can do now. That was crazy. That's 2019 moment. That was nuts. All right, so let's see who we can raid. See if it changed at all. If anyone else came on that I'm following. Oh, Relaza, she's doing Clear Obscure. I've been watching her Expedition 33 a lot. So let's do Relaza. She usually goes on way too late for me. But this stream has gone on for nearly 9 hours, chat. Nearly 9 hours. So let's set you off into the hollow music. So this date is wrong, but I'll see you all Wednesday. 9 more hours. I will see you all on Wednesday for the OG stream. Obviously next Sunday we will do the full, we will do chapter 9, chat. Gun Gaga. So for everyone that's here, Virtua J, you've been here like this whole stream and you were brand new to the stream. Well, thank you for hanging out for so long. Radcliffe, Toolman, pretty much everyone here has been here almost the entire time, if not the entire time. Rollin, Bigglesworth, Triple Deluxe, Virtua J, Toolman, Stefferoth here the entire time. from what I remember. Amano, I mentioned Toolman, who went away for a bit and then came back. Radcliffe. So thank you all for hanging out and staying for such a long video. And I will see you all on either Wednesday or next Sunday. See you all later.